Welcome to the show before the show, where I check to make sure everything's working. I'm your host, Patrick Marlett, your local game guy, joined by co-host Will.
Sup?
Dude, not much. What a crazy weekend. I hope you consumers are ready to drop a lot of dollars. For anyone who's joining us today, instead of going to a pre-release, bless your soul, get the game store you're at to put it on the TV. Do that instead. Or just watch it on your car ride to your pre-release. If you are participating in any for Final Fantasy X, Magic the Gathering, good luck, Godspeed. I hope you win. And also, good luck with those sick ass the Crystal D20. To my understanding, there's like one per case of pre-release kits, so those die are really rare. I really want one, but good luck with that. Good luck with your pulls. If you're playing One Piece, good luck finding those starters. If you bought a Switch 2, have fun with your Switch 2. But enough about you all. Will, what are we here to do today?
We are here to rate every single legendary creature in the Final Fantasy set, all 162 of them. Now, Patrick probably is going to pull up Scryfall at some point. It says 164 on them. One is including a flip enchantment, and the other one is including Ragnarok, which is the meld. So, two are not actual commanders. For those who are new to our setup, we have a tier list system where we basically rate things by the bracket. Before it was D to S, but now it's based off the bracket system. The way that I'm going to say this, just to make it kind of clearer, is it is a bracket 5 if we think that it could pull off cEDH game plans pretty well. It's a bracket 4 if it has like decent. Actually, I'm going to go back to my initial assessment. It is a bracket 5 if it has clear combos and or a clear game plan, or clear combos and a clear game plan with a powerful combo or game plan, either being a value engine or just a good combo like Godo. To be bracket 4, it needs a clear combo and a clear game plan, but nothing very powerful. For bracket 3, it's just something that's stronger than your average precon, but too weak to really compete in cEDH. Bracket 2 is precon level. Bracket 1 is just funny. There are better things to play. You don't want to play it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with that. And there's only going to be so many that ultimately make their way up to bracket 5. And, just because something makes its way to bracket 4 doesn't mean it couldn't compete at bracket 5. It's also important to note that we're not taking any sort of game changers, so we're not really doing builds today, and we're not doing thorough or full assessments of all the legendaries because we've covered a lot of these to hopefully help expedite today, as there are so many, in 2 past streams. There are some legends we haven't talked on specifically here on the channel, but for all the other ones, we're going to cover them, not in depth, but we're going to cover them. If you want a more thorough explanation of some of these legends, I'll encourage you to check out our other legendary reviews. Yeah, I think that's fair. Without further ado, because we do expect this to go on for a while, if we miss anything that you think is great for a commander, let us know. We'll move it up or down on the bracket scale, pending what you guys see. Obviously, if there's an A plus B or A plus B plus C combo line that we miss, let us know. We're human, okay? We're human. Also, Roland Garros was going on today. So much stuff was going on today. Watching tennis.
This is the week of just everything's happening at once.
All the stuff. Sorry if this fan is really loud. I'll turn it off. We'll sweat it out for you guys.
I can hear it a bit in the background.
Yeah, it's obnoxious. I'm sorry. It's an obnoxious fan. It's hot. It's hot. I forgot to leave that on during the day, so it was like sweltering in here. All right. So, like Will said, 5 at the top, 1 at the bottom, all of our legends. And the first one is Adalbert Steiner for a generic and a white human knight, 2/1 body, lifelink. Adalbert Steiner gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. Will, is this the new cEDH Voltron commander?
This is a new bracket 1 commander. There's already a bunch of other commanders that do good equipment stuff. He just does what other people do, but kind of worse, but with lifelink.
Yeah, I like that it's just equipment you control, so he doesn't necessarily need to be equipped with the equipment. You can just have a deck that plays other bodies that leverage equipment. But yeah, not amazing. Not great. think we're good to move on to
Yeah.
Aerith.
Aerith Gainsborough, 2 and a white for a legendary creature, human cleric with 2 power, 2 toughness, and lifelink. When you gain a life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith. When Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number
Mm.
of counters on Aerith. Bracket 4, only because it has a combo with Walking Ballista and Agatha's Soul Cauldron to just do infinite damage. Same with Triskelion. This is Heliod, but bad Heliod. I would say Heliod is good enough to be bracket 5, but this is just worse Heliod, so I'd say bracket 4, not bracket 3, only because there is a whole extra functionality to the card, so you don't have to rely on the combo. You can just punch people really freaking hard. So bracket 4.
Whenever you gain life, are there ways to incrementally gain life and just get her swole?
There are good enough ways in white where just between lifelink creatures, being legendary creatures, and a couple other things, you can make her pretty big.
I mean, on a swing, each individual lifelink counts as a trigger, or is that just one
Correct.
damage step, one gain?
If
Uh,
you hit with 4 lifelinkers, she gets 4 counters after combat. She gets big enough pretty quickly that she becomes a Voltron threat in herself, and then if she dies, she makes all of your other creatures threatening. I think that she's good enough for B4 only because of the combo. If she didn't have a Ballista combo, I'd put her in B3.
I'm not that high on any monocolored deck. Like, it's got to be doing a lot, and I don't think Heliod is B5. Like, I don't know that it competes that well. I think it's probably like B4, and it scrapes into B5, where Aerith is like, she's fine. We can put her in B4 if you want. I really see her as a rung lower, because I don't think you're going to really try to bring her to a tournament. I mean, you know what? That's a lie. People like Aerith. They'll bring her to a
Yeah.
tournament.
And B5 does not inherently mean that it's tournament worthy. It just means that it can consistently beat cEDH decks. B4 is it can beat cEDH decks occasionally.
Yeah, I don't think Mono White's consistent enough for all that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Heliod having like 6 tutors for Walking Ballista is the only reason why Heliod is worth it, or
yeah,
Heliod's
yeah.
playable in cEDH. Next we have technically 2 together, but I'm just gonna discuss this one because the other one is very similar. Alicia, two and
Love
a white for a legendary creature elf wizard with 3 power, 2 toughness, partners with
Alphanod.
Alf. First strike and dual cast. When you cast your second spell each turn, it costs 2 less to cast. We can quickly bring up what Alf does just for the sake of it. Alf
He's
partners with
yeah, yeah.
Alf partners 4 and a blue for a 2/4 vigilance. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. The supposedly good thing you can do is that you play Elysia, and then Elysia lets you play Alf, and then from there, Alf is letting you draw cards. We have an Is It commander that already does your second spell each turn draws you a card. I think we have 2 that do that now because we had a Flurry commander that does something similar. This is a worse version of that. Draw and cost reduction is good enough that you could make a functional deck out of it. So I'd say
Yeah.
B2.
I would say B2 as well. And it's important to note, like, Wizard's definition of this is something like starter deck. I think that this is a step above a starter deck, but we're not really going to take their definition necessarily. One is gimmicky and or meme tier for them, and that's more or less true for us, except it's beyond casual in this take. I think that they're both bracket 2 as well. You could definitely have fun with them, and you're in, Azorius at least, so it's not the end of the world. Ambrosia?
Uh, yeah, Ambrosio Whiteheart. We discussed this on the previous stream, so I'm just going to quickly go over it. Burb with Flash and ETB bounce a thing, and Landfall get a little bit of power. This goes into Tashar both as a historic that also lets you bounce the Lotus Petal to keep the loop going. It's a bracket 1. It's not a good commander. It's a decent 99 card for one specific deck.
Yeah. Landfall in mono white is kind of awkward, so really want to be in green minimally for that. Ash, Princess of Delmasca, 2 generic and a white. If I'm not mistaken, we did not cover this together. Human Rebel Noble, 3/2 body. Whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Wah, wah. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, normally we're looking for instant gratification here, like a creature that ETBs and does the thing. This being a repeatable engine is kind of cool, and the fact that you're likely considering it for the CZ means that you're on an artifact plan. You shouldn't miss often with this. I don't know that this needs to pilot its own deck. It's probably more of a 99 card. The top five is not insignificant, but it's also 99 card singleton, so it's really not that deep.
If you're
She's
running
fine.
20 artifacts, statistically speaking, you are likely to hit one every single time. 3 mana draw card every turn is it's a Phyrexian Arena, but it's a Phyrexian Arena that will miss because there's no way that you are going 4 non-artifacts and an artifact every single time to hit the perfect balance. You are either going to have a lot of times where you see like 4 artifacts and then 1 non, and then immediately after go 5 non.
I
You're
say
missing a
it's
lot of draws off this. It's a 5.
B2.
Or sorry, it's a 1.
You say it's a 1?
Yeah, this is a 1 only because yes, it's a white draw commander, but if you compare it to any other white commander that says draw, this is just usually a worse white draw
Where would you
commander.
put SRAM?
SRAM would people built cEDH SRAM weirdly enough, but I would not put SRAM as a cEDH. SRAM is like somewhere between 3 and 4.
All right. For me, this is like between 1 and 2. It's not bad. It'll do the thing. It'll do the thing, but I agree with you. You probably just want to build like a Final Fantasy 12 specific list for her and have fun with her. I wouldn't say it's meme tier
Yeah,
necessarily, but if you want like a
it,
Final Fantasy tier player.
it's 3 mana draw an artifact if you find one, so you have to build an artifact based deck, and
Bless
your
you.
commander's not helping your game plan. Your commander's just occasionally drawing you a
Yeah,
card.
and she's like aiding you to get there. Maybe it's like a secret Heliod list, and you have to.
Compare it to Oswald, Patrick.
Oh yeah,
Oswald
no,
is a mono white commander that costs 1 less and tutors the perfect artifact every time.
he's a little bit better. He's a
Uh,
little bit
or
better.
Oron, 3 and white for legendary creatures, human spirit samurai with 2 power, 1 toughness, vigilance. When he attacks, put a counter on him. Exile a creature defending player controls with less power than him until he leaves the battlefield.
Not bad.
He is a very annoying disruption commander. Not strong enough for B4 because he's not doing anything with like a very strong game plan. He's just removing a lot of cards. He doesn't really have a combo, but he is very consistent in the fact that he will annoy the absolute crap out of everybody because if he targets a commander, they're putting it in the command zone. So no one can have commanders while he's your commander.
Is this like your backup to Draneth Magistrate or something? The
Yeah,
Magistrate.
very bad Draneth Magistrate in the command zone. Gotta love him. But yeah, I'd say B3 because he's very consistent removal. He's self-buffing. He's always there as a good blocker, and
Yeah.
he disrupts people's games.
Yeah, he's really cool because you don't even need to obviously rely on his counter manipulation. You could just buff him for the turn if something's like out of your league. But also, he starts as a 2, swings for a 3, so you're hitting pretty high pretty quickly. It's
Yeah.
not bad. I like
Uh,
him.
to really quickly cover the next one, Beatrix, 6 mana Arden with Vigilance and 4 power, 4 toughness.
So
It's
expensive.
double the cost for Arden, and you can only target your own things. Bracket 1.
Yeah,
Arden has partner,
yeah.
and nah.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you guys don't remember from Commander Masters, Arden's one of the mono white partners. It's just better than Beatrix. Again, play this if you like Beatrix in Final Fantasy IX. I don't. Beatrix can fix me. Yeah, we all hoped. Oswald gets so many shoutouts on your stream, Ozgang. Yeah, Ecomster. That's only because I play it quite a bit, and I'm unrelenting in wanting to win games with it. I just came back for my pre-release. Hell yeah, finished second place and got Xenos in my prize pack. Hey, hey, hey! So I'm ready to collude.
I am frustrated by the fact that they did not do anything with Xenos.
Give
But
it a give it a second. Give it a second. We'll see.
I will say glitch. It's not a problem right now. Make it a problem.
Yeah.
I implore people, please make Xenos a problem. I just
Congrats on second place though. That's awesome, dude.
yeah.
Sid Free Flyer Pilot. We've covered this guy. It's a generic and a white 2/2 body. Equivalent vehicles cost 1 less to cast. Jump during your turn. He has flying, and you may pay 2 and tap to return target equipment or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. So, cost reducer, built-in recovery, and flying on turn. A little awkward, seeing as he's what you're likely crewing vehicles with, so the flying is largely irrelevant. Aside the fact that, like, he's kind of like a lancer. Um, it's fine. I don't know. This is it. Again, vehicle commanders. It's equipment and vehicles get the reduction, so you're doing a little bit more than just being a vehicle deck. But I feel like that's probably where Sid is more oriented. I would say this is bracket two. Like, it's not bad. It does a lot of things and it does them well enough.
Yeah, the fact that you can keep recurring your equipment and your vehicles means
Pretty
that
cool.
you can do weird artifact sack shenanigans like
Yeah,
KCI if you want to, but
actually.
worst scenario, you rebuild after a board wipe onto a creature that has flying, which is really good for your equipment. The cost reduction as well is not something to laugh at. It's pretty good. If he was Boros, I would put him
Ooh.
at 3, but
Yeah, yeah.
mono whites, I'd put him at 2.
It's a shame, yeah, because normally, these commanders rest just handedly in Boros. Time and time again, we see these types of commanders land in Boros, but I know they tried to balance how many cards worked into multicolor with this set, so it's fine.
Also, for the sake of making things a little bit faster, I think we can skip like the card characteristics and we can go straight for the text box because I think if
Oh,
it's a
sure, sure.
relevant cost or stats or something, we can bring that up as we're
Are you trying
reviewing
to
it.
tell me Pilot isn't relevant?
No, I'm saying Warrior isn't relevant. Screw it, Najila.
But what about Mercenary, Cloud Midgard Mercenary? Oh, I'm with you on two, by the way. We threw that there.
Yeah,
So 2-1, when Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Ooh, as long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. That's right, Buster Sword. Go ham. He's good. He's really good. I
yeah.
think he's maybe even better in the 99.
Yes, he's really good in the 99, but in the command zone, you can get a very, very specific suite of cards that just make him super annoying. Two things that I would point out is one, first off, I will say he's B4 for a couple specific reasons. Um, One, if you have him, or one, he works really well with things like pre-war formal wear, where he re-enters with pre-war formal wear, which is equipped to him, making his ETB trigger twice. He's really good with Skull Clamp, making him draw 4 cards. He's really good with stuff like Buster Sword, as you said, but the card that makes him really, really dumb is Blade of Selves. Because Blade of Selves will make it so that his Myriad trigger will trigger twice, and you'll get 4 clouds into play that all let you find equipment, and you find 4 equipment. So you can find 1 equipment that lets you find all of your other equipment. He's just a very, very powerful toolbox commander that theoretically will make you draw your entire deck rather fast.
Mm-hmm.
Not fast enough for cEDH, but definitely fast enough for B4.
Also, the best Skull Clamp commander.
Yes. But to be fair, no.
No, it's
What's his
close.
name? Master Thopterist, and the Locust God. Those blow him out of the water.
And Jeet does go nutty. Yeah, actually, that's so funny.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the speaking of Jeet, they literally did a secret lair of Cloud's Buster Sword with the Jeet, which is kind of weird to do, but it's very popular equipment, so I can understand why they utilized it. But Helm of the Host as Oops All Cloud. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually kind of sick too. Yeah, there's a lot you can do here. I could see him being bracket four. Certainly, it's pretty solid and reachable goal. Just equipment
Yep. And
equipment combos.
the 2-1 is relevant as 1 health for Clamp.
Yeah. Get those draws. I mean, I think that's maybe not the best choice, but if you just have the pre-war formal wear, then you're good.
Yeah. Next, though, is Cyan. We've covered him before. He costs 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard. He's a 3/3 double striker, and whenever 1 or more creatures leave your graveyard, you put a +1/+1 counter on him. He costs 6 in the pip, meaning that you can make him cost 1 pip pretty easily as long as you keep getting stuff into your grave. He is a threat that will just keep coming back over and over and over again. He is 1 attack short from being in the commander's sweet spot where he triple taps people, but by the fact that he's kind of like a mono white Dargo, he's cool. You can do some wicked stuff with him, getting counters and doing reanimate stuff or like targeted self grave hate to make him kind of big pretty fast. I would say that he's probably like B2 to 3 for me. He has a game plan, but there's way better white reanimate
Yeah.
strategies. So B2 probably in my opinion.
Well, it's not even like white reanimate, really. My issue is that it's just a little counterintuitive because the bottom effect relies on you removing creatures from your graveyard specifically, and then the top effect is a reduction based off of you having creatures in your graveyard. So it's like, pick a lane, guy. Obviously, you want both because you want to get into that sweet spot where double strike is actually putting points on the board enough to knock someone out with commander damage. You're obviously going to be doing more things, but it does feel just a little counterintuitive, the top and bottom effects. I would say between B2 and B3 as well. Wherever you feel more confident
I'll
putting
say
him.
B2 only because he's trying to go in too many directions. He's trying to do
Yeah.
Voltron and he's trying to do stuff with your grave. So,
Yeah.
eh.
He's really cool. I agree with you. It's like I love cost reduction commanders like this because he can easily get to where you want him to go. If he was in Orzhov, he would be pretty freaking cool. Really good. Dion in the Belmonts. Dion Bahamut's dominant.
You
For
got this one because
CMC.
it's your boy.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna flip him. We're gonna flip him. 3/3 body on this side. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying. So Knight Tribal to begin with. When Dion enters, create a 2/2 white knight creature token. And there's your knight. You can pay 4 generic 2 white and tap him. Exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. You get the legendary summon Bahamut. So there are 3 sagas on this. Obviously, when it flips, you get the 1 lore counter. Put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn, so it's almost like having the top side. Does that same thing again, and then Giga Flare. Destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, then return it to the battlefield. This is kind of cool. I don't know, I don't know that this is necessarily a card designed with our format in mind, but it's still a really cool legendary. I would say this is like bracket, man, bracket 1. I don't think you should play this as your commander, personally.
I think it's bracket 2 only for the fact that one, when it returns to the face up side, you get another knight and then you can
Mm.
just reflip it, and then you're balancing between blowing up permanents, buffing your knights, and getting more knights just by having your commander out. You don't need to play knights at all to make this commander work. You can just use him, pay mana into him, and do the thing. You blow up key permanents, slowly control the board, and win the game. If you want to go into a full knight game plan, you can just vomit out knights and then make it so that they have flying. Also, the Wings of Light, the Saga 1 and 2, they aren't your knights get buffed. They're just all of your
Yeah,
creatures
yeah.
get buffed and get flying for the turn. So he's a decent go wide commander with built-in removal and has some weird hijinks that you can do with stuff like proliferate. I'll say he's B3 only because he has different ways that you can build him, and all of them are good enough.
Yeah, I'll go so far as B2, only because it is mono white and 6 is a lot, but in a casual
I'll
setting, you should be able to do this a little bit more.
I'll agree to B2. I'm fine
Yeah,
with that.
yeah, you should be able to do this a little bit more easily. All right, Dion.
Next is Elena. When she attacks or when she enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a historic, she gets a +1/+1 counter. She is really just a Tishar card.
Mm-hmm.
B1.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Turks. I love Final Fantasy 7. Elena's sick. But yeah, she's B1.
Got to lose flash, and when this enters the battlefield, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on it. It's Force of Vigor, but as a one-time use, as a very visible fog in your command zone. Bracket 1.
But doesn't it have a combo?
No.
Yeah, we discussed a combo with this in one of our past streams. It does actually have a play line because
Oh,
it
it's
enters, choose target creature you control if damage would
yeah,
be
it's
dealt. Uh,
you do ballista or something with this, and then you keep redirecting the damage back to, or you keep redirecting damage to ballista to keep building up more counters. So if you have like a hardened scales or something like that, which you don't really have in white, you can get infinite counters on ballista and just kill somebody. If you can double up this ETB trigger, you can have ballista infinitely ping itself and just kill somebody.
yeah,
It's a worse Heliod because the same thing as Aerith, where instead of just find Ballista, win the game. It's find Ballista, find the other combo card, and then win the game. And your commander's not doing anything in the meantime. Heliod at least buffs some of your stuff and gets you some life. This just sits there until you find Panharmonicon or until you find, I don't know if there is a white hardened scales.
Would you do like a Stronic? What's a duplicate the trigger of ETB? Because that would do it as well. If you're just like
It
you're
will
saying Stronic,
duplicate Strionic Resonator.
right, right. So beyond Strident Resonator, anything else that works like that? Does the Walking Guy do the thing? The 4 cost creature. He duplicates triggers or activated abilities. I forget.
Oh, Roaming Throne.
Roaming
Yeah,
Throne.
that would double this.
Yeah, so like Roaming Throne, I don't think it's that bad. The cost barrier is maybe a little high for that combo.
To have your commander sit there and do nothing the entire game until you get a 2 card combo
Oh
feels
no,
very bad, especially in white.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that it is something you can do. Like there is
know
a
if it's
game plan.
playable.
There is a game plan for Gata and Luzu. I think that's what you're trying to do. You do want to go for it's A plus B plus C. It's not the best, but I would say the same thing for Aerith. Um, let's say like bracket
It has a combo. We can put it in 2
3.
if you want.
I'll say
Why not?
3. I'd say 3. There's an actual package
Okay.
here. Like if you don't want to play Heliod, this is like lesser Heliod. And if Heliod's at a 4, and realistic for me at 4, I would say this is at a 3, especially if Aerith's at 4. I don't know if she's going to punch that high. General Leo, do you want to talk about?
Yeah, General Leo Christoph, when it enters, return up to 1 target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your battlefield, then put a +1/+1 counter on this for each creature you control. 5 mana for an Unearth. Bad. B1.
You wouldn't use that?
No, there's other. We have a 5-drop commander in white that says at your end step reanimate something equal to the life you gain this turn, or with mana value equal to the life you gain this turn. That's better than this because it's a 3/4 flying lifelinker. This is just a one-time use big boy.
Pre-war formal wear operates off of CMC or like power or strength. It's
CMC.
converted cost,
It's a
right?
3 or less. It's unearthed, but it's on
Yeah.
a artifact.
Yeah, that's just better. Grahatia, 5 mana for a 3/5 body. Reach the Allegan Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control dies, draw a card. This ability triggers
This
only
would
once
be
each
a
turn.
really cool commander if he was not 5 mana.
5 mana, yeah.
5 mana for a draw engine that's only 1 card per turn is very bad. B1.
Grahatia, yeah, it's okay. But hey, look, more draw in white. So stop complaining, people, okay? Look, they heard you, they listened, and it's once per turn. Enjoy. Heidegger?
Heidegger. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains +X/+O until the end of the turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 human or number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. Slowly make a board and then make one thing kind of big. If white had more power matters cards, I'd say it's playable. If he was in green, I'd say it's playable. Right now, he's just kind of make a board and kind of make one thing big and then hope that that thing connects. For 4 mana, there are just commanders that do infinitely better things to either make a board or get something big.
Yeah, this is so
B1.
late. This is so late. It's B1. But by the time you play this, for sure, someone will have more creatures than you.
All right, you like this next one, Patrick. I'll let you discuss him.
Hildebrand. Oh, look, we got Orzhov, finally. So generic white. We're just going to read the human detective side first. 2/2 body. Creature tokens you control get +1/+1. Hildebrand dies. You may cast it from your graveyard as an adventure until the end of your next turn. Speaking of, Gentleman's Rise. For 2 generic and a black, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. It is instant speed, by the way, so you could do this off turn as well. That is relevant that you can hang on to this till the end of your next turn. Obviously, you could feasibly play this from your play it from your trash or grave for the adventure. It goes on the adventure and you can cast the creature later. Sadly, you're not able to manipulate that off turn, but you could do some shenanigans with this deck I was hearing people say they want to go like infinite and make infinite zombies. You can do that. I wouldn't say that that's going to be hyper game ending. You need like a crashing drawbridge or something to give you haste to do something with those bodies. Otherwise, you just have a board of 3/3s. Ultimately, when you end your turn, you'll likely play a Hildebrand out after the fact. It's fine.
I will say B3 only because one, it's an anthem for your tokens, so if you want to make a token deck, you can.
Yeah.
It's a good aristocrat commander, and it's in the aristocrat colors. It's an instant speed combat trick if you really just need that extra body during combat, and it's an outlet for infinite mana, and there are combos to do infinite death triggers with Hildebrand. So there's enough things you can do that you could build him in a million and one ways. Because of that, I will say B3 only because he has more utility, therefore he probably has a higher power deck than just B2.
Yeah, yeah. And the costs associated with him are so low. Like I feel like you can get the ball rolling on this pretty easily.
I have the stream open on the side and it just popped up an MTG ad for the Final Fantasy set.
Wow, look at that. Go buy Final Fantasy now at your local Target, Walmart, or local game store. Please there first, especially if it's a mom and pop. Yeah, I'll put him in bracket 3. I'm fine with that. Um,
uh,
Lord Jiskel?
Lord Yiskel,
Jiskel?
flyer that says at the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature you control this turn, investigate.
Ooh.
This is a better white commander just by the fact that it's 2 mana, and with artifacts, there's more artifact shenanigans you can do. I will say though that there's still way better white commanders, but I will at least say, hey, you're getting draw and doing things with artifacts and counters. B2.
Kind of draw. You still got to pay for the investigation. It's like we're halfway there. And it's also
Yeah,
you need to put a counter on a creature, which is the easiest thing to put counters on, but it does limit your scope with the ability. Yeah, I'm fine with B2. He's still fine. Jiskel.
yep.
I don't know how you pronounce that.
Uh, Minwoo, lifelink vigilance. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. There are not a lot of great clerics, unfortunately, because whenever anybody was building a party deck, they cleric was one of the hardest things to hit in a party deck.
No one wants to
Um,
play cleric these days, man.
Unfortunately, because of 5 mana and clerics having trouble, I'd say B1. We could put it in B2 just by the fact that if you run anything that's just gain 3 life and a quick tick, all of your creatures are getting 3+1/+1 counters. You can probably punch hard with this commander, so I will say B2.
Is there
But
not like a changeling or a cleric that just lets you pay some measly cost and gain life? Is there not a way to
there's,
like
I don't think there's a changeling that does that, but there is probably a cleric that just lets you gain life. There's so much incidental life gain that you could throw into a deck, though, and a couple of them are probably on cleric bodies that I'd say that it's good enough for B2, but it's skidding there for me.
I'm hearing that Aura likes these last two. Aura Skyclave Hierophant. Whenever him or another creature you control dies, return to our cleric with lesser converted mana. Oh yeah, yeah, that is cleric. There's definitely a cleric commander. Minwu's fine. I would say Minwu by itself as the commander is a 1 for sure. Soul Sisters are clerics. Soul
Oh
Sisters are
yeah, there you go.
clerics. There you go.
Yeah, you can definitely make something work there, but it's just it feels slower than anything you kind of want. Rosa, reach at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. It gains lifelink until the end of the turn. 4 mana to give something a counter every turn, and lifelink is just a horrible version of Helion. B1.
Yeah, dope art though.
Snow, star 3 with vigilance with power equal to the number of creatures you control. We have a commander that is 3 mana with star 3, power equal to the creatures you control, and vigilance. And when it attacks, you make a 1/1 warrior token or 1/1 soldier token for each opponent tapped and attacking, I believe. That is way better than this. So, B1.
Sorry, Snow. I didn't really like the game you were in either.
Uh,
I hate to say it, bro.
Silkskin,
Yeah, yeah.
lifelink, pay 2, tap, target opponent gains control of another permanent you control. If they do, draw a card.
Ooh.
Um, White draw, but bad white draw. There's the fact that you can abuse giving your opponents bad cards is always there. It's always fun, but you need to be in a lot of colors to make that happen, and usually you need to be in like red or black to have the really bad things to
Yeah.
donate to people.
Yeah, like once this he like what's the coffin or whatever, the thing that just automatically kills you. Stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Uh,
Necromancer's coffin.
so yeah.
B1.
Stiltskin is going to be a B1, but
Yeah, I'm fine with
because
that.
we have Zerda or Zedru or whatever that goat is.
Such is
Um,
better for this for
yeah.
sure.
Uh, Tataru.
Tataru Taru?
So yeah, Tataru Taru. One and a white for a legendary creature, dwarf advisor with 0 power and 3 toughness. This was a card we forgot to bring up in the 99 review, but it's also good enough as a commander, so I'm happy to cover it today. When this enters, you and target opponent may draw a card. Then, whenever an opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tapped treasure token, trigger only once each turn. People have said
You
this.
do need to draw a card, by the way. You do need to draw
Oh,
a card, but
yeah, but
they can may draw a card.
you're the one playing the card. You're usually going to be happy to draw a card.
Oh, there's just no choice in it, so I guess you could
Yeah, I
deck
guess with
yourself or
Bowmaster there is some
yeah.
downside. Yeah. But I do want to bring up the fact that this is basically a mono white Lotho, meaning that you can run it in any deck
Mm-hmm.
and it's fine. And anybody with a Ristic Study is going to be drawing cards, so you're going to be getting triggers for treasures. This is just another Lotho copy that, but you don't need to be in black as well to use it. So it's really good. But as a commander, you draw a card, your opponent draws a card, and you're getting treasures. It's a decent tempo commander just by the fact that you can play this, sit there and get treasures while people are just kind of playing the game a lot of the time. And then if you're group hugging, even better because you can get treasures faster. If you're not group hugging, you're just getting a Sun Titan out on like turn 4. It's just a mana rock in the command zone, more or less.
Yeah, you're definitely getting a draw, and you're definitely getting a treasure when you play this thing. It's not bad. Mono white. I don't think there's a clear game plan for this. You just need mono white combos in the deck, which are okay. Um,
I would say by itself it's probably B1 only because it doesn't really have a game plan outside of you get a little bit of ramp, but it's really good in the 99.
I want to put it on B2 just for the simple fact that I think it's a noteworthy card that makes an okay commander.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on the 99. We don't usually rate these on their value in the 99, by the way. So, but anything that is of value in the 99, we like to bring up. But Thancred Waters
Yeah.
just sounds like a place you'd visit.
Yeah, Thancred Waters, flash when it enters another target legendary permanent you control gains indestructible as long as you control this.
Yeah.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this gains indestructible until the end of the turn.
Well,
This is a protection card. It goes in the 99, not in the command zone. Now, granted, if you can make Nev's Disc or something like that legendary, you can just keep nuking the board over and over and over again. There is not a Nev's Disc that is legendary, unfortunately, so B1.
yeah, I'm for that. I'm for that being B1. But what about Venat, Heart of Heidelin? So 3 CMC total, 3 body. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Hero Sundering, pay 7. Tap this. Exile target non-land permanent. Shit, there's more. Transform Venat. Okay, you get one sick ass looking card. 4/4 body, God, indestructible, blessing of light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn it gains indestructible. So you have 2 indestructible things now. If that creature is legendary, go ahead and draw a card. So this isn't bad. Things that duplicate this trigger will let you draw more cards. The front side is probably the most relevant side. Legendary spells in mono white. I don't know how what the curve average looks like for this. I don't think it's particularly low. Obviously, there's Isamaru. There's stuff that's low that you can just play and draw off of. Thank God
It
you only get to do this once each turn, so it's not like you're trying to chain this and do like a Joyra thing.
it does not say legendary creature.
No, I know. Oh,
Yeah.
what did I say? Well, legendary
No, no,
spells, but
no,
I'm
just
thinking
that you
like,
went for Yusamaru as your first one. And I'm
yeah,
like,
it's like,
well, if you have like Mox Opal, it triggers off of Mox Opal.
yeah,
There's a lot of random artifacts that are just incidentally legendaries, a couple enchantments. If you do Shimmer Mirror, then you can cast those things on your opponent's
that
turns and
is
draw more than one each rotation.
probably the most important thing to do. You definitely want to have something that lets you play these cards off turn, because being able to trigger it only once each turn kind of
You know,
blows.
that is a really good point. How does the backside not fly? She's literally a god with wings.
They're very heavy ornamental wings, so
It's like Sephiroth, but not. Does the flip Sephiroth fly? We'll find out.
he might just be very tall. We'll have to look. If someone's Joda deck is gonna love this, yeah, yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
I will say,
likely.
the net just being a white draw engine that can also just exile a permanent when transforming is pretty decent, and buffing and protecting a couple things are just nice. So I'd say the net is maybe a 3, probably a 2, but the net's good.
Yeah,
Drawing like about one card each turn with built-in removal is good.
is this better
It,
getting off the white?
no, this is better Ash.
Yeah, I like her a lot. I agree with you. Do the shimmer thing. What's the other artifact creature that lets you cast things off turn?
There's Liberator. Liberator is the other one,
Liberator.
and it is a legendary.
Yeah. Liberator's pretty sick here. Um,
Zach Fair.
yeah.
Is this card fair? We're about to find out. Enters with a counter. He's an 0/1 and cost 1. Pay 1 and sacrifice him. Target creature you control gains indestructible until the end of the turn. Put this card's counters onto that creature and attach equipments attached from this to that creature. He's a Voltron commander that can just dive on the landmine for another thing and then move all the Voltron over to something else. He is very fun with counter doubling effects because you can put a ton of counters on him, sack him, move all the counters to something else. He is going to be fun in the 99 of some decks. He's not going to be good as a commander himself. B1.
No, not at all. But he's a legendary for Venat. Just
Uh,
if you need more.
we covered the next one.
Off and on, yeah, we're
Alf.
moving on. Moving on. Isn't this your favorite
Uh,
from the set, Will?
hmm?
Edgar? Isn't this your favorite?
Oh yeah, Edgar is one of my favorites. I think the one after Edgar is actually my favorite, but Edgar is up there. So Edgar is, I am going to say 6 mana because the rest of the effect is powerful and you need to know that he's 6 mana. Draw a card for each artifact you control.
Hmm.
Then, the first time you would flip one or more coins each turn, uh, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. So, couple notes for people on that second part. One, every single coin flip effect for the most part has been errata to say you flip a coin, you call whatever you want it to do, or if it comes up heads, you do what you want to do. But you win the coin flip no matter what. So even if it says you flip a coin, if it comes up tails, you win, you still win even though it comes up heads. You're just rigging it. But Edgar doesn't really care about that in the command zone because blue doesn't have great coin flip effects by itself. However, you have a ton of artifacts. Blue is the artifact color. Just by playing a bunch of mana rocks, making a bunch of Thopters with things like Psymaster, Thopterist, and things like that, you can draw a ton of cards with Edgar. If you have any flicker effects, you draw more cards. And if you
Hmm.
hit Displacer Kitten, you win the game. This is B5 in my opinion, only by the fact that you're just playing blue control, and then when you're out of cards in hand, you reload your entire hand by playing your commander, and
Mm,
then chaining things together to draw like extra 7 cards a turn.
I would go like B3 to B4 personally. It's too costly.
We can say B4 just for the sake of it,
It's
but I
really
will say
costly.
like what's his name? Tivit. Tivit is a 6-drop commander, and I think that this as a value engine is scarier than Tivit, but Tivit has combos, which is the only reason
Tivit
why I
has
think Tivit is
combos.
scary.
It's in the CZ. It's 3 colors. Like, there's a lot more going on for Tivit than a mono blue guy that's 6. Like, 6 is a
Yeah,
lot. 6 is a whole lot. And I think you're going to run out of hand or utility or value before you get to do the draws. And if you're trying to control the game and build a board of artifacts, I like that it's not non-token artifacts. Like, you can just have all, you have any assortment of artifacts no matter how you get them. In that sense, it's good. Is the draw ETB super relevant? Yeah, I think when it comes down, it will be. There's flicker effects. Obviously, you named the kitten. Thread and boom pile commander. Thread and boom pile commander. It's okay. Sure, we could put it in 4. I don't know that this is gonna win tournaments handedly. I think being locked in mono blue is rough. Mono blue is kind of
yeah.
a tough color to pilot in
But
cEDH.
speaking of mono blue commanders that may be locked into stuff, this is one that isn't, and I stand by the next one. Go Master of Mimicry. He's 3 mana. He's a 2/4 wizard that says pay XX, tap, copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies, and this ability cannot be copied, and X cannot be 0.
Mm-hmm.
This is B5 only because he lets you copy your draw effects, so he's a draw commander. He lets you copy removal effects, so he's a removal commander. He has several infinite combos just with untap effects, because if you use an untap effect in him, you can copy the untap effect a whole bunch of times, going infinite with any decently sized mana rock to make infinite mana. And then if you have any triggered ability in hand, you copy that 2 billion times to win the game. In addition to the fact that he has a whole bunch of really grindy combos, because I think you pointed out when we were talking about this before, Time Vault. There is a land that is Time Vault that he combos with to take infinite turns, just by the fact that you find the land, play the land, and at some point you just need to go tap the land, do the thing, untap the land, tap, copy the effect one time,
What's the
win
name
the
of the
game.
land again? Do you remember the name?
Magosi of the Watervale, I believe.
Well, I'm going to try my best to spell that. Okay, yeah, we got it. Um,
So with Magosi, the combo with Magosi is you have it in play already. You have not done your land for turn. Then you tap it, untap it with some other effect, and then you use the final effect to tap it, remove the counter from it, bounce it, and copy that with Go-Go at least once. Then, with copying that effect, you take 2 extra turns, you skip one of the extra turns because of the second effect, and then you play your land for the turn, move to your extra turn, untap, repeat. So with this, you just need an untap effect, Go-Go, and Magosi to go infinite, and it's not terribly mana intensive. The only real interaction that people can have with this as well is the activated ability to untap it and replaying the land or trying to activate some of the land abilities. People don't have a lot of land removal. So it's it is a commander with a ton of combos and a ton of value. B5 only because he can do a little bit of everything and he has about 7 or 8 different win cons and can grind.
well, I mean, you need to copy target activated or triggered abilities. So you're putting in cards that would have your draw or would have your whatever effect you're looking to use. And
Even if it's like Mystic Remora, you just copy the pay 4 trigger to say, okay, pay 4 6 times. Well, not 6 times. Six is you're not paying 12 mana for that.
yeah.
But pay 4 like 1 extra time or 2 extra times. It's an occasional extra draw. Um, he just does enough off of usually copying an effect once.
What are the best cards? What are the best cards in your deck? Like what are the value pieces that you're going to manipulate turn after turn? So he's 3 and you need to spend at least 1 and 1, so 2, right?
Yeah. Magosi is the one to go for. There's the crappy fish thing that's also ETB skip your turn, LTB take an extra turn. There's things you can do with that, but that's way less relevant in my opinion. We talked about things that you can do with Isochron Scepter, but that's not too important. The main
Isochron
things
Scepter
that,
works off itself. Like
yeah,
Isochron dramatic reversal,
I
like that's its
I
own
will
thing.
say, Gogo can ramp. You can just copy fetch lands.
Yeah, yeah. For the low cost of 2, you get 2 lands out of your deck, and you're gonna fish out a bunch of islands. Mm,
He I'm just saying that he does enough and has a couple different combos that I think he's good enough. With the untap combos, those are a little bit more difficult to pull off, only because you need a bigger mana rock like Gilded Lotus, something that taps for 3 usually.
Sure.
But if you're just doing blue control, drawing a couple extra cards with Go-Go here and there, and occasionally paying a bit more to make your fetch lanes work, I think he ramps up just by the fact that he can do a little bit of everything. I think he's
Yeah,
V5
it feels a
because he
little. It just feels a little win more. Like I'm not gonna copy Ristic study triggers. Like I don't give a shit about that. And then you're wasting your tap to do that, right?
well,
It's
if you're
like
doing it on somebody's turn right before your turn, you usually don't care.
sure, but you're holding up mana for other stuff, and then maybe you get to do that. Or it's I hate that it's not. It's only activated or triggered abilities. Obviously, it'd be great if you can
So
copy
any
spells.
ability.
No. I mean, yes. I mean, I would rather just copy spells. Copying spells would be pretty legit
Well,
on something that
copy
can untap
spells would
itself.
make him go infinite with dramatic
I
effects.
know,
So
I know, I know. As it stands, yeah, he's just like a value mander that gets to value off of things that you would otherwise be playing.
he's a value
Uh,
mander that values off of literally everything because everybody uses activated and triggered abilities.
how does this work with the One Ring?
Uh, like copying the draw effects.
Yeah,
I can't. I think the One Ring's draw is not as the cost put the counter on it. It's part of the resolution is put the counter
I
on it,
forget.
so he can stack up the One Ring to speed it up faster.
Right, yeah. When it enters the battlefield, blah blah blah. Put a burden counter on the One Ring, then draw a card for each burden counter
His
on the One
pay
Ring.
X is basically untap and tap the One Ring a second time, or an X amount of
I
times.
would put it at 4. I would, if
Okay,
anything, in I don't know. I'm not that high on it. Any
I
monocolored commander, like I am hard pressed to say it's a 5, like
I
with
would not be
consistency.
surprised to see Gogo take a tournament only because if you find Expedition map and no one kills Gogo, you just win.
Why? You just get your Magosi and then get
Yeah,
something
Magosi,
else.
and you
Yeah,
take
yeah.
infinite turns because it's you pay 3 mana and you just need the untap effect.
Right. So you would go. I guess you'd get Magosi. You need enough lands. What is the mana count to make that work? Because you need a blue to do the Eon counter thing, right?
So you need to tap Magosi for a blue. To do the thing immediately, you need to untap Magosi and then tap Magosi again. In the worst case scenario, you can just choose to skip a turn, which sucks, and I don't recommend that.
No,
But
that's bad.
it's pay a blue, tap Magosi, untap Magosi with some other effect, then pay 2 and tap Magosi a second time to win. So it's 3 mana.
Hmm. What do you? What's the win? You're beating them to death
You're drawing
with
your
something
deck, making
else.
infinite mana, taking infinite turns.
Taking infinite turns for sure. You don't have infinite mana. I guess you're just pulling
Well, it's
into.
infinite mana due to infinite turns,
If
but
you
yeah, you're
fail, if you fail, do you just have a bunch of skip your turns stacked up?
no, because what you do is
You get a free. You get your
you
free
get
turn, free
you're getting
turn.
2 extra turns and skipping 1 turn, so
Okay.
these cancel out, and you always just have an extra turn. On that extra turn, you repeat.
This has to be your land for that turn, though. This has to be the land for the turn you play it on.
Correct, but inevitably you're going to be paying 4 mana into Go-Go instead of 2 mana into Go-Go, and then you take 2 turns, and then you can play an extra land if you want to play an extra land.
Okay, we can leave him at 4 for now. I'm not. I want to see it played. I definitely
Yeah,
want to see it played. But what
I
about
would not be surprised to see him win a tournament. I want to put him at 5, but I can live with him at 4.
when
Next
you?
is Hermes. When you cast a non-creature, make a 1/1 burb with flying and vigilance. Whenever you attack with one or more burbs, scry 2. He makes a lot of bodies. He can do a lot of things pretty quickly, and he can scry cards. I would say maybe B3, but probably B2. I'll
Who's
let you
our
decide.
Who's our Drake generator again? Our boy
Uh,
with the waves crashing on the
Tam
waves.
something, I think.
He's like a
The main
merfolk.
difference
He's a
is
merfolk that makes 2/2 drakes. I don't think he gets to scry though.
he makes 2/2 drakes with flying. Hermes makes 1/1 drakes or 1/1 birds with vigilance and flying, and Hermes does it off of any non-creature, whereas the other one does it off of instants and sorceries.
Is it specifically instants and sorceries?
It is specifically instants and
Oh, okay.
sorceries.
I would say that Hermes is just a little bit better. I mean, having 1/1 blockers is pretty legit too. So you always got something to throw at Timna. I mean,
And
he's a
just
2/4 itself, so it's like
yeah,
pretty
vomiting
gas.
out like artifacts and then skull clamping birds is also just a fine value generation system.
Yeah, I like this as like a B3. I think that's pretty solid. I mean, if you
Yeah,
want to go wide, this will go wide. Doesn't matter what you're doing. But also, like you said, I do think that Skull Clamp is your best friend in this list. You're definitely gonna, and like you're gonna get there too with the Scry 2 attack with one or more birds. Yeah, you'll get there.
yeah.
Slowly, but you'll get there.
Next we got First Brood. I'm just gonna say 5 mana, and it's a 5/5 flying vigilance with ward 2 ETB, and when you cast an on creature spell, target creature target creature gains +1/+0 and cannot be blocked this turn until the end of the turn.
Ooh.
This is fun just by the fact that you can make other people's stuff unblockable and buff other people's stuff just kind of out of nowhere, so you can swing games randomly. But 5 mana as a joke commander is a B1.
Ward 2 though.
Yeah, Ward 2, but joke effect more than anything.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. But what about Jill Shiva's Dominant? She's 3 mana. She's a 2/2 body. When Jill enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Yeah, okay. You can pay 5 tapper, exile Jill, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. And guess what you get? Shiva, bitches. I will be your monster no more. Mesmerize. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. You do that twice. That's right. Get your ninja decks ready. Cold Snap. Tap all lands your opponents control. Exile Shiva, then return it to the battlefield. If only it put some sort of counter on them so that they couldn't untap. Well, it's kind of cool. Winter Orb deck. It's fine. She's not very good. I think we
She
talked.
can annoy people, she can disrupt people. When she flips back, she bounces another permanent to its owner's hand. It's relative disruption here and there, but just tap a thing, then tap a thing, then tap lands is basically just a bad Grand Abolisher effect for the last part.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of setup for Grand Abolisher. B1.
I'm gonna put. I put her in B1. I feel that same way. What about Lulu?
But next, though, Lulu, 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever an opponent attacks you or target creature, whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you. Put a stun counter on that creature. Pay 3 and a blue. Proliferate. So decent Super Friends commander. Just because if somebody if people are trying to attack stuff, you just keep putting stun counters on them. You keep proliferating. You make it so people can't keep hitting your planeswalkers, and you have a pay way to proliferate your commanders in the command zone. B3 only because you have the not anything that you can do to combo, but protection and benefits on Super Friends and other counter shenanigans.
Is there like a fun thing to do with? I mean, proliferate on a stick, like infinite mana proliferate. What? When do you?
There
I get what
are
you're
a bunch
saying. Super friends, like you could definitely do like ultimates and just ultimate the shit out of people. It's kind of cool.
There's a couple random creatures that just have remove a counter from this to make mana. There's enough effects
Yeah,
that you
actually,
could probably go infinite with the final proliferate effect.
right. There's
Like
that weird
Training Grounds, that one thing that just says pay
activated
2, put a counter
abilities.
on this, remove a counter from this to make a mana of any color. There's the crystalline crawler. There's the thing that's Catalyted or whatever it's called, the bug that you
Yeah,
remove a counter from it to make 2
crystal.
mana for only activated abilities. There's the
Yeah,
horse from I think like Chronicles or
he makes
something like
mana.
that.
The horse makes mana. Mana is it called mana horse. Is it?
Maybe
Is it just called mana horse?
I
Wait, is it that easy? There's no way. There's no way. Workhorse. Workhorse.
workhorse.
I was really close.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, comes into play with 4/1/1 counters. Obviously, it's a 6 cost body, but you get the idea. There's the I honestly the proliferate business is the thing I'm most interested in because you can use
Yeah.
activated abilities cost blah, and if you do activated abilities cost blah, is there a way to? What's the one that reduces it by 2?
Training Ground. You have Training Ground and you
Right.
have Illusionist Bracers, which basically do the same thing of
Ooh,
they make it so that you're
yeah,
paying half, more or less.
yeah. Oh man, Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu can go infinite pretty easily, but it does not have like a self useful effect to go infinite. Because even just putting infinite +1/+1 counters on a couple of those creatures That's not going to be ending games because everybody has chump blockers at that point.
I want to say
But
she's
actually,
B.
I was going to say that stun counters.
Yeah,
She's moving stun counters around. I guess people don't have blockers.
yeah, they're never gonna block again. They will never block again. Lulu's kind of cool. I would put her at B3. I think there's a game
Yeah,
plan, and I think I don't want to undersell the proliferate. You can do this more than once each turn because I don't think we've had a proliferate commander quite like this. Am I mistaken? Where you just had it on tap, you just needed mana. That's kind of
I don't
cool.
think we've ever had like a pay to proliferate commander. I don't even think we've had like a
An
good pay to
effect,
proliferate
right?
effect.
Period. Without tapping the thing,
Yeah,
without it being limited. Yeah, this is really cool. I honestly kind of glazed over that. I think she's a little bit cooler than I don't. I'm going to say than we're giving her credit for because I think we evaluated her pretty fairly there. Let us
yeah.
know if there's anything for Lulu that you guys want to do. But I mean,
Considering
I
all
like Lulu a lot.
make
So
mana off of counters things or artifacts in blue, she might be B4 just by the fact that you can tutor for things and combo pretty easily, but B3.
yeah,
B3.
yeah. And there's plenty of artifact tutors to find the things we were talking about. Matoya
Next though,
though,
yeah, card that's either being B5 if I can get you to agree to it, or at least B4. Matoya is 3 for a 1/4. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. There are a crap ton of 2 mana effects in the game that just say scry or surveil when blank happens, either by this attacking, it tapping, start of the turn, end of the turn, so on. There are a lot of effects on 2, a ton of effects on 3. You will get to the point where you are drawing a fresh 7 off of Matoya pretty quickly. Um, at that point, you just do blue control, or just win with Foracle after controlling
right?
out the entire game.
Do you use like the wonky like 2 cost counters that like scry or whatever? Like, do you use some of the wanky?
That's draw a card at this point. Like
It's
that's
cantrip,
maybe.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's not even like it's better than cantrip, because this doesn't replace the scry or surveil. Like you still do that, and then
Yeah,
you
it just
draw.
happens as a trigger after.
Yeah, draw. And that thing you saw that you left on top, draw it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Matoya is really cool. Like turning all of your, because this I feel like this unlocks a few cards that were maybe otherwise pretty meh. Um, not to say that you should jam this deck full of like nonsensical things. How much scry or surveil do you actively want in Matoya, and then how much of the list do you leave up to having I guess it's just lab man. Am I wrong? Like, do you not just like storm into
yeah.
your
It's
own
just
lab man
Labman,
and or
Foracle, and Lab Jace.
yeah,
Just
I
run those 3 and just win.
yeah, I feel like this is the best mono blue legend we've seen from this set. I already feel like it's a 5 personally. Like when you have okay, so it's a 3 for a 1/4 super relevant blocker. You're never going to go sideways. You always have a good blocker for the Timna list, and you just draw and play blue shit. And we all know blue is really potent. The only issue is that you can run out of steam. So you're going to run out of hand or run out of mana, one or the other, right? But this lets you just pull into those things by using card quality effects. It feels pretty good. It feels like a really good engine in blue, whether you use it in the CZ or not. I like it a lot. I like this card a whole lot. I think
I
Matoya
will
is.
also I will also say it has an infinite combo. Curator of Mysteries. It's a 4 mana Sphinx that says when you discard a card, scry 1.
Yeah, yeah,
Go to
yeah.
end step, discard to hand size, draw deck.
What other yeah, what other Matoya combos do we have other than that?
That is the one.
Is it just that? Is it just that?
It is that one. I've looked. I have looked.
Yeah, that's so good, dude. I imagine if she was in freaking Demir, dude. My God, she'd be such a fucking mess in
Demir
Demir.
or is it? Is it has a ton of scry effects. Demir has a ton of surveil
Right, you
effects.
have
Like
that like black.
gross.
You could reanimate that one black nightmare or horror that just lets you pay life to surveil and then just like draw. Basically,
Yeah,
draw till you functionally find your
build a
combo.
necro.
Yeah, it's so damn good. Even better because you just you get it instantaneously while getting card quality. Mateus, hello all, getting ready for pre-release. I'm giddy to maybe get to play Naj on a pre-release. Yeah, and hopefully the Cloud Strife Naj.
Yeah.
Good luck
Well, no,
with
that's
that.
the thing. He's saying if he pulls one from a pack, he's playing that in
Oh, I
pre-release.
guess I guess it would have to be that Najila. You're so right. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't think they reprinted her elsewise.
She didn't. She's
So
not reprinted. Other than that,
yeah, good luck with that.
yeah. Hope you do okay. Speaking of okay,
Oh, the
tap
stretch. It's a
remove a
little bit of
counter from a
stretch.
non-land permanent. Draw a card.
All right. Well, what are the combos? Tell the people. Give them what they want to know.
There's not really combos, but remove cumulative upkeep keep drawing extra cards. You can do
Oh,
shenanigans
I
with
think
Saga.
Mystic Owaka, the
Yeah,
traveling merchant.
Mr. Gamora sticks around just permanently with sorry, I was gonna say with Glacial Chasm, but we went over this in the Discord. It is non-land. You can't do stuff with Urza Saga. You can't do stuff
Yeah.
with Glacial Chasm. But there are a couple sagas that are just brutal. There's a saga that I think bounces all creatures except for the large sea creatures. You know, like serpent, kraken, octopus, stuff like that. You can use a Oka
Owaka?
to.
Owaka?
Hmm? Oh,
Owaka? I don't know.
okay. Um, you can use him to remove the counter in response to the effect, bounce him, replay him, and then on the next main phase, repeat, and just board lock everybody off of creatures. Um, he does work just by the fact that he can grind, and he's a better version of a 4 mana commander that's existed in the past and people have done fun stuff with. That was kind of more of a bracket 1 commander, got a little bit better with sagas. I think Okada does it better, so I'd say like bracket 2, bracket 3.
I'll put him in bracket 3. I'd be curious to play him in the CZ because he's low cost as well. I put Matoya up at bracket 5. I can, you can argue she's more along the lines of bracket 4, being monocolor, than obviously having to use cards we sort of strayed away from these days, like different scry or surveil effects, and they need to be specifically those words. It's not like look at the top. You need the cards that specifically say scry and surveil.
But a
So
lot of effects were errata to become surveils, so
yeah,
keep an
this is
eye out
true.
for that
This is
for
true.
all of you folks running that stuff.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see some Matoya lists, but so far I'd say that's maybe the only bracket 5
Also,
we've seen.
Also, we totally forgot to
Potentially
bring
a
up the
bracket 5.
fact that Matoya with like just all of the random cantrip effects, you have a ton of 1 mana draw 2 effects in Matoya. Like you
Mm-hmm.
just go opt, scry 1, draw 2.
So good. Like if you're trying to hold mana for your opponent's turns, you have that, and you likely probably found a rock while you were doing that as well. So play that shit.
The
Uh,
one time when Ponder is the worst cantrip.
Quistis Trap. For two
Quiz
generic.
Disrupt ETB, you may target an instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, spend mana and type to cast it. If it would be put into the graveyard this after this, exile it. Uh, Snapcaster Mage that hits other people's graveyards but without flash. That bracket one.
Yeah, sorcery speed Snapcaster is not as exciting. Love Riku. Is there other art for Riku? We get full art. Okay. That's
Yeah, we got
okay.
extended art.
Riku. Oh, I read her off really quick. She's 3 generic, 3 total, 2 3 body. Whenever you put one or more counters on creature until the end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. That's neat. But they can be blocked by creatures you control. Steal for generic and tap. Move a counter from a creature an opponent controls onto a creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. All right, well, what is the combo here?
There is no combo. Relying on your opponents to have very specific counters is not a combo.
Yeah,
I will say
blues.
very fun disruption though.
Yeah. Blue's not really great for this. Yeah, Riku's gonna go bracket 1. Sorry, girl. Such a
Yeah.
shame. Such a shame. Ultimatia,
Uh,
though.
yeah, Ultimatia, 6 mana for ETB. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Edric, but 6 mana and in your command zone in blue, you are in your extra turn colors. So if there is an extra turn Edric deck, this is it. But 6 mana. It opens up blockers, which is very useful because that means that you are drawing a lot of cards when this enters just by swinging. You can chain together extra turns, but if you want to do 6 mana to chain together draws and try to go infinite, just play Edgar. He's literally the same thing, but you just play good cards.
I
You
feel
don't need to
like
build into him.
I feel like this will be like a pretty good pre-release bomb. Let me know if anyone cast Ultimatia and just like ripped their
Yeah, if
opponent.
you draft this in your pre-release, you're doing well because 6 mana, tap all blockers, and then connect for 3 creatures to draw 3 is a pretty decent bomb in Ultimatia.
Is it draw
Or in like
one? Draw one or draw three? Whenever a creature you
you connect
control.
with 3 things, it's 3. Because it's Toski. It's Toski wording.
By itself though, is this like B1?
This is playable. It can actually do stuff. You're in blue, so you can make a lot of Thopters for like an artifact deck or something. You can do gross things, but I think that 6 hampers it, so I'd say B2. It could be B3, but I'll say B2.
I'm good with B2.
Ultros, 2 mana for whenever you cast a non-creature spell. If at least 4 mana was spent for this, or was spent for it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent on it, put 8 counters on this. It is a 2/1. That means that if you cast a big thing like 3 times, you're eventually going to start one-tapping people. Casting stuff, putting stun counters on creatures your opponents control, and tapping them is just a nice disruption tool if you're doing proliferate stuff. But if you want to play a dangerous blue octopus that technically costs 2 mana, play Octavia. Octavia kind of does the
Yeah,
same thing, but better.
this is
And has Ward
super.
8.
This is pretty quirky, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's really funny. It's fine. I don't think there's enough like free cost spells that are high up there. But does that even work with this? Wait a minute.
You need to pay the mana.
Yeah, no, this is bad. I would put this in bracket one.
Yeah, agreed.
Is this the Y'shtola we were looking for?
No. I will read this off. Y'shtola, 6 mana at the beginning of your end step. Exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if this is the first end step, there is an additional end step after it. Bracket 1. And the only reason I'm saying this is there are not enough good end of turn effects in blue. And almost all of them are Conjurer's Closet effects like this, so it just multiplies your flickers.
And it's
It
6.
so bad.
And it's 6. I just don't understand, Y'shtola.
If you want to play a Flicker Commander, play the Flicker Thassa, the second Thassa, which also exiles and returns the thing under your control.
Right.
Instead of exile creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. So with Thassa, you can hijack something, flicker it, and you keep it. With
Way
Y'shtola,
better.
you hijack something, flicker it, and give it back.
Yeah, I guess Braga is even better than this. There's a few things that are better than this.
We're like around a third of the way through, Patrick.
Are we a third of the way through? That's more progress than
About a
I.
third of the way through, I
Okay,
think.
guys. Well, look, here are the rest of our legends. If you can't tell, we're playing speed review, right? So if we do miscategorize something or miss something, let us know. And thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you guys have a happy, lucky pre-release. We already got someone in the chat who went second at theirs, so that's really dope. Whew, I need to call my local game store, see if I can get in on one tomorrow, or at least buy the pre-release kits. I usually buy a couple kits to just crack. At any rate, we're on black.
Yep. Starting off with Ardian the Usurper. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile a creature card from from a graveyard. If that card was exiled this way, you create a... if you exile the card this way, interesting, so you don't get to steal your opponent's grave. You create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. So I misread this the first time I read it. This is God Pharaoh's Gift, but in the command zone and in black. You can do Reanimator stuff. I think that the OG Shieldred is usually just better than this, though, but Flying Lifelink Haste, Menace Lifelink Haste is just good keywords to slap on a thing.
Yeah,
so,
he himself is not a demon, so you kind of miss out on that. But you are making them at the beginning of combat, so I don't know. It's 8 mana for 9/9 of value, pending creature in graveyard.
I would say just play OG Shieldred because it makes your opponent sack things and reanimate stuff for you. I'd say at least B2 because you do get a lot of keywords on things and you can view lifelink on certain things. So at least B2, maybe
so
B1.
damn costly is my thing. I'm okay either way, but like that's expensive. Even in black, the ritual deck, like that's costly, dude. Like you can call a few creatures, but recasting this guy is going to be a bitch. Sure, we can go B1 or B2. I mean, either way.
We can go B1. I think we're probably going to have a lot of things B1. Might as well just start off the first black.
We're gonna go the opposite direction now with a 1-cost Cecil.
Yeah, Cecil Dark Knight, a 1-mana 2/3 Death Touch. Whenever it deals combat damage, you lose that much life. Then If your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap and transform, and it untaps into a 4/4 lifelinker. When this attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible until the end of the turn. It's a very efficient body. It's in very interesting colors. It cares about making you lose life and regaining life, and it cares about you having a big board. Unfortunately, this is a deck that cares about making you lose life and then cares about punching after, not regaining life specifically. So it does not have a solid game plan.
I put it in B1 already.
Yeah, agreed. This next one is definitely not B1 though.
Fan Daniel.
Fan Daniel. I'm a fan of Daniel.
Me too.
4 and a black, legendary creature. Elder Wizard. This is the first time that we've gotten a non-racial subtyping on Wizard. Because we have Arcanus and the squad that are just straight up wizards. This
Yeah.
is the first time where it's like, yes, he's an Elder Wizard. An Elder what? Wizard. No, I get that, but like, he's an old what? Wizard.
Right. But he's an old
What?
wizard, what, relative to the lifespan of other wizards? So like what makes him older than other wizards? Like
Yeah.
what age do you hit to where you become an elder? At any rate.
And Gandalf's entering his midlife crisis over here with his gray beard.
Yeah, exactly.
In Fandaniel has gotten so old that he hit that alopecia grind set and doesn't even have facial hair anymore. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Surveil 1. At the beginning of your end
Ooh.
step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant or sorcery card in your graveyard. They die. If they do not sack a thing, they die. Because eventually you're getting to the point where you are just slapping them for 20 between surveilling off of this, self-mill effects, and just playing spells. You're killing people.
Could Elder Tribal ever be a thing? I need to look at how many subtype elders we have, but that's a good
I
question. Not in mono
think
black.
that got played on Command Zone at some point. They used Morphon as the commander, and they just had like a whole bunch of Elder avatars and things like that. Like it was
Geezer dot deck.
I think it was Avatar. I think they did Avatar Tribal.
That's kind of cool.
But Elder Tribal is a
Ooh,
potentially good thing. The only issue is a lot of Elders are like tribal style stuff, and they're not the same tribe.
I would love to do elders in cars getting wins. So like an elder vehicle deck. I'm sure there's a B1 list for that, but is Fandaniel? Is
This
this
is
B
Fandaniel removal tribal.
B3 B4?
I think B4 only because you just play him and then just keep reanimating him and killing stuff. Like, you don't need any other game plan. It is just all of the removal and all of the protection, and people die.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you've got so much good removal in this color too. So like you're not hurting for options because yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely with you. You just don't let them keep a board, basically. 51 cards at this point. Respect your elders. 51's really close. That's half a deck right there, right?
Yeah, that you usually only need like 38 for a tribal deck, so
Yeah.
you can do that. Next, though, we have Fang. Fearless, I'm not going to try to pronounce that last part. Mono black, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, draw a card, lose 1 life, trigger only once per turn. Yes, this works with another commander, Vanille.
Do you want to just look at Vanilla now as well?
Well, no, because you cannot run Vanille in a Fang deck. So
but you can run Fang in a
Fang
Vanilla
by
deck.
Fang's self, but then we have to judge a Vanille with Ragnarok.
Well, Vanille with Fang in the 99 slash.
Well, yes, but that's in the 99. It's more like Vanille with Ragnarok, because Ragnarok is the thing you have access to.
Yeah, Ragnarok's pretty sick.
But weirdly enough, Fang
is good.
Yeah, like Fang's actually good because you're in the reanimate colors, so things are going to be leaving your graveyard. You get a good amount of draw. I wish that this was the morph or the merge. Is it morph or merge? Meld. I wish that this was the actual meld card as opposed to Vanille, because this is really decent draw. I'd say by itself, like B2 only because it's monocolor and we have better black draw commanders, but like I could easily be talked up to a B3.
Well, I won't talk you there. It is limited to once per turn, but it's not like you can't do this effect off turn. And
It's not like reassembling skeleton isn't instant speed.
yeah, or like scrabbling claws or whatever effect you want, because you don't need to do anything relevant necessarily. You just need to remove something from a graveyard, and that could be as simple as removing, specifically your graveyard. That could be as simple as removing a card by exiling it as well, which you have plenty of options for. So yeah, this is a good draw. This is really decent draw. There's no necessarily a game plan for this. It's just value. Not in the same way Matoya is just value. Matoya has combos that work with just decking out. Where this is,
Mitoya is value cracked out in the back alley. Like,
yeah, it's kind of weird that Matoya is also. I mean, Matoyas are rare as opposed to an uncommon, I suppose. But Matoya is not locked to once per turn. Imagine if she was, we wouldn't have. She would be nowhere near the top of the list or bracket 5. Fang, I'm going to
yeah.
agree with you that this is bracket 2. It's a little bit more playable than everything else we've seen. What about Gaius?
Gaius, 4 mana for when this enters, choose one. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice. Each
Token?
player sacrifices a non-token creature of their
Oh, it's a
choice.
little bit better.
Or each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. This is just
Oh,
ETB, what's it called? A flesh bag marauder.
a little bit more versatile flesh bag.
But I would not run flesh bag as my commander.
No, is flashbag 3 or 4? Flashbag's
3.
3. Okay, okay.
We got a 2 mana flesh bag in Modern Horizons 3.
This is a B1 flashbag. Look,
Yeah.
look, I love that it hits enchantments. It's cool. We're finally getting solutions, people.
I
It's
would
not good.
love if it was an artifact legendary creature so that you could go, who you calling flesh bag?
Yeah, it's Gaius is not high on the list. Sorry, folks. A lot of the uncommon, there aren't that many uncommons that really break the mold. There is an Ultimatia that's pretty decent in the uncommon
Yeah.
slot.
Interceptor, Shadow's Hound. 4 mana for a menace creature that says assassins you control have menace. When you attack with one or more legendary creatures, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, return this from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. This is just a self-reviving threat with a bit of evasion. You could probably do something with this, but I think it's probably better in the 99 of a deck where you want to just keep sacrificing a specific thing, like Greven. You're
Yeah,
probably putting this in a Greven deck.
I'll pull up Griffin for you guys. Where, where? Do you guys remember Griffin?
I remember Greven.
Grevin's
He
still,
looks like he's holding the Shadow Spear.
yeah, he's kind of dope. I actually don't mind Grevin.
Yeah.
He was
Built a
a
casual Greven deck. It was just hijack and sack. The deck was called Mr. Steal Yo Girl.
that's actually better than hijack and sack. That just rolls off the tongue so neatly. Interceptor, you are a good boy, and you're gonna go into bracket 1.
We number one.
Jacked.
Jest.
Jacked. I think it's jacked.
Ject.
Yeah.
Ject. 4 mana for a 4/3 with Menace. Whenever Ject deals damage to a player, you may exile and return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. The transformed side is a Saga that is a 7/7 Menace Saga Nightmare. And 1 and 2, each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. And 3, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. You do not flip back. You sacrifice this after the fact. I will say, if you find Hex Parasite, you're going to be having a lot of dumb fun with this commander just by bouncing between making people discard and making people sack. But as just a general commander, not great unless you're running a ton of reanimation or ways to get him back.
But in a pre-release, get fucked.
In a pre-release, that's not happening.
Fucked. But imagine you go Owaka, you go Demir, and you play Jacked in Owaka, and you're just like, I'm gonna remove that counter. You get to do the discard thing again. I'll draw a card. I'm gonna remove. You get to do the discard thing. I'll draw a card. I'll swing 7/7 menace at you. 7/7 menace.
That is funny. I totally forgot that we have a Hex Parasite.
The combo.
That you could draft along this.
You got the combo. It's pretty legit. I mean, that's please tell me if you live that
dream. You're drawing 2 every single turn, and your opponent is discarding a card every single turn. They are card neutral. You are up 3 every single turn.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, I think Demir looks pretty strong here if you've got like a combo like that going for you. Let me know what you guys, if you you've played already today. Let me know the kind of combos you played or the top cards, the MVPs from the set. I'm very curious to know what you guys found. They don't need to be legendary. What you found were the best cards from the set. God, I'm so
I,
excited to try this
you
set out.
know, I actually want to change how I said this card's a little bit hard to play in the command zone because one thing I totally forgot. It's a
Manache?
saga creature.
Oh,
You can run all the crappy 1 mana target thing when it dies this turn, it reanimates. You can just run all of those and keep
yeah.
getting him back pretty easily. So you have like 20 something good reanimates that you can run in this deck, and you're drawing 2 cards off of him before you get to the flip,
The
or before
lore
you get to the sack.
the lore counter is placed at the beginning of
Main
your
phase.
main phase, right? What's the timing for that? How would you save this from the Saga 3?
Well, Saga 3, you either have the Hex Parasite, or you just go trigger everyone's sacks in response to the sack trigger. I'm going to pay 1 black for whatever it is, rebirth,
Unearth or
ghost form,
yeah.
Kai's ghost forms, an enchantment.
Goryo's
One of the things
Vengeance.
that
Goryo's
one of the
Vengeance?
things that's just
Yeah.
reanimate the thing if it dies this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I'd say like this can do some mean stuff by the fact that it's just in a commander setting. Everybody's discarding an extra card every turn, and you're drawing an extra card every turn. Uh, I'd say like bracket 3. You could do some mean stuff here.
Yeah, I like Checked a lot. I think it's a really sick card, and the Menace makes it so legit. Like you're gonna flip it very easily. This is the easiest flip anything we've seen from the set so far. Like everything else has a high cost to flip on top of it. I do like the one we saw earlier that also exiles a permanent Venat. Uh,
Yeah.
Top 1, 2, and 3 in my pre-release all played red black wizards. Really, no shit. So yourself included. Your line of play was
Yeah.
Kuja, Queen, or Black Waltz. Black Waltz is sick as fuck. I'm excited to get to Black Waltz. Black Waltz is very good. Sorry,
Next, though, we have my main man, Kane.
my main man
Traitorous
Kane.
Dragoon.
Gotta go
He's
for it.
dragooning. Had a friend that wanted me to say that. Jump. During your turn, Kane has flying. He is a 3 mana 2/4 in mono black. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, draw that many cards and create that many tapped treasures and lose that much life. The reason why Kane is really, really good is 2 reasons. One, home path. So you
Yeah.
just keep getting him back. 2, Doomsday. He gets you the mana for Doomsday and draws you the Doomsday pile to win the game. If you have any way to buff Kane, you get a lot of value. The only thing is, you cannot do more than 20 damage with Kane, because if you do, you kill the player with commander damage, they can't gain control of Kane, and then you don't get the treasures, you don't get the draw, you don't get anything. But if you play correctly, you can get a lot of mana and get a lot of draw with Kane, and then just swarm. Because you have a full hand and a ton of mana to play with.
So you're gonna make a Kane's Day pile.
Yeah.
Um, Honestly, I love Doomsday decks. I always love trying to make sort of off meta Doomsday stuff work. I feel like Kane is a really good slicer in mono black, right?
Yeah, even in just using him as a slicer, yeah, because he has built-in evasion, and you're passing him around, and everybody wants to get draw off of him.
Right.
Also, by the way, Patrick, it isn't a Kane's Day pile; it's a Dragoon's Day pile.
I really like Kane. I'm gonna say Kane is like bracket.
He
Oh
has a
man, bracket.
Doomsday combo, and he does fill your hand, and has a very easy way to make him just
Okay,
a
okay.
effect for you. I'll say B4 only because you just have to hit a tutor.
No, yeah,
You're in
no.
black. That's your whole
Frankly,
game plan. So
yeah.
I'd say, and even like passing him around just at 2 power isn't too bad. Like
No.
that doesn't hurt you too much.
Do
So
you run
I'd say
a
like yeah,
expedition map even just to like cleanly get homeward path out? You don't really want to use a DT for homeward path or anything like that, but
yeah. But
Kane is really good. I like Kane.
if you have to use DT to guarantee that you're drawing 5 cards a turn, I'm paying that. I'm happily paying that.
Yeah, and you know what's usually safe? Lands. Like homeward
Yeah.
path is going to stick, and it used to just be tech for all the damned Gilded Drakes of the world, but Gilded Drake has sort of fallen out of favor these days. Like, dude, it's so funny because this is the inverse reason you'd use homeward path, and it's in black. It's so weird. Kane is a really cool legendary. Though I remember when we spoiled this, we talked about it pretty in depth. One of our past streams. I'll encourage you to watch those and some of
Yes.
our deck builds. They come out pretty okay. I
Yeah.
think we want to do Kane though on the channel.
Patrick, you're also showing the wrong card art for Kane.
Oh,
He has good alt art.
oh shit. Oh wait,
Yeah.
I don't think I saw this. Oh yeah, that's sick. Good luck pulling that. Oh shit, that looks so good. Yeah, Kane is probably my favorite character from
And the
four.
first time that Patrick swore on the stream, well today, so
Is it
that was
true?
quite rude. Speaking of rude, Reno and rude.
Oh my god.
Um,
I don't believe that, but okay.
no, today.
I feel like I feel like I cursed before that. Go on.
Maybe I don't know. I couldn't remember. It was also just perfectly timed.
No, go for it.
Menace. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play that exiled card using mana of any type to cast it. B1, crap Ragavan.
I
Uh,
love Martin. I love that Gilder Drake's still $150. My God, I remember selling my Gilder Drake for like $60, and I'm like, wow, I'm getting way more than like I bought a game off of it. I'm like, I'm getting way more than this is worth. Shit, that's insane. I stopped. I when I picked up Commander again, I bought into blue. I bought into all the reserveless cards. I don't know why I sold it. What a segue. Yeah. Will, what do you think? Is this a good
for
card?
Reno and Rude, B1.
Yeah, B1. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. There wasn't much to say about these boys. Although the Turks in the game have the best theme music. Final Fantasy VII. Listen to the Turks theme. I know Tifa's theme's really. All the themes in that game are really good. I really like the Turks music a lot. I had a double disc uh, Nobuo Uematsu, like the game music in my Saab 93 that I would listen to when I drove to school when I moved from Stafford to Fredericksburg. I listened to that and Maroon 5 Songs About Jane. Don't ask me why. And T Rex. Those are the three albums I kept in my car. But Final Fantasy, I always listened to Final Fantasy 7 music when I was driving.
Well,
Don't know
speaking
why.
of Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier.
Yeah.
Whenever
Flying.
this
He's flying.
enters
Flying.
or
Just to answer the question, he's
he
flying.
does have flying. Yeah, I
Okay.
know. I checked that as well. Whenever he enters and attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do draw a card, decent card draw. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses one life and you gain one life. Blood Artist, or sorry, target opponent. Notable for Sacred Minor. And then, if this is the fourth time this trigger has resolved, transform. As this transforms, you get an emblem, which is Blood Artist, and when this attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures you control if you do draw a card.
Mm.
Um, that is a lot of one Blood Artist in the command zone, and two an engine that works off of Blood Artist stuff. Like you just want stuff to die off of. Well, in a deck where you want this stuff to die, this is your
Outlet.
ability to have stuff die and draw you cards, and B, an outlet for having things die. So if you're running Blood Artist combos, this is your Blood Artist. In addition to the fact that the backside will just let you go, I don't need any of this. Pick up half your deck.
And literally, you don't even need Sephiroth on the battlefield. You get the emblem, and you're like, okay, my outlet's there now eternally. So I just need to find the solution. And you sacrificing your board is you finding the solution. Sephiroth is actually really solid mono black commander because it has a game plan. You have all the tutors in the world. This isn't limited by any amount. You get to draw cards when you're entering and attacking. Like if you just play Lightning Greaves the turn before, you get to do this twice, provided you've built up a board of things, and you're likely going to do stuff that generates tokens. Like, well, I guess Orcish Bowmaster is the token I think most players that play Black produce. But there are still cards like Bitter Blossom and things you can do to just build a board. You are getting life, so it's like you're mitigating any sort of life loss from something like that.
We also got what is it from the most recent set? We got a decent one. Something Avenger. 1 second. I have a copy of the card. I literally right next to me. I can pull it up. Hit the lands. There we go. These are the things that actually came into the order.
Mm.
Still taking too long to find the freaking card.
No, you're good. I'm just enjoying the art for Sephiroth. All the art for Sephiroth is so good. Yeah, this is a good commander. I would rank this as like I don't know, man. I would say this is like B.
I
It's
would say
better or than better than Jacked and better. It's better than most of the guys in B3. As
I
it's
can't actually find it. Hold on. It's I think it's Avenger of the Fallen.
I'll look it up. Seven finger death punch. Avenger of Avenger of the Fallen from Dragonstorm Tarkir. Avenger of the Fallen is 2 and a black. Mobilize X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. This guy?
Yeah. Yeah, because you can just mobilize a ton when you attack and then sacrifice all those tokens that you just mobilized to draw a ton of cards.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. Bearing in mind that
Um,
you need actual creatures in the graveyard. You can't rely
yeah,
on
but you
tokens
just
sticking.
sacrificed your whole board the past turn, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
things in
You'll get
graveyard.
there. You'll
I
get
will
there.
say B3 only because I won't put it at B4 because you don't have either red or white to do the Abdel, Leonin loops with World Gorger or Abdel. And then I won't say B2 because you're getting card draw and you're getting an outlet for having stuff die. Um,
Sephiroth is
in
the
addition,
highest B3.
agreed. Agreed. Next, we're just going to read this card because it's
Well,
definitely good.
wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Does pre-war formal wear that's locked to white?
That's white. Pre-war is white.
Yeah, yeah. There's not a clean way to just repeatedly loop. What does mono black do for aristocrat?
Mono black usually just makes a lot of token, makes a lot of random bodies, and then just kind of goes wide one, and then inevitably does like a grave crawler or Forsaken Miner loop, which Sephiroth works off
You
of for
could
both. So
do, yeah. I feel like it's so close to B4. I don't disagree though.
yeah, it's just barely off. But
Yeah.
uh, Seymour Flux, very close to a good old fashioned Seymour Butts joke. Seymour Flux. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay a life. If you do, draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this. It's 5 mana.
Yeah.
B1.
Meh, meh, meh. You thought you were getting value out of your deck. Wait till the Drannith hits. Speaking of Shadow's dog,
Yeah, we got actual Shadow.
yeah.
3 mana, 3/3 Death Touch.
Imagine
When the
you only
steals
get
come.
the dog. You only got the dog, but they're like, "Now let's leave Shadow for the next set."
No, no, we got Shadow. We got Shadow's dog and Shadow, and we got the dog in the background of the card. When this deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. It's weird, Eureka. Just play Eureka. B1.
Yeah, I
It
wish
is
it.
net. It is net 1 card, and if you're sacrificing a token, I guess you're netting 2. So maybe it's a little bit better than that. Maybe I
Is
should
it
give it a
lame
tiny
that
bit
it's
more
not
credit.
like partners with? It'd be kind of
That
cool
would have
if.
been so much better because it's still mono black, but like
Yeah. At
that,
least
I would have loved that.
I like that Interceptor is more mana than Shadow. By the way, it's more costly than Shadow. Yeah, we're gonna skip this side quest. Now we have Siegfried, famed
Siegfried
swordsman,
series.
4 mana, 2/2 body, menace, and when Siegfried enters, mill 3 cards, then put X 1/1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Did you bury it alive? Twice that. Um,
This is a good Voltron commander just by the fact that if you're playing mill stuff in the deck because of course you are, and then if you're playing a good enough amount of creatures with Stitcher suppliers and so on, he's going to be a 2020 menace pretty quickly, and then eventually he's just going to be one tapping people.
I wish he was three
I
CMC, just to get over the hurdle of some of the cost of these effects. Like, a lot of the low end revival effects require to be at 3 CMC and under, so he just runs shy of those. You still have reanimate and animate dead and dance of the dead. Like if he dies, you're going to want to bring him back, and you're not going to want to recast him for 6.
I think just by the fact that the two things you want to do in this deck are mill cards and reanimate, he's just a viable win con in a deck that wants to do that, and he mills you some cards. So just by being a potential one-shot kill with some built-in evasion, I'd say B3. I would not go B4,
No,
but
no,
I would
no.
say he's better than average precons if you build him because you don't need to invest pretty much any expensive cards into the deck, and you will be a threat.
Yeah, I'm for that. I'm for B3. Here's our list thus far, guys. It's a really long one. I will try to get a screen cap for this for you guys. I'll leave it on the channel's community tab after we're done.
Next, though, is Vincent Valentine, and he is 2 black for a legendary creature assassin with 2 power and 2 toughness. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters onto Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. When Vincent attacks, you may transform it. Transform side is a trample lifelinker that when it dies, you can return it to the battlefield tapped. Face up. This is Kresh, but not in Jund. It's in mono black. It only triggers off of your opponent's stuff dying to get the counters on it. But it has trample, it has lifelink, and it's immortal. So it's not going anywhere anytime soon. You have to exile it.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill the top end of Vincent, obviously it's bye bye, but it keeps the counters from flip to flip, which is kind of cool.
Well, flipping one way, yes. Flipping the other way, I know, because
Galleon Beast, it will die. Yeah,
it goes to the grave and then it comes back.
Mm,
B3 only because, once again, self-building Voltron commander that can get good keywords, and then it also has built-in protection.
I like this a little bit more than Siegfried. So, yeah.
I like Siegfried a little bit more than this. So it's B3. We can agree on B3 for it at least.
Sure.
Okay. We have done a lot on this next card already. I'm going to give my speech condensed again for it. Xenos is a 5-mana commander that when he enters, you wipe all small creatures and then choose a creature on the battlefield. When that creature dies, you transform Xenos. When Xenos transforms, you choose an opponent. When that opponent loses the game, you win the game. This card is super easily exploitable due to the fact that you can just say, hey, Patrick, I'm going to target you with the Burning Chains. Now, whenever you lose the game, I win the game. Now, you can hold the entire game hostage by saying, oh, you're trying to win the game. I'm going to concede and give the game to Will, making you lose the game. Are you sure you want to do that? And make it so that the other 2 players can't win the game. Xenos is basically a what's it called? Trade secrets. Xenos is trade secrets in the command zone, except instead of instantly ending the game, he stalls out the game so that now the only 2
Yeah.
people who can win are me or Patrick. Because Patrick at any point can just say, hey, if you try to win the game at all and I'm going to lose in a different way that also makes you lose. So don't do that thing, because it's going to make you lose the game. Brutal card, very, very dumb, very, very strong. They are probably making a rules change about this inevitably. By the fact that they have not yet, I'm going to say B5 for now.
You can go into B4 for me. I think B4 is clean.
The only reason why I say B5 is because if you do that, you are going to full-on collude with somebody. So you play him, and he immediately flips on that person's next turn because they swing
provided they accept your conditions. Like that's the thing though. Like they can just agree that feels unsportsmanlike and just not do it. Like there's plenty of ways that you don't win with this. Considering trade secrets is banned, this could be powerful. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there are ways around this. Like obviously you can kill this before it does that. It is 5 mana. It's not difficult to get to in black, but this is all assuming that the person you elect is going to play along with you. So you can take yourself to the top or the other person.
The thing is, you can just talk to the table and be like, okay, who wants to collude, and find the person who will be willing to collude. So you will usually be able to find somebody who's going to play along with you.
I'm on B4. I'm on B4 because that's not consistent enough. You know what I mean? Like that's relying on like the social contract, which is inherently flawed. Like you never know what people are going to do.
It's not really relying on the social contract, only because you're relying on somebody in a tournament setting wanting to win the game.
That's right. Well, that's the thing though. Cause like them wanting to win the game and their option is to forfeit and lose the round. It doesn't really work that way.
They can threaten to lose the round, and if the options are they're going to lose the game because somebody's comboing off, or they can threaten to lose the game, have them not combo off, and keep the game going.
So imagine being that player. It's also kind of shitty because it puts you in a weird position. Like the person who says they're going to forfeit the match so that the Xenos player winds up looking like the bad guy. Like you're going to be the person no one wants to play with afterwards. I mean, if you're at an event, it shouldn't matter. But I'm
It
B4 for this. We can. I was curious about where you guys were on this Switch too, because I saw one for sale today, and I just didn't give a shit. I did not buy it, but okay. A majority of you
Xenos is
guys
just
don't want.
the rudest card that they've printed in Magic history, in my opinion. But yeah.
That's fair. That's
Next
fair.
though,
Yeah,
uh,
go for it. The last of
Zodiark.
the black.
5/5 indestructible. When this enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures that they control of their choice, rounded down. Then, whenever an opponent sacrifices another creature, you put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiark. Um, B1. So he wants to be God Tribal. He goes in the 99 of a God Tribal deck, but you're not wiping the board ever because even if everybody controls one creature, they sack 0 creatures, and you're paying 5 pips for this. B1.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It's a pretty bad. I'm sorry, I didn't have it on the screen, but yeah, Zodiark is pretty mid. Okay. You've never
Uh,
owned a game console, Martin. I find that hard to believe, but I believe you. That's crazy. Not
Jokes
even
on
a
you,
handheld.
Martin. You're on a PC right now, and it's technically a game console.
I mean, your computer. If why you're are you well?
He's
47.
watching this from a gas station monitor.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm like he doesn't own a phone. No, no, no. Well, I mean, a phone can technically run emulators, so you could kind of call it like a game console, but it would be a mobile device. I'd still rather buy a Switch 2 over $700 collector boxes. Are they going Jurassic? Shame on us for not being ambassadors anymore. This is the set. This is the one set where I would have wanted to be an ambassador. Watsy, are you listening? Look, there's 80 people watching. People do watch these streams. You could have let us rip and ship, let me rip and ship to Will on the stream, but no. 700 for a collector booster is a lot. I box rather, and I don't want either. I'm still playing Clair Obscure on my PS5 base. Zeno screams unsportsmanship. I can't see a tournament going with this. Bracket 4 is anything goes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Xenos is a card that breaks no rules, but no one feels good at the end of the game. Like, it is disgusting in a competitive setting, and I think that it should probably be.
Banned.
It either needs to be banned or we need to have a ruling change on people being able to concede at specific points. Because if you say, like, only concede at sorcery speed, that fixes Xenos. Xenos isn't a problem. But you can't hold people hostage by just being like, well, I'm just going to hold my turn and no one's allowed to concede in the tournament. And if they do, they break the rules and then they're eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah.
There's things where it's like, you have to be very careful on how you change the rules to make Xenos not a toxic, abusable card. He's super unsportsmanlike. 100% agreed. I think the card was a mistake.
Avalanche
But
of
that,
Sector 7, though? I mean, Jessie
yeah,
Raspberry, we all love her in Biggs and Wedge, I guess. Human Rebel, Star 3, Menache. Sector 7's power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. That's right. Dockside, you're going to suffer. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, Avalanche Sector 7 deals 1 damage to that player. How neat. The bottom effect is actually kind of good. And so is the
yeah,
top effects. Artifacts are still prevalent, even if you're not making 1,000 treasures on a turn. They're still pretty good. It's how people ramp for the most part in a cEDH setting. Is this cEDH worthy?
I will say that this is like a specific target hate commander, but there's usually at least one person with a good number of artifacts at the table, so it's going to have high power. And against an artifact deck that's trying to storm off, you are killing them off of that second effect. Regardless of if you have like a Torbrand in play, you probably don't even need a Torbrand. If somebody's cracking treasures to crack clues to keep going to activate, so on and so on and so on, this is killing them very quickly. Um, in addition to the fact that if you ever get what's it called, Mycos and Platis into play, all lands are now artifacts. Whenever
Facts.
they tap a land for mana, they get pinged. You can do stuff with this. I think that this is at least B2, maybe B3, but I'd say B2 only because it relies on your opponents playing artifacts unless you hit a specific card. So most of the time, this does nothing. Or not most of the time. Sometimes this does nothing unless your opponents play into it.
B2 for me, sir.
Yeah.
Barrett is not doing any better than the Avalanche, though.
Yeah, Barrett has reach, and when he attacks, he deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to the defending player. Not the number
B1.
of equipment that you control, not the number of creatures you control, the number of creatures you control with equipment on them. B1. Hate it. I wish Barrett was better. Kate Sith, we covered this in the previous stream. At the beginning, comment on your turn. Scry 1, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn, and target creature gets +X+O, where X is that card's mana value. There's some fun things you can do here. It's an artifact creature. You can set up Draco to the top of your deck and give something +16/+O. You can't do a lot with it. Mono red, B1.
Still, cool effect.
Yeah, it's scry 1, draw 1 for 4 mana every single turn at minimum, and a bit of a buff.
I wish that these cards had like party as a mechanic, and they could just partner up with other characters from their game, like party, FF, V211 or Final Fantasy 7. Like, just give us an opportunity to play these in a group setting to where they could be expanded on by advancing the 99 tech. It's kind of a shame because, I mean, like, you're not playing Kate Sith solo in the game, so like, why can't I play Kate Sith with Cloud or anyone? At any rate, Clive.
Yeah, Clive Ifrit Dominant. 6 mana for a creature that says, when this enters, you may discard your hand, then draw equal to Devotion to Red. They have yet to errata this, but they are likely going to errata it, saying you may discard your hand if you do draw equal to your Devotion to Red. Right now, you theoretically could discard nothing and draw. That's probably getting changed. You can pay 6, exile this, and return it to the battlefield transformed. It's a Saga, which is also a 9/9 on the backside. Tick 1, this fights something. Tick 2 and 3, get 4 red, and if this is get 4 red, if it has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it and transform it back to the front side. So you just get mana for tick 2 and 3, and then when it re-enters, you draw a bunch of cards. Mix in Proliferate, mix in Twin Flame effects, mix in just generally good red-pipped cards. You're going to be going through your deck pretty quickly because this is just a reusable Wheel of Fortune. I've tried building this. It's a little bit clunkier than you would think. I want to say that it's like B3, but I honestly do believe it's more B2, only because getting a red pip board and then also hitting all the proliferates and twin flames can be difficult.
No, yeah, I was thinking B2. Even if that comma wasn't there, like, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion. Like, even without that, I don't find him to be particularly good. Again, it's 6 mana.
Considering how you hate Edgar, even though Edgar is actually probably B5. Clive is much, much, much lower. Because having artifacts in play is easy. Having red pips in play is so hard. And you'd have to discard your hand as well, so...
Yes, so I'm sorry. I meant something like parties with yes. Final Fantasy 7 characters, parties with Final Fantasy 9 characters, whatever. But somebody playing
companion with the Doctor, Friends Forever, backgrounds,
all of
partner.
All of the above for sure. Red, party does feel underutilized. This would have been like the set for it, but I assume they didn't want to reintroduce that when they're putting in new mechanics. I don't know. Look, everything else though, I would say that this set is a very, very much a flavor win. I'm gonna guess that this is going to perform as well as the Lord of the Rings set. I feel like the Final Fantasy
it's gonna do a bit better. I think.
You imagine? I mean,
The Lord of the Rings did really good because of the one of one ring at the start, and then it kind of like did pretty well after that. I think that this is going to do less good at the initial launch, but it's going to do better after the initial launch.
I feel like this is only because there is a Final Fantasy card game, and a good one to my understanding at that, and it doesn't have a huge draw already, but you can play Aerith and Cloud and all these characters in the Final Fantasy game. So them introducing Final Fantasy to the world of Magic just isn't really introducing Final Fantasy to a new world of TCG players, or rather a new prospective audience. Whereas Lord of the Rings was obviously famously movies, more famously the books, and then obviously a TV series that did okay. I didn't finish watching it, but that it obviously had a huge draw because there was no other way to really participate in playing with Lord of the Rings cards. To my knowledge, there might be collectible Lord of the Rings cards, but they certainly aren't popular or modern. I feel like this is going to go just under. That's a good. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Do you during the live chat or in the VOD? Do you think that this is going to outperform or just underperform over Lord of the Rings?
It's funny you say that. Just commented in chat. Everyone's saying the set already broke sales records. So it's
For a
already
pre?
beat Lord of the Rings.
Well. Sales.
If true, it's
Yeah,
already
yeah.
beaten Lord of the Rings.
Glitch. I'm curious to know because I feel like again, when I was in Chicago last for work, there was a group there that I wish I had time to go in another day, but I went for a separate pre-release, and they were also there was the same group of people playing Magic and One Piece. There were the same group of people playing Final Fantasy card game. I wanted to go to hang out and play with them. So they had a bunch of decks. I didn't have an opportunity to play with them, but I know it has an active like audience and player base. It will overperform. There are board game style cards. Partners with pairing and the entire set feels weird. Just to give me an option to play Cloud and Aerith
No,
together
no,
or
no.
something.
Also, only one partners with pairing in the set feels weird.
Oh
The
yeah,
fact
because
that we only
we
got one.
that it is a little weird because we do have that with the brother sister, if I'm not mistaken, broke by dollar on or purchase. Abzo, I'm going to say by quantity, like actual product sold, because I feel like the prices are really jacked up right now. I think the dollar value is going to far outstretch what amount of product is actually sold. I also feel like the draw for Lord of the Rings was the fact that people really wanted the serialized cards, and there was a hunt for obviously the One Ring, which we were all
We
aware
had
of.
serialized Chocobo.
Oh, I know, but like the One Ring or a one of one
Yeah.
One Ring or a one of 77 Golden Chocobo. No offense, Golden Chocobo, really fucking cool. Uh, not as hot as the One Ring. I'm sorry, not as cool as pulling the One Ring.
There's also the serialized rings to the elves, dwarves, and men that were in there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Firion?
continuing, yeah, Furion, Wild Rose. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip cost is 2 less to activate, and sacrifice this token at the beginning of the next end step.
It was a cool
Very
commander.
interesting KCI commander, very interesting equipment commander. If you ever play Skull Clamp, it gets an equip cost of 0, which is super abusable. Very good with living weapon effects and a couple other things like that. And we have a couple things that do that in this set. B3, only because it actually has some abusable things that you can do, so it's a bit better than B2 in my opinion.
And it's a deck that doesn't need Lightning Greaves.
Yeah. Well,
Unless
if
you want
you
the
do
protection.
get Lightning Greaves, then they equip for -2. You get mana for equipping Lightning Greaves.
Yeah. I like B3. I like B3 for this. But what about
Uh,
Freya, Will?
Freya, B1, it's just a dork. It's a 1 mana 1/1 with flying on your turn that you can tap to add mana to activate and play equipment. Good in Godo, potentially, but nah.
Freya is one of my favorite characters from 9, though. Not gonna lie. This next card, though, is actually quite good.
Yeah, I'm glad that you like that as well, because I'm like, this is a commander I'm building from the set for a casual deck because he's brutal and I love him. Gao, 2 mana for a 2/2 with Rage. When he attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on him. At the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to his power to each opponent. The reason why he's cracked is because, one, you can put equipment on him, make him bigger, faster, outside of the fact that he's already just getting a little bit bigger by himself. But that was A. B is you just run all of the target grave hate in the world in this deck. I made a version of this deck, and I think I had 16 target grave hate cards in the deck. And you just keep going on your turn, put something on the bottom of my deck. On your turn, exile something. On your turn, exile something. On my turn, put something to the bottom of the deck. Gao had 4 power on that rotation. Each of you takes 16.
It's pretty extreme damage. Yeah, and
Yeah.
this is without. I mean, how does till end of turn work with at the beginning of each end step? Like, can you
End of
run a
turn is
buff?
cleanup.
Okay,
Until the end of the turn is cleanup.
so the cleanup step encompasses.
It's after, way after end of turn step. It's its own separate step
So you'll
past end
get
of turn.
like if there's like a passive buff running, like for like plus four,
Yeah.
plus four. Okay.
Yeah, if you wild growth Gao, you do 3 extra.
There is a question John Philippe's asking about our mono black commander. I don't think it's called not Zane.
A cane.
Kane. Um, what line of play would you want to do for the Doomsday pile?
You can just go like Ward Soul Trader, Grave Crawler, and what's it called? Blood Artist. You can do that.
Will it is your graveyard specifically with Go.
Yes, agreed. But you just run all the target grave hate things, and you just keep targeting yourself.
Yeah.
If I said something other than that, I meant your graveyard.
I
Yeah.
didn't hear otherwise, but
Okay.
yeah,
But
yeah, I
yeah,
didn't hear otherwise.
Gauss just you run all the target grave hate stuff, and then you hate your own grave. For other people, you just incidentally hate their grave if they're running a graveyard deck. Which, funnily enough, I have one friend who has 4 graveyard decks and 1 non-graveyard deck. So my Gap deck is going to be the bane of his existence. Next though, Gilgamesh. 6 mana for a human samurai. ETB and attack, look at the top 6. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield and put the rest onto the bottom in random order. If you put 1 or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, attach one of them onto a samurai you control. This is kind of like an AO, whatever how you want to pronounce it, in red. AO says just put up to, I think,
Oh,
3 mana or 4 mana worth of stuff into play out of the top 7. This puts everything into play that you find. He can thin your deck pretty well, get a lot of equipment into play. If you do artifact shenanigans, he can abuse that. If you don't do artifact shenanigans, he's an equipment commander. Um, 6 mana is kind of heavy, but and you're like flipping off the top 6. We talked about this for the white commander that you're not likely or you're not consistently hitting stuff, but he puts everything into play off of a hit, so kind of better. Top 6 means that you need to be running at least 18. I think that's the math. No, at least yes, is it 18? I think it's yes, it's at least 18 art equipments in your deck for him to consistently hit something per attack. I believe I could be wrong on that. I'm too lazy to do the math. Um, so with Gilgamesh running 18, actually I'm dumb. It's 17. Regardless, I'm getting too caught up in math. If you're running an equipment deck, Gilgamesh is okay. Gilgamesh is literally the exact same as Godo, though. You even if you're not doing Helm of the Host things, run Godo. Just get the best equipment out of your deck every single time. Better to have a toolbox than to have a bit more value.
so where are we on the boy? B2.
B2. He actually does pretty good stuff. It's just that it's not great stuff. Um, we can kind of skip over Go-Go. Go-Go Mysterious Mime. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of target creature you control, except it keeps its name, and both creatures gain +2 attack and haste this turn, and attack if able. Um, Sakushima button red. No one runs Sakushima in the command zone. Like OG
Oof.
Sakushima. B1.
Oof. Okay. Lightning securities. This is not the good one.
Yeah, when lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile a top card of your library. You may play that card as long as you control lightning. I do believe that if lightning leaves and comes back, you cannot replay the card because it's a different instance of this card and it only cares as long
Yeah.
as you control this, not a lightning. So 3 mana draw card every single turn. I'd say B1. If you want to do B2, we can do B2, but I say B1.
I'm fine with populating her in B1. Like we've got a lot of just basic card draw legendaries here that don't really have a real game plan. And in monocolor, it's not a great place to be. But what about Prompto?
Uh,
So
two
goofy.
mana, haste. When you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, create a treasure token. Bergie in the 99 of a couple specific decks, it by itself, not that great. I'd say B1. You'd rather just play Bergie.
Is Inset Go-Go going for $30? Jeez Louise. Well, Drax, it's still pre-release, so I feel like prices will probably come down. Um, sorry,
Yeah,
worst Bergie?
Inset Go-Go. Yeah. This Bergie's B1. Inset Go-Go is just people love him in the 99 of a bunch of decks. People love him in as the commander for a couple different decks. He's just so cool, and I think he's probably cEDH viable, but eh.
I'm gonna end
Next
our
though,
current poll. We'll get another poll going in a second, but we said B4 for Zeno. I feel like Xenos is
okay.
arguably like bracket 0 or bracket 4. Like
Xenos is just. Well, I mean, even just as like a guy that you're playing fairly, kill one guy quickly, win the game is good enough. You have a
yeah,
lot of ways that you can get that to happen pretty quickly.
true.
If you exclude collusion, Xenos is just a kind of cool Voltron commander. I'd say maybe B3, but he's probably B2 if you're not going for like the collusion.
What's the easiest way to just nuke someone in mono black?
Hatred.
Right?
Hatred.
Just hatred. Yeah, that'd be kind of
You
cool.
can do double strike, and I think an additional +3 is another way of doing it. But just going for like 2 taps off of the big dumb dragon because it's an 8/8 flyer. You get there.
Queen Braun, Human
Yeah,
Noble,
Queen Bruh.
Queen Bra.
2 in a red for a 2/1 with prowess. Whenever this attacks, you create one of the pingy wizards. I'm not going to read off what it does.
It's a pingy
I'll read
wizard.
off this once. I will read off once for the stream. It is a 0/1 black wizard creature token with when you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. There's a couple other cards that do it. I think there's actually only one. No, there's 2 commanders outside of this that do it. Um, Getting a pinger every single time you attack is pretty good. Getting prowess is pretty good. If you were in one of the draw colors, I would say maybe B3. Since you're in mono red, I'd say probably B2,
Yeah,
B1.
the impulse draw colors. The
Yeah.
color, rather. Yeah, B2. It has a game plan. It's not bad. It's not great.
Yeah, if you do
Maybe,
any damage increaser, like the 1 damage will become really ridiculous,
yeah.
but
Well, I mean, you could
you're
also
not
just
gonna.
like Mask of Memory. There's equipment that lets you draw for value and put some points on the board and pull into cards to play into prowess. It's not horrible.
Well, next we have a route. How do you pronounce this?
Rabon.
Ribbon.
Yeah.
Freaking ribbon. Just pronounced fancy. Ribbon. 2 mana for 2/2 with ward. Pay life equal to this card's power.
I wish it was
Whenever this
mana.
attacks, attach up to 1 equipment you control to target attacking creature. Meaning this. This is one of the better Voltron commanders because Colossal Hammer, but then you have to pay 12 to target this thing.
Well,
Like
more than that. You're gonna
12
have to,
life.
well, isn't it 12? Oh no, it's 10 for
10,
Colossus
10,
Hammer. You're right. Yeah, 12 total. 12 total. Um yeah. Yeah. You put Greaves in this deck.
Yeah. You still want better ward protection, but I mean, like, this is 2
Yeah.
mana. If it dies, you replay it. Next, though, we have
I'm sorry. Well, wait.
Speed.
Where does this put Raban though?
Oh,
This is
sorry.
bracket. This is like bracket
2 or 3,
3.
somewhere in there.
Uh, 2 mana for this guy. Yeah. Well, you get to go in bracket 3 because
We'll say
you're
2 only because it's not really protection. It's just a one-time Pure Steel Paladin trigger per turn.
right.
I'd
It's
say 2 for that, but it could be a 3.
Flashback, Harmonize, Scrabbling Claws, Phyrexian Furnace.
Yeah.
Um,
There's
I
so many good things to make Gao work.
yeah.
By the way, I'm running Phyrexian Furnace in Gao just to mess with people because everybody shuffles their graveyard, and I gotta be like, no, you can't do that. Phyrexian Furnace, exile the bottom card of your graveyard.
Undying, unearthed, returning incident. Gao is going to slap. Yeah, Gao is going to slap. But will Sabine slap or double strike for 5 mana, 4/3 body, double strike or blitz? You can pay 2 and double red, discard a card. When this creature dies, draw a card, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. You get to just cast it with haste from your graveyard.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. No, it's not from your graveyard. Blitz
Well,
is
keep reading.
you make yeah, okay. So, but
Yeah,
with
there you
Sabine,
go.
you may cast this card from your graveyard using its Blitz ability. So, Blitz away, Blitz
Yeah,
away.
this is a ball lightning in the command zone
Kind
and
of
in the
cool.
graveyard, and you don't have to pay commander tax. And you get to cycle a little bit of your deck. Pretty good. If you have any equipment that gives it like a slightly bigger buff, it can double tap. Let's see. You need to give it you need to deal 12 in one hit. So +2/+2 makes it or +2/+0 makes it a double tap. So any of the swords of lets him double tap as a commander. So pretty good.
I'd rather play Ribbon. Let's be honest.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Sabin's like a 1 for me. I don't
Yeah,
know that I
we
want
can
Ball
we
Lightning
can
in the
play this
CZ.
one. But we love ball lightning.
No, we don't. Cipher.
Yeah, Cipher. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until the end of the turn. Oh, there's a commander that you like that does a similar thing, Patrick.
Yeah, I know.
Uh, Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If the card would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead. So, not cast at random. You get to choose the thing from your graveyard. You get to double check that gamble. You can do a couple cool things with them. Uh, Fill your graveyard, do decent things. The question is, how do you win the game with this? Because you can't get back Underworld Breach.
You got Double Strike.
Yeah, you got double strike. You're doubling up things in the graveyard. If you're playing
Mm.
cantrips, like you can do some decent things. Uh, yeah, you don't pay the mana cost for the things you play from the graveyard. You're cycling through your deck very quickly with Cypher, but like, how do you win? Maybe it's just find Underworld Breach with enough of the what's it called? Enough of the cantrip loot effects, a rummage, like enough
Yeah.
rummage effects, and then Underworld Breach. But like,
You're
I feel like
exiling
there's
the
better
stuff.
Red Grave Commander. There's better Red Grave
Yeah,
Commanders.
there's like there's some sort of semblance of a plan here, but it's not quite a good one, which
I
is a
will say,
shame.
Wrath of God Tribal is funny, so
Hmm.
B2.
By the way, you can see Squall in the reflection of his gunblade. I just caught that. That's so sick. I wish I could zoom in a little bit further for you, but just above his head to the left, you can see Squall. Just Unga Bunga with Kedis and pump spells.
Yeah.
Cipher bracket 2. It's not bad. It's
He can do either like good cantrip things or good board control things, but that's not good in red, so B2.
but what can Strago and Realm do?
Red mill,
Hmm.
apparently. 2 in a red. Tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, a sorcery, or a creature. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If a creature was cast this way, it has haste and sack it at the end of the turn. Only activate as a sorcery. All the cards exiled this way will stay in exile, so you do get to mill with them. Granted, red mill's kind of hard to
Not
do
much
because
of a
this is
thing.
your only real red mill card.
Yeah. Well, Miss
It's
Mircorp.
fun.
Miss Mircorp's a mill card.
Ah, true. Oh, you have colorless mill, but
Yeah.
it's still going to be hard to get to work. But it's red mill, and it's an Atali effect, which is just cool enough. But it's not going to work. I'm going to say B1, but I do plan on trying to build this at some point.
Sorry, I'm just moving my mic. Okay. I'm going to say B1 as well. It's fine.
Next is Umaro, a 6 mana 6/6 trampler at the beginning of combat on your turn. Choose one at random. Creatures you control get +3/+0 and trample. Discard your hand and draw 4, or deal 5 to any target. Honestly, any of these are really, really strong effects. It's pretty much kill a thing, refill your hand, or make your board able to just kill someone. As a commander, just playing a swarm deck with this is not a horrible idea. I'd say just by the fact that all of these choices are just generally really powerful, B2, because the only thing that's bad is discarding your hand and drawing four if you
Right.
have a full hand.
Right.
But if you're at turn 6 in red, you don't have a hand.
Unless you've got the one ring. Then you'll tap it
It's true.
after the fact.
Yeah.
Um, Amaro's B2, 100%. It's the fact that it's random, but all the effects are good, so can't really complain about it.
Indeed.
Ah, poor Vaughn.
Yeah, whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it if you don't get a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control.
Wow.
Ragavan in the command zone, but you either use the treasure or can't use the treasure. Not horrible, but you don't want Ragavan in the command zone.
Maybe B2. I don't hate it. Like, it's kind of cool that you have a scout, pirate, rogue, tribal commander now, but I don't know. I just like Vaughn as a protagonist. It's just a shame that we get two Vincents and like a half decent Vaughn.
I I feel like this fan is probably a one.
Yeah, it's fine.
I
I'm fine. I don't. Yeah, I'm not going to argue it. It's okay. I'm not realistically. Am I going to try to build it? No, but it's sad. It makes me sad.
yeah.
Poor
It's
guy.
sometimes draw a card each turn for 3.
Yeah, I really
Um,
do. I just want to shout out to the combat system in Final Fantasy 12. I thought it was the best up to that point. Frankly, just liven things up a bit. Okay.
Next we have Vincent Vengeful Toner. 2 in a red for a legendary creature assassin with 3 power, 3 toughness, and menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. Chaos. Whenever Vincent deals combat damage to opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent, or yeah, each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. Um, Big punchy commander that gets bigger with more and more punchy. He can get up to 3 counters on himself every turn from just connecting with 3 people, and then he punches everybody. Uh, my thing is, as a Voltron commander, I don't know what he does super well because it's the same issue with all other Voltron commanders of they just kill him and then you're set behind a ton.
Yeah,
Like
I would rather. Nah, I don't know, man. I like the ones that like. This is not better than Braun, or whatever his name was, the guy who
I
auto
will
equipped stuff.
Yeah, I'll say that this is still worth building just by the fact of you are doing triple damage because you connected. So I'd say B2, but
I'm on the B2 wagon. Yeah, I'm okay with B2 for Vincent Vengeful Atona.
next we've got Yuffie.
Ah,
2 in red for a 3/3 with ninjutsu for 1 in a red. When this enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact as long as you control Yuffie. Then you may attach an equipment you control to Yuffie. This requires your opponents to have artifacts that are worth stealing. B1.
even if it's just taking ramp, I kind of wish it was like take it and untap it. Nah,
I think
there's not
my
enough
thing
here.
is you can't steal a ton of things. It's you steal one, and then when she leaves, they get it back, and you can maybe steal it again.
Right.
Like stealing someone's One Ring is going to feel great, but
I feel like this could have had when Yuffie enters and or attacks.
yeah, steal multiple things. I can agree with that. Actually, or deals damage. That makes more sense with ninjutsu.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I was just thinking about how we have a red character with ninjutsu. That would be kind of cracked. Yeah, no, I'd be fine with that. Damage or attacks? Yeah, yeah. She would need to connect. Okay,
Yeah, because
she's fine.
ninjutsu is enters tapped and attacking, so having her attack wouldn't make sense for the trigger. It'd be better if it was her connecting.
I want to build Rosa, Resolute White Mage, just because she's gorgeous.
Fair enough.
Can't disagree. Yuffie's. I love Yuffie. Bracket 1. Sorry, girl.
Yeah. Zell, you may play an additional land each turn. He has +1/+0 for each land you control at the beginning of your end step. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. B1,
Wow.
he doesn't ramp. He's mana neutral, but he does fun stuff.
Awkward Zell. So awkward. Chicken wuss over here. Okay.
Yeah, Bart's and Bako, affinity for burbs, and when it enters each other burb you control punches a thing. B1, you're not doing this as your bird tribal commander. No mono green bird tribal. Um,
B for bird.
we get the Wise Elder himself.
Ooh, but he's only a human shaman. He's not an elder in the subtype sense. I just want to point that out.
Indeed, too young.
He's too young to be. He's too young to be an elder.
Young lad.
Yeah, look at this young boy.
2 mana, 1/3 reach, taps for 1 mana of any color at the beginning of your upkeep. If you control a creature with power 7 or greater, draw a card. Mini Sylvala, just play Sylvala instead as a commander, but this is very fun in the 99. B1.
Love him. Love him. Good looking out for Red 13, dude. B1, B2, B1? B1.
B1, just because it's bad Sylvala. You maybe B2, but like, I feel like there's better draw commanders and or mana commanders, and I feel like you don't really care to merge them on a subpar level.
You ever have to fight Diamond Weapon?
Diamond Weapon is 7 mana or 9 mana, sorry, 7 green for a legendary artifact creature elemental with 8 power and 8 toughness. This spell costs 1 less for each permanent card in your graveyard. Reach and immune prevent combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. You put on the pauldron onto this that just makes all combat damage be dealt to it instead of you, and then you just don't take damage. That's just a fun thing you can do. That is the only thing that you do outside of just having a relatively cheap commander that doesn't take combat damage. B1. I don't think you're building this.
For partner month, Vincent can pair with Keleth for a fun Boros aggro deck. That would be kind of fun. Diamond Weapon's kind of dope, but yeah, I agree. Just a big punchy boy.
Yeah.
Neat combo. B1?
Yeah, B1. Next, though, Meister, 2 and a green for a 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Meister's power onto another target creature you control. 3 green for Monstrous X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. Not other creatures, just creatures, apparently, which I misread the first time that I read this card. You just build like a hardened scale tribal deck, and you just throw a whole bunch of counters around on your board, inevitably monstrous this, and then move to combat and get 2 extremely large creatures, probably at around like the 30 power range, and then just 1-tap people. Very good. Probably B3. This is one of the better like monocolor counters matters commanders.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I honestly really like hey Victoria. No, I honestly like Meister a bit as like a mono green stompy kind of list. And obviously like the powers matter stuff will probably come into play with this list pretty easily. So you can draw cards and stuff with it. I would say it's like B3. It would perform pretty well for mono green. Maybe B2.
Yeah, I'd say B3 only because he gets very big very quickly, and with powers matter stuff, you draw your entire deck.
Yeah, it's really not that bad.
I would be willing to lean to B4, but I'm going to say B3 because I do think that you're going to probably deal with more stuff than you would benefit from.
Yeah. Just looking at Tifa down there.
All right, next is Hojo.
Yeah.
First activate ability that targets a creature you control each turn costs 2 less. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card, trigger only once each turn. Bad Nadu, but turns out Bad Nadu is still functional Nadu. You can draw some cards off of Hojo. It's 2 mana, build into the deck, and then draw like 1 card per turn, maybe 4 per rotation if you get lucky. B1. I feel like you just want to run kind of any other commander that you can build around over Hojo.
Yeah, I think Hojo's only on this list by virtue of the fact that he's legendary. Who's going to build Hojo? Which one of you bastards is going to build Hojo? Let me know. Because he's an asshole. Uh, Quina,
Uh, Quina chicken dinner.
Quina,
Frogo dinner.
Quina.
Whenever one or more tokens will be created under your control, create a 1/1 green frog creature token instead. Uh,
Ooh, that well
sorry,
plus
create those
plus.
tokens plus, yeah, frog creature token instead. Pay 2, sacrifice a frog, and put a counter on this. Um, make more tokens when you make tokens is always an interesting thing because you can find some way of abusing it. Here, not really. So B1, but this
What do you
does go into
mean skull clamp?
ah, but you need to make tokens. That's the issue.
Not draw cards.
Not draw cards. If this was like all your frogs are basically clues, yeah, that would be pretty good. And if this was in like any other color, this would be really, really good. And I mean like
Abusable.
green plus
Yeah,
something. Like if
yeah,
you
yeah.
gave red, you have access to goblins, white, soldiers, warriors, yada yada. Black, I think, is the only one that's kind of weak, but it's the color that can take advantage of all the tokens, and blue has Thopters. Just barely not there.
Hojo,
Um,
Hojo for Noctis. Is Hojo good in Noctis? The first activated ability. You gonna run Hojo in your Noctis list? Can you run? Can you run Hojo in your Noctis list?
Noctis is
Oh, you mean the Kenrith?
Esper.
The Kenrith? I'm sorry. You yeah, aka Kenrith Noctis. I'm sorry.
Ah, I got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that this was a card.
I mean, yeah, that makes your draw each turn cheaper, or you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature each turn to draw a card. So yeah, I think that
Or life gain.
Hojo probably goes in Kenrith.
Yeah,
Weirdly
the first
enough,
activated ability. Yeah, that's honestly not that bad. Okay, well, we're grading for the CZ, but 1,000% agree with you that that's pretty good Kenrith tech. Quina
let's
B1.
saz up this next card.
Go
When he
for it.
enters, you may search your library for a basic land or bird and put it into your hand. Whenever he attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and then double the counters on that creature. That first ability is pretty good considering that changelings are a thing. There's a couple changelings that you could use to abuse this. You can do like Hydra Tribal by getting the one changeling that says name a creature type. You can play cards of that type off the top of your library and just build Elf Tribal or Hydra Tribal or something, and then have Saz double the counters of those Hydra. There's things that you can do here. He's a good counters matters commander, but he's like finicky. I
Yeah.
would say probably B2.
Hmm. I'm gonna be two wagon as well.
Like a weird bird toolbox on a counter doubler effect is just that's good. Not great, but not something that you really want to build into.
Bird toolbox. I would say no more.
Yeah. Tifa Lockhart, we built this. Trample, landfall, double power. She's a 1/2, and she costs 2.
I don't want to. I don't want to
Tifa,
say she's bad.
yeah. So the weakness of Tifa is you can get her to one shot somebody very easily,
And then you're hellbent.
but you can't get her to one shot a second person very
No.
easily. Um, if you have anything that's power matters in the deck, you draw your entire deck with Tifa with relative consistency. Uh, I'd say maybe B3. Yeah, but I'm kind of leaning on B2 just by the fact that it's the burst deck conundrum. Burst decks are really good at killing one person, but they are really horrible at winning a four-person game. She's the antithesis of a green burst deck. I'm gonna say B2 only because I don't see her winning games almost ever, unfortunately.
She has a game plan.
Yeah, she has a game plan, but the game plan is kill one person and then basically concede.
Yeah. Is that worse or better than Xenos?
Xenos is worse. Xenos is way more toxic. Like Xenos is, dear lord, the most toxic card that's been printed in Magic the Gathering history. I would
But it's
rather
just
deal
out.
with.
It's outright rude though to just like eliminate one player and be like, okay, I'm like hellbent, and I'm just gonna top deck now. So you
Yeah,
guys enjoy your game.
Tifa's B2. Like you can do powers matter stuff, but then you run into the other issue of like you're paying mana to get the landfall triggers with off of like rampant growth or something to be able to play Soul's Majesty to draw a lot of cards, or you're playing your lands to get into that, which is just kind of difficult to take advantage of.
I'm
It's
curious. Oh, sorry. So sorry. Yeah,
You can get Tifa to work. It's just very difficult.
yeah, 1,000% extra points for that. Um, Let me know if you guys built Tifa. We built the list. I know there was some qualms with the direction we took it. We wanted to do the logical thing, which is to knock people out, because I mean that's what she does in the game. But like what Will was saying, you do run out of steam very quickly. I'm curious to know your thoughts on the deck. If there is a version of this that performs better in a competitive setting that we're missing out on, or even in a casual setting, if that's the way you should take it, because that's just not the route we went. But I do like Tifa. This is a very playable card. Just you're going to want to go a different route than trying to slam your opponents.
Yeah. Well, next, Torgal, a fine hound.
Of course,
Uh,
of course.
2 mana. When you cast your first human spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter for each dog or wolf you control. Uh, Tap for a mana of any color. This goes into say it is not its own commander.
What is anathesis? Epitome? Or I'm sorry, are these are not cards. These are things in game. I'm sorry. Rude Path Purifier can go. He could be mono green Golos for Saz. Sorry, I do want to look these up. Just Rude Path Purifier, lands you control and land cards in your library are basic. Yeah, Saz, that's pretty good. That's pretty good with Saz.
True.
I mean, I would love to see that, but yeah, I'm with you. Torgal, B1.
Yeah. Tormel sounds like
Ooh,
that sounds like a chocolate. Like
it does.
Tormel
Yeah,
chocolate.
it's like right next to the Toblerone at the airport.
um.
They're square
So
shaped though. You get a little bit more with a
indeed.
Tromel bar.
Uh, Each other non-token creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Pay
Ooh.
1, tap, proliferate X times, where X is the number of non-token creatures that entered your battlefield this turn, or that entered this turn. Um, you can proliferate a lot with this, and if you in a lot of decks, that's just enough, or with a lot of commanders, that's just enough to go game.
More than
Well,
with Lulu?
Uh, Lulu can go infinite, and that's usually what Lulu's probably going to be doing. Tormel is more like a crater hoof in the command zone that can also just make your super friends ult out of nowhere. Uh, the issue that you're going to run into with Tormel is it is going to be very, very obvious when you're trying to do it, but you are also in the color of untapping creatures, so you can probably proliferate a lot off of very small amounts of creatures. Um, I'd say he's B3 only because in the worst case scenario, regardless of Super Friends, if you just run a lot of creatures, you have all your creatures enter with a counter on each of them, then you proliferate like 4 times, and then you make all of them get +5/+5.
Is this better or worse than Seymour for going wide?
Uh, Seymour.
This card
Blanking
is
on.
great in Finn Fangbearer.
Also true because poison counters.
Hell
Um,
yeah, hell yeah.
uh,
Tremel is Seymour's, butler, but Seymour is the guy who does the +1/+1 equal to his power at the beginning of your combat, and he goes monstrous.
oh yes, Maestro Seymour.
Yeah.
Um, I'd say
Feels a little better,
Seymour
honestly.
is
Is that
really
weird?
good at going tall, whereas Tromel is better at going wide.
Which is which
That's
is which is better entirely. I kind of like.
Tromel has more flexibility because of proliferate, so I'd
I
say Tromel
genuinely
is
think.
better.
I honestly think so too. Yeah, I think Tremel is just a little bit better at doing the thing. And then this with the hardened scale effects is really great because then it's really not requiring much of you outside of casting creatures. Um, does this? Could you cast Walking Ballista for 0 and have it enter with +1/+1? You can, right?
Yeah,
That's
because
cool,
it enters with. It's not when it enters you
right?
put the counter on
And
it.
then
So yeah,
what's a Crystalline Crawler? Is the one that draws cards? Is that it?
Crystalline Crawler is the one that removes counters for mana.
Crazy that Seymour got an FCA as Kinnan. Did he? I did not know that.
You know what is a really dumb thing that you could totally do with this? If
What?
you get a counter on Trammell and you Agatha Soul Cauldron Devoted Druid, you just go infinite. Because you remove a +1/+1 counter from Trammell to untap him, then you tap him and proliferate 4 times, putting 4 more counters on him, and
Mm.
you just keep going.
Trammell cEDH?
No, but Trammell funny card interaction.
B3.
Yeah, B3.
But what about Vanille?
Vanille. Bad card. 4 mana for a technically Golgari commander.
Yeah.
When it enters mill 2, return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you have both Vanille and if you own both Vanille and Fang, you may pay 3, a black and a green. If you do, exile them and return them melded as Ragnarok. Ragnarok is a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste that when it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Uh, it is going to be hard for you to get Ragnarok out to begin with, so you're looking at the front side a lot, and the front side is just ETB, mill 1 card, or mill 2 cards and recur 1 card.
Oh, you think Vanilla's
Well,
Drax? You think Vanilla's better than Fang?
I wish that Fang could have been the face commander instead, because Fang would draw into Vanille, which just feels better.
Both are technically Golgari, though, if I'm not mistaken.
They are not.
Mm.
Fun fact, Drax, because meld cards are not counted as part of the back of the card, technically. So a meld card is just whatever the color identity of the front is. I looked up this ruling. I was disappointed by this ruling.
Vanilla B1?
B1. Yeah.
But imagine if you melded it.
Yeah. If you melded it, you get a big keyword thing that blows up one thing and then recurs something else.
Wow, okay, well, try not to sound too excited, okay?
The thing that somebody pointed out that I'm like, that's fun, but you're in the wrong colors for it, is any kind of copy effect, like Phantasmal Image. You have it enter, copy Ragnarok, dies to the legend rule, revives itself, dies to the legend rule, revives itself, and blows up all permanents in play, or all
Ugh.
enemy permanents. I'm like, that's cool, but you're in the wrong colors.
Yeah, too bad Exodia is Golgari in this one. B5 incoming. B5 incoming. Absolute Virtue. For
Yeah.
6 in Azorius, we have an 8/8 body. The spell can't be countered. Flying, you have protection from each of your opponents.
This is a
I
cool. This is a cool Voltron commander. Just by protecting itself, it protects you, and all you need to do is just make sure it doesn't die to win the game. Um, but that is not true for cEDH, and in casual, like this could be a B4 in casual just by building a board that is hard to kill to win the game. You could totally do that. 8 mana is the only drawback for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do we like this card?
So
Wait. Let me get this straight. Well, why y'all are really excited for? Thanks everyone for watching. It's been a while since we've had over 100 subscribers, concurrent viewers. Thanks for joining us. Again, I do hope your pre-release day is going well. Absolute Virtue. It seems like you guys are high on. Wait, I'm sorry. What am I missing here? Protection from your opponents. That doesn't mean this has protection, right? Wait, targeted by any.
correct. The thing is that if you get this into play and you put Lightning Greaves on it, they need to kill Lightning Greaves, then kill this, then kill you. But then if you get something that protects Lightning Greaves, then they need to kill more things, and then kill more things, and then kill more things. In casual, this eventually gets to the point where you are too much trouble to kill, so we might as well just scoop and give you the game. But it's 8 mana, which is the one thing that I'm iffy about.
Nah, make a copy of this and give it to your each opponent.
That there is that one card that does that, where it's exile a creature, and each opponent of that player gains a copy of it, or each other player gains a copy of it. That'd be funny, but
That would
nah.
be funny.
Um,
Okay, where are we putting this? B5? It seems like people want it there, and I don't want to
I,
upset you. Hey, well, okay, how about this? How about this?
it's not B5 because this loses to any alternative win, which is kind of like cEDH's thing,
Right.
either going infinite or alternative wins, which is this card's weakness. But if people don't go infinite, and if people don't do infinite wins, it slaughters. It's probably B3
I
only
don't
because B4 is like also the infinite win bracket.
Yeah, I don't think it's B1. So here's what I'm going to do. Absolute Virtue, guys. The Azorius legend we're looking at now. I will let you all get the vote on where Absolute Virtue should land in our tier list. Fractured Identity, I think.
Yeah, I think it's fractured identity.
Dude, Fractured Identity is just a good freaking card.
Yeah. Well, our next card is Sid, Timeless Artificer, and I'm making one errata to our tier list rule for this card. If your deck is a Sid deck, I will count it as a commander deck. Sid does not need to be the commander for this tier list on
Oh,
this one,
sure.
because we can call that fair. But for those who don't know, Sid is 2 a white and a blue for a legendary creature, human artificer with 4 power, 4 toughness, and cycling for blue and a white. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of this card. So, this in a deck, as long as you have artifact creatures, which is probably how you're doing this over heroes, you can get artifact creatures pretty big. You just need to keep drawing and discarding Sids and then have a Sid in play. It's a beater deck. I don't know if you want to split between doing a artifact matters deck and a looting matters deck. So I'd say B2.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find where we put Taru for Drax here. I want to say B3, B. It's not. It's good in
Which one?
the green. The Taru was blue or green. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to linger on this. I'll find it in a second.
Okay.
You might need to jump around, but I'll spot it and I'll let you know. We did evaluate it highly. I just don't think we agreed that it made sense. It's B2. It's mono white. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, Tataru as a commander itself is not that great, but in the 99, that card is cracked. But Sid, I'd say, is a B2.
Yeah, it's fine. And you want to do a deck with a bunch of these sits?
Yeah, just toss a lot of Sids in, cycle. The fun thing that you can do is the one cycle card that says cycling is free if you have a full hand.
Oh, ooh, Absolute Virtue poll still running. Okay, B2.
Next is Hope. 1 white and 1 blue for legendary creature, human wizard with 2 power, 2 toughness, and lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X, where X is the amount of life you've gained this turn. This card is fun.
Yeah.
This is one of the better mill commanders that we've had in a while because yes, you could theoretically just make people mill 2 cards a turn. That's not what you're doing. There are so many random effects in the game that keep rotating and swapping your life total, and every time that you exchange your life total, if your life total goes up, that counts as gaining life. So in casual, you can build a pillow fort deck that just goes, "Oh, you punched me. I'm at 3 life. I play that one Aketra spell that returns my life to its starting life total, but my lands don't untap next turn. I gained 37. Everybody mill 37."
That's not bad.
You also have a couple cards that, or you have the one card that doubles mills, which can make this even better. You can also double the trigger to make it mill even harder. But there's the one random elemental, which let's see if I can find
What's
this.
its
It should
name?
just
Is it Scion of something?
no, it's not a Scion.
It's white. I know that
Yeah,
much.
it's mono white. It is Evra, uh
Evra.
Halcyon Witness.
Evra.
Evra. Pay for it, exchange your life total with Evra's power. The reason why this is dumb is if you go from 40 to 4, back up to 40, you gained 36. Flip, flip again, you gained another 36. That's 72, and you mill everybody out. You can also just go flip, 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 attack, gain 40, and then you once again mill everybody out. There's a bunch of funny, dumb interactions that you have with Hope to just clock people for a crap ton of mill out of nowhere. And there's a bunch of incidental mill that or incidental life gain that you can just run to get a lot of life gain, like a Sarah Ascendant, to just go, oh, everybody mill 10, everybody mill again, and you're in the Grave Hate colors, so have fun.
Yeah, so Will Sign of Peace's best friend. Taro is cracked in Marnius. You can also pay life and then gain life with Children of Corliss. Yeah, that's
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb life gain effects. I'd say this might be B4 only because you have a bunch of different kind of combo lines and explosive things you can do, and all you really need to do is just run a lot of the good Azorius cards anyways and wait. But it's Mill, and Mill is notoriously difficult to win with.
yeah.
That's
I want to say B3, just Bitor. Same
we
trick
can
as
say
Bitor.
3 just due to the fact that it's Mill.
Yeah, I do like this commander. I do like the strategy. I think that maybe this is just not enough value on its own. I kind of wish it was at the end of each end step too. Not that that would matter too much, but I don't know. It just gives you more play options. But at 2 CMC, I can understand why it's somewhat limited in its scope. It's not bad. I'll say base 3 for sure.
Next is Kryl, also 1 white and 1 blue for a 2/1 lifelink, and it has Trace Ether. When you cast a non-creature spell, you may return target creature card with a mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand. Do this only once each turn. So it's a May, so you can cast like 4 things, then on your 5th spell, return the thing. This card is brutal, only due to the fact that if you are running all of the Rule of Law effects in a deck, and you are just countering everything and returning Rule of Laws to your hand, you outvalue everybody. Like you need all of your stacks pieces to be exiled to actually stop this from making people's lives horrible, and you just kind of play Azorius control. You're just playing a general stacks deck, and your commander makes it so your stacks cannot be removed.
Um,
I don't think stacks is kind of out of meta right now, but like B4.
uh, Drax is suggesting that it should have hit field and not hand.
Oh, just reanimate the thing.
I think a 2 mana.
If it reanimated a field,
No,
this card would be completely cracked
that's
because you
pretty
could break Rule of
cracked.
Law.
I like this at B3 because just being a stacks deck isn't like winning the game necessarily, but it's a really good reanimate deck.
Yeah, like it's just making it so that no one is going to be winning the game, and you have enough value to beat everybody. That's the only reason why I'm saying B4. Just because if you're doing hardcore control, this is probably the way to go.
You want to say B4?
Yeah, I think that this is one that can. It's like probably the lowest end of B4 on our list, but it can get away with B4.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us. We're all clearly excited for this Final Fantasy set. There is a lot of legends still yet to cover, but we've gotten to Multicolor, which is the biggest chunk of the pie for us. Even still, thanks for joining us, guys. At the end of this, we will be individually ranking any bracket 5 and bracket 4 commanders that we found to give you a better idea. Everything else in the other categories we'll largely ignore. So, Will stating that this is at the bottom end of bracket 4 is kind of relevant because we will be sort of placing these where we think they land ultimately in those top 2 brackets when it comes to casual. Where the power level lands isn't as quite as important. But speaking of power level, this is one we really liked in evaluation. Lease,
Yeah,
new lease on
uh,
life.
yeah. Lace is just a. It's that one commander. We can never remember his name, but he's that one commander with just prowess and double strike. Also, cost reduce all of your things that you'd want to play into prowess. Has Sensei's Divining Top combos just because the cost reduction is a Sensei's Divining Top thing and can hit very hard and kill people. It is kind of an outlet to win with Sensei's Divining Top by the fact that it has prowess, but not bad. Just punch things or do Sensei's things.
I think
Not
this is
bad.
like bracket 3. You could do like a one punch deck with this though, and do some fun things.
I think with Sensei's Divining Top, it's probably bracket 4 only because it makes your counter spells cheaper. It makes kind of everything you'd want to play in this deck cheaper. You can completely ignore the prowess. You can completely ignore the double strike effect. Just having the Sensei's combo and making some of your bigger cantrips cheaper maybe puts it into bracket 4.
What are the play the top card of your deck effects in Azorius again?
Um, there's Future Sight both as the straight up enchantment and the creature that does it as well. There's the equipment that does it. There's Mystic Forge. We have the Crystal Skull from Assassin's Creed. We have the new one, Fortune Teller's Talent from Bloomburrow, and we had another one that came out in Final Fantasy. I can't remember what it was, but it does work.
I could see this in bracket 4 actually. I mean, you could pretty easily assemble that with the number of redundant effects that let you do a Sensei's line. Also, Sensei's Dividing Top is so easy to find in these colors. There's 100 ways you could just put on the battlefield or into your hand. And I mean, we're discounting the fact that there's just other good combos in these colors that will just let you win the game on the spot. And if you're thwarted, you will likely have wound up with a creature that's infinitely powerful that will at least kill one person. So
You will accidentally kill people with this commander all the time.
yeah, the reality chip in this deck.
Yeah, Reality Chip is the one that
Thank you.
is
Yeah.
the equipment. It's the equipment feature site.
Yeah, I'm fine with her in bracket 4.
All right, all right. Next we got Titus Blitzball Star. One white and a blue for a legendary creature, human warrior with 2 power and 1 toughness. When an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on this. When Titus attacks, tap a creature an opponent controls. B1.
Sorry, Titus.
Yeah. Don't worry, he comes back later. We have a different Titus.
Yeah. Is Brotherhood
Yuri.
in the game? I forget.
Urianger. Urianger is a white and a blue for a legendary creature, Elf Advisor with 1 power, 3 toughness. When you play a land or cast a spell from exile, gain 2 life. You may tap, look at the top card of your library, and you may exile it face down. You may tap until the end of your turn. You may play cards exiled with this spell, but they cost 2 less to cast. So kind of pseudo draw, like it's just keep exiling stuff off the top, and then later you can cast the things. There's potentially a combo here, but it's so convoluting with so many pieces that I don't think that there's actually a combo. It'd be one.
Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, that's kind of cheeky. I don't know. I feel like it's B2. There's gonna it's like low cost. It's doing a thing. There's decent value.
Well, excluding its own effects, if you're doing like foretell stuff, you're just gaining
Yeah,
a little bit of life.
yeah.
So the main thing that you'd want to do is its effect, but its effect is put a card to the side, and if this card does not get destroyed, you can play the
Maybe
card
play it
later.
later. Maybe play it
Yeah,
later. Yeah.
it's B1.
What about untap effects? Well, don't you just
Yes,
win the
untap
game
effects are a
with?
thing, but that just means that you're playing the card you drew a little bit faster.
Yeah, but I mean, you could do. There are like ISO lines with anything, but this doesn't necessarily crack that card. But you could do Isochron Scepter with this and win the game. Like, look at the top, exile it face down, go through your whole
Yeah, like
list, play everything. It's
there's
just another way to put your hand. It's
there's
another way to put
Char-
your deck in your hand. Excuse me.
there's Charkham Retriever, which is when you cast a
Yeah,
spell, untap a creature you
yeah, that's kind of
control, and
cool. That's kind of cool.
you can activate the second ability, then keep activating the first ability over and over and over again. But the second you hit a
Mm,
land, stop.
mm-hmm.
Like, I guess if you hit Sensei's
Just
Divining
keep
Top, this
going.
is your future sight, but like you are using so many cards to get there.
I'd still think B2. Like it's a little bit better than B1. I wouldn't say it's Mimi. You could do fun stuff with this. It's really low cost. I agree with you. Like the life gain isn't inherently good, and you're not trying to build any sort of life gain um, payoffs into this.
My main issue with this as a combo card as well is if it gets blown up, those cards stay exiled. Just
Oh
period.
yeah, yeah, you're screwed. Good for Raynar Chakram. Good for Raynar.
Well,
I'll leave it at B2 for now. We could adjust it
yeah, we can
later
leave it in B2. I'm not too heartbroken to move it up one. But
or
next
down.
is
Yeah.
Emmett Selch, third seat. Two, a blue and a black legendary creature, elder wizard with 3 power, 4 toughness. Spells that you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast, and whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that spell would be put into the graveyard, exile instead. Do this once each turn.
Is he a human?
Elder. Did I
Or
say
is
human?
no, no, no. He's just
No, no,
a
just elder wizard.
okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
He's okay. I don't know. I don't haven't played this game, so I don't really know.
If you look at his other card, well, you'll see why not human.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Okay.
but B5. And only reason why B5 is it's Kess without red, but on the plus side, you're reducing the cost of cards that you're casting from your graveyard, and you are casting upwards of 4 cards per rotation, because if somebody cracks a fetch land, you get to cast something from the graveyard. And that is on anybody's turn, and that lets you break spell speed. So people have already tried brewing this, and this has been doing really, really well in play testing by a bunch of YouTube channels. So it's in the good colors. I'd say B5.
Huge deck energy. Huge Elder Wizard energy for sure. Tenacious Underdog, funny with this. Tenacious Underdog, wait. The hell's Tenacious Underdog? Blitz 2, generic and a 2 black, pay
Oh,
life. Yeah.
Tenacious Underdog. It has a Blitz pay 2 life, and you can cast it from the graveyard using its Blitz ability.
Damn, look at that man's chest. It's impressive. Even the girl in the audience is noticing. There's a whole
Oh, it's
story here. Honestly,
the
this looks like Tassigur's younger brother or something.
yeah, yeah.
Am I wrong? The Banana Boy's younger brother?
This looks like Tassigur's brain rot brother that's just been mewing all the time. Like the jawline is just like.
You may cast Tenacious Underdog from your graveyard using its Splits ability. Hey,
So
look.
that with Emmett is kind of funny, yeah.
Um, wow, you really threw this high up there, but you know what? I'll agree with you. And the funny thing is, the other Emmett is probably up here too.
It's the main thing that people have realized with this is just like, hey, yeah, if you play this Emmet and you cast a tutor for Thorkel, next turn you attack with this Emmet and you recast the tutor to find Demonic Consultation and just win. And then if they stop your Demonic Consultation, you attack with Emmet and you re-Demonic Consultation.
Right.
Like, completely ignoring the grind. He's just vicious.
Yeah, if the spell is cast. So you'll still have it in your graveyard, provided you fail.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was 2 in a black blitz cost. That's fine. He looks
Still
like
fun.
he looks like Sarkon kind of. I need more of his backstory. But we're on Final Fantasy right now.
We need that tenacious underdog planeswalker card.
Yes, one day. All right.
Other Emmet. This is the reason why he is not a human. One, a blue and a black for a 2/4 vigilance with ETB and attack. Draw a card and discard a card at the beginning of your upkeep. If there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, transform. The transform side is a 6/6 vigilance avatar. And during your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. The reason why this card is really good, if you remove Emmet before any of the other cards are removed from the stack, then all the cards get put into your graveyard. So if you flicker Emmet, you get him back to the front side, and then you put all those cards you just cast from your graveyard back into your graveyard.
So to answer
Then
the question, oh sorry, go for it.
then you can reflip Emmet and do it again next turn and next turn and next turn, and with an extra turn spell, that's infinite
It's
turns.
all the
As
next turns. All the next turns. So to answer your question, does this work? Yes. So we built this on the channel. This was one of the first builds we did for this set, and it got us pretty giddy because it did kind of exactly what we wanted it to do, and pretty consistently. Um, I like this card a lot. I think it can win games in a competitive setting. I
yeah,
think I think that it's probably bracket 5. How quickly did we get to 14 cards in our graveyard?
very quickly after we added the dredge cards, once we added in more
Yeah,
of the dredge cards, we realized, oh yeah, no, we do that almost instantly.
I want to say it's bracket 5.
Yeah, definitely
It was
bracket five.
pretty damn consistent.
It worked.
Yeah.
And another card that is tentative bracket 5, but probably not. Golbez.
Oh,
Golbez
really?
is a tentative bracket 5 from what I've heard. I don't know if I agree with that, but we'll discuss that.
Okay, okay,
He is
okay.
a blue and black for a 1/4 legendary creature, human wizard. When an artifact enters under your control, surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, if you have 4 more artifact cards, return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If there are 8 or more, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. The reason why this card is quote unquote playable, it lets you curate and draw every single turn to get a very good creature. And theoretically, in the end of the game, you can get a couple different creatures in your graveyard that have 40 attack and kill somebody just by resolving that last trigger. The main thing is that he lets you just play artifacts, kind of curate your deck, fill your graveyard, and recur creatures to keep going. The issue is he doesn't have any form of major card advantage to keep accelerating to try to win. There's not a lot of good, well, there's not a lot of great creature based card draw in blue, so you're not going to be recurring anything relevant. Maybe you'll recur Curie or Fairy Mastermind or Polywog Prodigy, but you'd rather get back Aristic.
Um,
Could this win a cEDH tournament? Maybe. I would not be totally surprised to see this win a cEDH tournament.
well, yeah, it's Matoya bait, right? You just put her right in the 99. You're surveilling and doing the thing. You got all the card draw you need.
Indeed, indeed. But yeah,
I will say bracket 4. I need to. I think this needs to be tested.
I would say bracket 3. I don't think that it does like the whole combo engine that well. I like it's KCI, but KCI is nowhere near competitive right now.
I'm going with bracket 4 because Jurassic said it should be bracket 5 for the art alone, and I agree. The both the standard and old art are some of the best. Um,
I'll live with that. I'll live with that.
it could be honestly, it's up there for me. I think that you're right about the value engine here. It's not doing a whole lot by itself, and like how many artifacts you ripping and roaring with. I don't know, dude. I could go bracket 3. Honestly, I'm not as high either, but I do like that art. I don't know.
It's an interesting card.
I didn't get
If there is a deck to get KCI back into the meta, maybe Gobbles can do it. I know it's not his name, but he gobbles
Gamos.
that deck.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that would be kind of sick, honestly.
Next we got Cole. He says when he deals combat damage, you loot bracket 1.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I can agree with that. Moving on.
Next we have Sephiroth. He's 6 mana, ETB. He does
Sephiroth.
what Xenos does, and then he gets counters when creatures die. Bracket 1.
Okay.
I will let you read this next one because you brought it up earlier in the stream.
Ultimatia. So she's 5 mana. She's a 4/5 body. But she's a 5 out of 5 for me. Whenever Ultimatia enters or attacks, surveil 2. Matoya, we're calling. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform Ultimatia into Ultimatia Omnipotent. This side's a little scary, honestly. I'm not going to lie. 7/7 Menace, Time Compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimatia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. Can you go infinite?
Well,
the answer is
no, but basically,
yeah. You can. It's effort.
you run out of cards in deck. but taking like 20 extra turns just wins the game. Or not 20, taking like 10 extra turns should win you the game.
Well, she's a 7/7, so you could like kill people,
Yeah.
right? So
Um
the goal would be to beat with the 7/7 side, flicker pay, extra turn.
yes, so what you do is you'd have a Conjurer's Closet effect and something like Roaming Throne, let's say. Anything that can fill your graveyard a little bit better, but Roaming Throne does it the best because it can double up the flip effect as well just by naming Warlock. Uh, with Ultimacia, you fill up your graveyard, you flip, and then you take an extra turn. Have since Ultimacia does not get exiled and returned to transform, she just transforms. You can target her with Conjurer's Closet, and then after transforming and taking the extra turn, you flicker her and get her back to her front side at the end of the turn, and then you just keep going. So it's a 4/5. You're never attacking with the 7/7, but you're curating your deck by surveilling until you hit something that would just let you win the game, like let's say Thoracle. And then outside of that, you're just going, okay, I'm just paying a lot of mana and taking extra turns. By the fact that this is just a commander that chains together extra turns, and it's kind of like the opposite side of the Edric deck, I'd say bracket 4, because this can just be very mean.
Yeah, just it is kind of an issue with the exiling of 8 cards. You kind of have to brain freeze yourself or something.
But between the ETB and attack triggers, you're getting 4 per turn off of flickering with Conjurer's Closet and then attacking on the next turn. So you just need to get 4 cards into graveyard per turn, which is pretty doable with kind of any other card.
B3. She's Golbez worthy to
Okay,
me.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Well, we like her though. We do like her. Don't get me wrong. Ask someone in the pod to play it, then commandeer it. How can we get Moon Mist in this deck?
Let me.
I'll tell you. Well, we would need to add green as part of the color pie. Transform all humans, prevent all combat damage that will be dealt to this creature, other than werewolves. I don't
That
think
is really funny, and I love that. Put down Isochron Scepter.
I wish. But moving on to Zand.
Zand Dark Mage.
It was so close to Black Waltz, dude. Okay.
2, a blue and a black for a legendary creature, human wizard with 3 power, 3 toughness, and menace, with +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. Self-building punchy. He's Voltron. If he dies, you just bring him back and keep punching. Bracket 3, bracket 2, somewhere along the lines of there.
Yeah, I think there is better punchy guys in this set alone. Some with like cost reduction and stuff. But you're in 2 colors here, and Demir is a really good slice of the color pie. I could see like bracket 2. Bracket 2. It's maybe not as good as Ultimacia.
Yeah. Next, we have Black Waltz number 3,
Oof.
everybody's favorite album.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah.
2, a black and a red for a legendary creature wizard with 2 power, 2 toughness, flying, death touch, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 2 damage to each opponent. This does what Y'shtola does, but you don't have to cast a high CMC spell. Throw Infect on it and kill everybody.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get the draw that Y'shtola gives, but it does what Y'shtola does. It's
Yeah.
another style of Y'shtola thing. I will say, I think Y'shtola is B5. I think this is probably B4, but funny.
He has so much swag with his shoes. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Zaned, I think.
Oh yeah, the pointy
With them,
shoes with the
them pointy
pointy
tips.
shoulders. Yeah. We like it. We like it. Black Waltz though. Black Waltz, I think I agree with you. We haven't gone to Y'shtola yet. She is a trip color commander who's
He's going to
quite
be near
good.
the end.
But no, I think Black Waltz is bracket 4 pretty easily. It's just really good effects. Just really good effects. What can I
Yeah.
say?
Next we have Garland, a black and a red, and I'm not going to read like 60% of this card because the rest is just not relevant. When you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1, that is the only thing you need to know about this card.
Yeah,
You can pay 7 to reanimate it from the graveyard at sorcery speed, transform to the backside, which is just a 5/5 flyer that when it dies, you put it at the bottom of the library. Bad. Surveil
better.
1 when you cast stuff,
Yeah,
good, only because you're in Underworld Breach colors.
better than the 99. Dragon
Yeah,
Rage, Dragon
probably
Rage
better in the
Channeler.
99. Probably better in the 99, but it's a Dragon Rage Channeler in the command zone, and you just need to find Breach, and you can potentially storm into a win. I think I'd say B4 just by the fact that you could find Breach and just say game sometimes.
I mean, uh, B3 tops.
Okay.
Yeah, B3 tops. I'm fine with that. I was gonna say B1 because I'd rather run this than the 99 as just an additional Dragon Rage Channeler, but I'm fine with B3.
Kefka Dance of the Mad, 5, a black and a red for a legendary creature, human wizard with 6 power and 6 toughness, indestructible during your turn. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among the exiled cards without paying your mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell that was cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. The way that you use this is you just keep exiling people's bad cards until and don't cast them, keeping them exiled until you just have a very good curated graveyard, and then you just cast crazy stuff. It is very slow to set that up. You can use target hate to help set that up, but I'd say like B2, B3.
Yeah,
Not great in cEDH.
No, no, no. I think just by virtue of the cost, you really, when you pay 7 mana, want to do a little bit more than this. Smash. The next question. I'm fine with B2, honestly. On this
Fair.
Kefka, on this Kefka. But what
Yes, the
about
other one is probably about 3 Bs higher. Uh, Kuja, 2 a black and a red for a legendary human mutant wizard with 3 power and 4 toughness. At the beginning of your end step, you create a ping wizard, and then if you control 4 more wizards, transform. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or a player, it deals double that damage instead. We doing damage.
Yeah. So win more?
Yeah, it's you build the goon squad, then you get like a Torbrand style effect to just kill people kind of faster.
Right.
I think
Maybe not
because
win more. Maybe not win more. It
you'll have
just
you'll have 3 ping wizards. Let's say you have let's just go with another damage doubler so it doubles and then doubles to 4. Every time you cast a non-creature spell, you deal 12. So you cast roughly 3 things and win. Sometimes
right.
4 because somebody doesn't lose life, but you cast roughly 3 things and win. That's not bad if you have any other damage doubler. It's just a decent burn commander. The only downside is you play it on 4, wait a turn, then you go and flip, and then on the next turn you win. So you're winning on like turn 8. B2.
This is better than Endrick Sar. Kind of. You really went back on that statement pretty quickly. Edric Sar, whenever you cast a creature spell, create a blank thrall. Whenever you're 7 or more thralls, sacrifice Edric Sar. Yeah, it's better. I would say it's better. Beginning of end step, create a blah blah blah. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, at worst, you just skull clamp your ping wizards, right?
Yeah. Well, at best in a lot of situations, because you need to be able to draw.
Yeah,
I'd say this is B3, Kuja.
it's slow. I'd say B2 because it is just very slow. Is my issue.
Yeah. No, yeah. It is kind of slow. And like it's not even a high cost. It's just that
You have to wait to get the pingers.
right. I mean, you can obviously use effects to copy this trigger, but it feels like a lot of effort for little payoff, and then you're sort of running out of hand. Anyways, we've got another lock.
Yeah, Lock Treasure Hunter can't be blocked by creature Skulk. And Mug. Whenever Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a land was milled this way, you create a treasure token. Until the end of the turn, you may cast spells from among those cards.
Better than the other lock.
Sorry, you may cast a spell from among those cards.
Yeah.
This is another Ragavan style effect. You attack, you make a treasure, and you can play one of the things. And it's only for the turn, so it's kind of a worse draw. It has evasion. That's the only reason why I think that's something, but I really think that it's like B2.
I'm with B2. I mean, this is a pretty popular character. So if you want to
Yeah,
play a version of him, this is the one. B2. B2. It's not bad. I'm going to end our current poll so I can put up another one soon. But this is for our absolute virtue. It sounds like we're landing on B. Thank God 3.
B3. Yeah,
Yeah, I feel
that's
like
what I
that's
figured it was going to be. It's
yeah,
too weak for B4 and up, but it's definitely way higher than B2.
not a pirate robbed. Sorry.
Yeah.
But what about Setsa, wandering
We
gambler?
have that nice bubbly sitter.
Setsa water, please.
Indeed. One a black and a red for a legendary creature, human rogue pilot with 2 power, 2 toughness. When it enters, you create the Blackjack, a 3/3 legendary colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, you create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Coin flip tribal. Screw everything with blackjack and crewing. You just do coin flip tribal.
I'm into that. I'm into that. And guys, just as an experiment, go ahead and squint at Setzer, and tell me you don't see Alucard. Just
Fair.
give it a little squint. Anyway,
Yeah.
so for Kuja, I've been testing him for cEDH. I also posted a list up. Thank you, thank you. I've been doing him with Reality Scramble deck. You scramble for Hoarding Broodlord. Okay, you get the
So it's just polymorph. You're
yeah,
polymorphing for Hoarding Broodlord, and then you do the Sawn half line.
yeah. I mean, it's a good commander for that. It's a good commander for a polymorph build because you get another body to leverage.
My thing with doing any of the polymorph stuff is you can just always polymorph your commander, so polymorphing a token commander is not always relevant. Like you don't need a polymorph a token, you can just polymorph your commander, which may actually be
Yeah,
the better call on this because I think that you want to keep the ping wizard as a potential win con.
actually, yeah. Frankly, you do want the one ping wizard. I assume that's what you mean. Actually, Red Spectre. You'd keep the wizard so that you have the outlet, and then you just find a line of play that would allow you to infinitely aristocrats.
Underworld breach, and then just keep recasting things at random until people die.
No, 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 not the anime Alucard. The anime. Well, I actually didn't mind the the animation for Castlevania. I definitely watch it. It's more like a guilty pleasure, though. I don't think the storylines are great. The games are infinitely better. God, I like a platformer, but specifically, it's got to be Castlevania. Yeah, you keep the token polymorph Kuja. Thank you. Yeah, he looks like Soren. I see Alucard, man. I can't. It's that long white
I
hair and
see
the black
Alucard as
coat.
well. Don't
Yeah.
worry, you're good.
Okay, okay. We got to go to the other art for Baltier and Fran. I'm sorry. Actually, there's. Oh, I didn't even see this
Well,
one.
really quick, we didn't even rate Setzer yet.
Setzer water.
So my thing is, if you run enough just random coin flip effects, you get a lot of mana very quickly. Like he's Dockside, but Dockside at home. Like he can do things, but there's no way to make infinite treasures off of him.
mm,
You can just make a good handful of
what
treasures
is the
in one
gin?
go.
What's the gin? Is it in blue or is it in
It's
red?
in is it?
It's in. Is it?
It's an is it?
Ugh.
I wish it was just red.
If you have two tokens, you just grab Bolus the Citadel and Divining Top because your opponent are burned for more than you're paying for Kuja. I'm always amazed at how many
True.
games you've played and movies you've watched. Very envious. I what little downtime I have, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that cultured. I do like animation though, and I do like video games. So I feel like most
I
of my gaming was in my youth, like Game Boy in hand. So And PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. We had all the PlayStations growing up. I was not a Nintendo kid.
I will
Patrick,
say Setzer is probably B2, just because I don't know how many useful coin flip effects that you're going to run, but you do at least have Krark.
I know this MTG stream. Are we getting anything for the Inuarashi Musketeer Squad and One Piece TCG? We could talk about that. If you're in the Discord, holler at me. I do want to do some One Piece streams later because the starters really shake up the meta in a meaningful way. So we could talk about that later. Sorry, I had to go for a bit. What did we rate the Mono Blue Yishtola? Sorry, Wolf. Sadly, one.
We
But you
yeah,
could
we
convince
went
us.
B1 only because there's not enough good end of turn effects to actually make use of that. And at that point, you might as well just be running one of the other Conjurer's Closet Commanders.
I'm sorry. Are we bracket 5 for Setzer? We've been on him for a while, I know.
Bracket two, probably, just because
Yeah.
you're getting a lot of mana, but you need something to do with it. And you need to run a lot of junk to make it work.
Fran and Balthier.
Yep, Fran both here. One red and a blue for a legendary creature, human rabbit, with 4 power, 3 toughness, and reach. Vehicles you control have +1/+1 vigilance and reach. Whenever a vehicle crewed by this uh, attacks, or crewed by this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of this turn, you may pay 1 red and a green, and if you do, after this, there's an additional combat phase. You have to build vehicles and have to build other punchy stuff. It's kind of hard to make this work because you need to get a ton of creatures to tap stuff. I would say B1.
Sorry, Will's face is going to get messed up for a second. Oh, no, don't do
It
it.
hasn't always been messed up.
No, it's lovely. It's perfectly fine. Don't read the comments. I'm just kidding. You're good. Wait. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. There should be a link to the Discord that's active, and it's this one. You know why that link is dead? Because we populated this stream a little while ago. So thanks for waiting for it to come out. I just realized that. There's a Discord link that's active in the chat. If you guys want to go check it out, you can join us over on Discord where we talk about Magic the Gathering and other games on occasion. If you're just joining us, we're halfway through the set and moving quickly.
More than halfway through the set. We're about 2/3 of the way through the set, maybe 3/4.
One thing I'll ask you to do, if you don't mind doing me a favor, I would love to get more likes on this because I'd love to see what that does for this video as a VOD. It's going to be likely 4 hours. I don't know how many people are going to watch this at that length, but skip around. Try to enlarge the leaders so you can see them. But again, thanks for joining us on this one. Let us know any of your Final Fantasy pulls. Okay. Vehicle deck. Gruel.
Unfortunately, B1 only because it's fine as a vehicle setup, but it makes you want to get things with vigilance and attack with the vehicles which have vigilance, but it's a decent extra combat effect. It's just only useful if you're attacking with vigilance things, which in this case is either vehicles or random vigilance creatures in Gruul, which there aren't good ones.
Are there any like enchantments that just give vigilance across the board that would make this more
Not
viable?
I think there's some in white, but not in Gruul.
Yeah. I mean, I love these characters, so of course I would want to make this work, but I would say probably B1 and you can do something fun thematic with them. Excuse me. Barrett, man, they did you dirty twice.
I know. Barrett, Avalanche Leader, 2 a red and a green for a legendary creature, human rebel with 4 power, 4 toughness, and reach. When equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you create a 2/2 red rebel token. At the beginning of combat on your turn, attach an equipment onto a target rebel you control.
Okay.
B1.
So specific. So specific. All right. I mean, he's doing all the things for you, but love you, Barrett. Sorry, man. Gladiolus for 6 mana.
Gladiolus.
Gladiolus. He's standing. He's also like he's where the hills.
He's in prime yodeling territory.
What is the Sound of Music? He's right where it was shot. Yeah, he's in prime yodeling territory for sure. This is a Nagila card. Don't forget. When Gladiolus Amatisia It's good to see you. Enters, search your library for a land, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle, landfall. Oh shit. Whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. So that's actually kind of gnarly. You can do some cool things with this with Power Matters effects, Life's Legacy, yada yada, make the thing big. You did a fetch land, go you, draw cards. It's 6 mana, it's kind of high. And it does do some searching for your lands for you. It sucks that they enter tapped because you just paid 6 for this. I don't know, my guy. I'm kind of like B2 on this because you could do stuff with it. You can't do stuff with it. It's just costly.
The fact that the landfall gives trample is why this is viable.
Pretty dope.
This is 6 mana Golos, but you're not in Wooburg, you're only in 2 colors. The main things that you can do is Maze's End, because you do have enough lands or enough gates that you can do 2 color Maze's End. You can do 1 color Maze's End in black.
Angel's
But
Trumpet. Angel's Trumpet gives vigilance.
oh yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
But the landfall trample is the probably the best use of this card. If you
100%.
use the 1 chocobo, which is double your land ETB triggers,
Oh,
double
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
landfall, what you can do is that you can play this, get the tri land the tri fetches, which then enter, getting you 2 lands, which then trigger landfall. So you get 6 landfall triggers, and you give something +12/+12 in trample, or give 6 individual things trample. That is probably the best utility. I'd say B2.
I don't even. What is that? What is the colorway for that chocobo?
It's a mono green.
Did we pass it already?
It's not a legendary.
Oh, we've got legendary chocobos coming up though.
Yeah.
Red
Um,
13.
yeah, red 13, you're just to say it's Gruul, Vigilance Trample, your modified creatures have Vigilance and Trample, and then when this enters, you can return a aura or equipment from your graveyard to your hand.
Cool.
B1, but it's good in the 99.
Yeah. Love Red
Um,
13 too. Great
Here's
art.
another card that we were not able to cover because it was literally the last legendary spoiled. A
Mhm.
red and green for a legendary creature, Human Shaman, with 1 power, 2 toughness, a landfall. You may discard a card if you do draw a card, and summon. You can pay X, tap, and return a saga card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to your battlefield with a finality counter on it, and it gains haste until the end of the turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Gruul sagas are not the way to go, and you're half between landfall and sagas. B1.
I'm with you on that. Although, and frankly, mostly because there's a much better Saga commander right next to her.
Yeah. Terra, magical adept. 1, a red and a green for a legendary creature, human wizard warrior. Is this the first wizard warrior?
Wizard
Um,
Warrior? Maybe. Oh god, the art is so good. Sorry.
4 power and 4 toughness. When this enters mill 5 and put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way to your hand. You can pay 4, a red and a green, to exile this and return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. The transformed side is a 6/6 flying wizard that says, create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste, and if it's a saga, you can put up to 3 lore counters on it and sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step for 1, 2, and 3. On chapter 4, you get white, white, blue, blue, black, black, red, red, green, green, exile this, and return it to the battlefield face up. This is bracket 5 because it's a food chain commander. It can help find food chain, it can help set up your squee, and in addition to that, the backside can potentially just ramp you very hard if you get hard stuck on something, and potentially just multiply the number of enchantments you have just for the sake of getting an extra Ristic Study. It's really just a food chain commander, though. That's its main thing.
Yeah, most likely. We were gonna build this on the channel, and we're still going to build this on the channel, right? Didn't wasn't this voted for?
Yeah, this is the next one we're building.
Um, bracket 5.
Bracket 5 only because it's the first Wooburg food chain commander that we have that helps set up food chain while also being a food chain outlet.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good.
Yep, yep. Um,
Plus, you get to play with dope ass art. Both the standard and this amazing alt art. This alt art's going to sell for so much. I can only imagine. Good luck pulling that one. But the standard looks so good too. Don't even care. Sorry. Just art ogling.
Fair enough, fair enough. But next we have Aerith, Last Ancient, 2 a green and white for a 3/5 life linker that says raise at the beginning of your end step. If you gain life, return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more, put it to the battlefield instead.
Damn.
Um, this is Marin, but Selesnya, and debatably easier to reanimate things. Um, Good and casual just because you can get in some big dumb white creatures that are potentially just really good, but it's basically just another Maryland that got color shifted, or another Marin that got color shifted. Um, B3, it can do some disgusting things, but it's pretty vanilla. Maybe B2.
Uh, mm, uh, when we evaluated her the first time, I didn't really like her. I'm gonna put her at B2. I feel like 7 life it's again debatably not difficult to get to, but and on flavor, I get FL Fantasy 7. It's just costly, man.
You find him number 7.
Yeah, God, Aerith, favorite character, not doing well, not doing too hot this set, girl. Hope when we do Final Fantasy Part 2, we get a better version of Aerith. I mean, we rank this other one pretty highly, but okay, moving on. Also, Garnett.
Gar Yeah, Garnet, green and a white for legendary creature, human noble cleric with 2 power, 2 toughness, and lifelink. When Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control and put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way.
Mm.
Sagas are not really worth running and are very slow. This is B1.
Yeah, all the best girls from these games are the ones that are uncommon are just kind of okay. Garnet, yeah, go with B1.
Um, Renoa is the next one, and it's 5 mana, enters and you make a legendary doggo, and then when you attack, if this attacked alone, or sorry, whenever this attacks, you can give another creature you control +1/+1 for each creature you control. Um, Good effect on 5 mana, feels bad, B1.
Seriously, cute doggo token though.
Yes.
Super cute doggo token. Sarah?
Yep, Sarah. 1 a green and a white for legendary creature, human citizen, that says the first legendary spell you cast each, or legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. At the beginning
Ooh.
of combat, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, transform this. First line, same as the last, but legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. If you're doing legendary tribal, there's probably different things that you're doing that are better. This does kind of double anthem things and help cost reduce, so this might be good enough, but like if you're running a 3 mana legendary tribal thing, it's probably better to do Sisei. Because we have, I think, one other legendary tribal commander that's coming up in the next couple cards that is potentially worth running as a legendary tribal commander, but this is just very, very limited. So B1.
Yeah, I still like Garnet. I think that you could do something really fun with her, like a summon build, like you're suggesting. I don't know that it's going to be competitive though, or how effective it'll actually be. Sarah Farron, I'm sorry, where did you land on her?
B1 for Sarah. Just an
Mm,
anthem in the command zone, just as only thing is not that great.
yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Plus, you kind of want to just play Sisei over this for sure.
Yeah.
Meh.
Next is Shalinda, Unova Acolyte, a green and
Shalinda.
white for a legendary creature, human cleric with 2 power, 2 toughness, and lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may put a +1/+1 counter on that creature if its power is less than this. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on this.
Hmm.
You can do persist things. That's the main thing of this card. There's also some powers matters things that you could potentially use. There's some proliferate things that you could potentially use. But the strongest thing you do with this is persist stuff.
Oh, sorry. Trying to look at something, trying to see if it's the same artist. It's not. This is probably one of the worst counter manipulators we got. Like, I think the other two are better in mono green.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's like a Hulk combo that you can probably do using this as something that you search off of Hulk, not the commander for the deck.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
That's fair.
you can set it up so that this gets a counter and then it puts a counter on Lesser Masticore and then you just sack loop Lesser Masticore to win the game.
Yeah.
There has to be something that you can search up that would let you for 2 mana or less with Hulk to complete that loop, but there's probably something there.
In
But
Selesnya or
in Selesnya, I'm trying because in Abzan
right, you just have
you
it.
have a lot, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
It's fine. Maybe in the 99 for a Hulk build for sure.
yeah,
Oh shit! Last page, people. Waka waka
yep,
waka
yep.
waka.
Uh, yeah, Waka Waka indeed. Reach trample whenever this deals damage to a player. Destroy up to one target artifact that player controls and put a +1/+1 counter on this. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put onto this, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. This is a fun disruption commander. It does stuff with +1/+1 counters, going wide and going tall. I'd give it a B2. It's probably B1, but you can definitely build something with it.
By the way, I know which arcade cabinet I prefer, but which do you prefer? Waka 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 waka. Um, I'm sorry. You said B1.
B2, but close to B1. A little bit of artifact disruption and counter manipulation stuff. So like the counters let you actually do something in the deck, and the disruption makes it so that this commander can slow down the game. But if you want to say B1, I'm cool with B1.
I'm fine. I'm fine with B2. I agree with you. It's doing a little bit more than the average +1 deck, so I'm fine with that. It's rather neither here nor there. You're probably going to play Waka if you like him. I wouldn't say it's a highly competitive deck. Okay.
Okay, next you got Yuna, Hope of Spira. Uh, this and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2 on your turn. At the beginning of your end step, you can return an enchantment from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. B1. We have a Wooburg commander that reanimates enchantments better than this, and the protection is not really protection because it's only on your turn.
Sorry, Yuna. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, it's fine. It's 5 mana.
Next is Oddbird. Good old Oddbird. Whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each legendary creature you control and give them vigilance until the end of the turn. Whenever you cast a black spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each legendary creature you control and give them menace until the end of the turn. This is the legendary tribal commander that I was like is actually worth playing outside of just playing Sisay as a legendary tribal commander, because Artbert can go very aggro and casual. If you're just playing Oops All Legendaries, you're stacking a ton of counters on your things and stacking a lot of keywords on your things, and you are swinging very hard, very fast. I would give Artbert a 3. He's a 3 B3, like he's not gonna be doing anything disgusting. B4 is usually where you start seeing combos and when combat's not relevant, but he's hitting hard and fast. He's good.
I put Isamaru in there.
Yeah.
Good boy, best boy tribal.
Indeed.
I like B3. There's a definite game plan. Your board will go big, it will go wide. And you can reanimate it if it dies. Pretty easily.
I mean, even if this dies, you're like, okay, I swing for 60.
Yeah, Wolf, could you hear that? Yeah. Don't
We
worry.
heard the siren.
Yeah, I can't help that. Something about Meld. It's not very good at noise canceling their software. We'll figure it out. But
it's really good at putting Ragnarok into play.
What is Meld? Oh god.
Yeah. You did not get that for a second.
No, because I didn't think it would be possible, Will, okay? I didn't think anyone would attempt it. Can we just get to Squall? Estinian for
S9.
Sure.
Bad Timna. When you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this and it gets flying. On your second main phase, draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of opponents who are damaged by this or dragons. Crappy Timna B1.
Najila card B2.
No.
Okay.
No.
Estin Estian. Ooh, cool looking armor, Judge Magister, Gabranth. So we're Orzhov, we're Menace, we're 2/2, and whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on Judge. Fine. He's got a sword that looks like it came straight out of Monster Hunter, so that gets
We
style
have
points.
this is a B1. We have a legendary creature from Ixalan that is basically the same thing, except it's not when something dies, it's you can sacrifice an artifact or a creature to put a +1/+1 counter on it.
That's better.
Yeah, that is way better.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Judge. Yeah, B1 for you, my guy.
Another Y'shtola-esque card, Limo, or Papa Limo.
Papa Limo. I don't
It's
know.
it's
I
the
don't know.
it's the Papa Limo.
Papa
He's a
Limo.
car.
Sure, sure,
Uh,
sure.
a white and a black for a legendary creature, dwarf wizard with 1 power and 2 toughness. When you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. You can pay for it, tap him, and sack him. Each opponent loses life equal to loses life this each opponent who lost life this turn sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. Slap infect on them and then start casting stuff to kill everybody. Funny, bad. B1.
It has the plan, though, man.
Yeah, but you have to cast 10 spells on this. The other two are cast 5 spells.
A B2.
B1.
B2. B2. Give Papa Limo a chance. He's only 2 mana. You'll get there. That's pretty cheap. You get to make them sacrifice their biggest creature? Come on. This little guy.
Well, Rufus makes a dog named Darkstar, and that's it. B1.
Yeah, Darkstar's one ugly ass dog. I'm sorry.
I will let you read the next one, though.
Yeah, Rufus Shinra is, yeah, he's B1. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it's everything Will said. You just make it dog. Sorry. 2/4 body. Okay. Squall, Seed Mercenary. Let me put the fun art up. Yeah. Okay,
Did they finally update? Yeah, they did get the good art on. They got the good art finally.
dude, they're all really good, man. I'm not
No,
gonna
there's
lie.
one art that is the good art, and you know what it is.
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. It's a cute moment. Okay. 4 mana, 3/4 body. No tribal we care about. Rough Divide. Let's just start playing those limit breaks. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until the end of turn. Guess what? It's just Squall. Oops, all Squall. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with a mana value of 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If I'm not mistaken, we walked through a combo line that you could do with just Squall and reanimation. So you could play this a few different ways. If you want to play like a slow, grindy build that lays out stacks, you could do that. Obviously, your unmarked graves, your entombs, your buried alives, put stuff in the trash for you. Any sort of self mill would do this too. But what is the play line? We had a creature build with buried alive that would just do it. That would win the game on the spot.
I think it's buried alive with Wandering Soul or Warren Soul Trader, Blood Artist, and then Forsaken Miner or Gravecrawler.
Yes.
If you buried alive that, you just get back Warren Soul Trader and Blood Artist and then win.
Yeah, you guys know what Blood Artist is, but I'll just put Warren Soul Trader on the board, on the screen. Pay a life, sacrifice a creature, create a treasure token. This gives you the mana to pay for the thing. You bring it back. You brought back 2 things with Squall. Yeah, I mean, you could just win on the spot. You could do this so many different ways. It's a really cool deck. I do think that this is cEDH playable, and maybe between bracket 4 or 5.
It is bracket 5 100% only because you get Rule of Law effects into play, and then you break Rule of Law effects by 1, just cheating things back into play, or 2, just sorry, no, it's just 1. You just keep reanimating more and more crap, and then your opponents go, oh, I can't kill anything. and you're just gonna get it back if I do kill it, and then I wasted my one spell per turn, so I'm just fucked.
Do you just
And then
run? Do you run? Oh,
if you
sorry.
resolve like one thing or get something in the graveyard, I lose.
We haven't talked about this. We haven't built it yet, but I feel like you could just go Mesmeric Orb, Basalt
Basalt.
Monolith very comfortably here. Yeah, or just Mesmeric Orb. Honestly, Mesmeric Orb is great by itself. Like you don't even need anything else. Just Mesmeric Orb with the Rule of Law effects. You're screwing up everyone's day. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get past some Underworld Breach," and you're like, "Dude, there's deafening silence." And then they're like, "Oh fuck, oh, I just cast this for nothing," and you're like, "Yeah,
There's
you did."
Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, and Aethersworn Canonist. What are you trying to do here?
Yeah, well, the best part is like 3 is the sweet spot for all of these cards. So it's like they're not going to get past you. And you have this is basically, I know it doesn't say draw, but it's card advantage because you're going to get to replay all that shit. And I forgot to mention this lets you hit lands, right? So
You're ramping.
it doesn't even matter like but all I've got in my graveyard is a fetch. Like, yeah, go ramp, find that ramp. Or if
Yep.
you have like a what is there a Savannah land or what's it called? Is there a sacrifice this draw card land in Orzhov yet?
I believe there's a couple. There's a couple that you can get in the colors, but I think you're talking about the what's it called?
Horizon
The
lands.
canopy lands.
Yeah, canopy
I
lands.
think there's a canopy land for those colors.
Finally a
Mortuary
good
Mire,
Orzhov.
something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so it does well, look, you could have card advantage with lands. There you go. I say B4 only because we haven't really like tested it yet, but I feel like this is B5.
I
Like
say B5 only
silent clearing.
because
Thank
it
you.
has value. It's giving you card advantage. It breaks symmetry on what it's trying to do, and it has a clear and concise one card combo. So
Yeah,
I'd say B5 only because it's just really stable. Like it's a really good and stable stacks deck.
right. And again, like if you do self mill, you will have Savine's Reclamation. Like we just established, you're probably ramping if nothing else. Like if and again, if nothing else is your opponents just aren't removing your Rule of Law effects because they simply can't or don't have a meaningful way to do it and permanently remove it, you'll ultimately wind up ramping. And Savine's Reclamation flashback is going to be dirt cheap. Like it's going to be irrelevant. And as we know, like lands are generally safe in a cEDH setting. People usually don't jam Ravages of War or anything like that. Yeah, really good. Silent Clearing. Thank you. Squall, Seed Mercenary. Super excited to play him. I really want to get that alt art. I will likely build this deck in paper. We will brew it for sure, but not until after our other build. Okay.
Shinatota. Uh,
Sure. Sure.
when you cast a non-creature spell, it gains attack for each mana you spent on that spell.
Neat.
If you paid 4 more mana, draw a card.
Oh shit. That's
B1.
value. But value.
You're paying 4 mana to draw one card, and you have to use all that 4 mana on one card. The chance that you're playing a 4 mana card in hard casting is not a thing.
Tell me something about this Great Sage, though.
Yeah, I actually very much like this one.
I know you do.
3 a blue and a red for a legendary creature, human wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you create a 1/1 colorless hero token. If you spent 4 or more mana, you draw 2 cards. If you spent 8 or more mana, you sacrifice this and then deal damage deal that much damage equal to the mana you spent to each opponent. You can draw your entire deck with one turn with this commander. Just by running all of the random Hedron effects and untapped rocks or mana geysers and things like that, you can net mana to draw cards and keep going and digging deeper in between Bergie effects and that one legendary that we talked about earlier that's basically that Bergie. You should be able to go net neutral or net positive on mana eventually. And then with a ton of mana and a ton of cards in hand, you should be able to find a win and just end the game immediately. This is a low B4 because you have to run a whole bunch of random bad cards, but if this card enters and it sticks for a turn, the game is over. Because even if like you have Ashnod's Altar in play, that is already making a Hedron Archive net neutral because you can tap it for 2 and sacrifice the hero token for 2, so you get 4 mana out of playing the 4 mana thing. This is low end of B4 because you got to run a lot of trash, but this is a very scary commander. And theoretically, he is your win con because if you can make enough mana and cast an X spell, he
Right.
deals 40 damage.
Yeah. I think it'll be easy enough to cast a big enough spell. X spell.
Yeah,
I want to know what the body of the deck is made out of, but I can see
just a whole bunch of mana rocks and rituals that cost 4 more.
right. I'm with you on B4. I feel like
It's
Tella's good enough.
it's jank, but it's good.
Good jank. 5 feels like a lot. Please don't kill Tella before I get my turn.
Indeed. Next is the Emperor. 1 blue, 1 red. You can tap for a blue or red and spend this mana to cast a non-creature spell. If you cast a non-creature spell and spent 4 more mana to cast it, put a counter on this. If this has 3 or more counters, flip it. Flip side. When it attacks, deal X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. We had that one black commander that is basically this, except the black commander is deal 2 and this is deal 1. But this is 2 mana. So, about the same, I'd say. Like B3, B4, probably B3 because you have to wait a while to get this out, and it doesn't have as much protection as the other one because the other one is in black, so it revives itself.
You mean yeah, to get the back end out?
Yeah.
You'll cast it pretty quickly, but
Yeah, well, the worst part is if this dies, you wait 3 turns to flip it again, or you have to not wait 3 turns, but you have to cast 3 things to flip it again.
it's a bad time.
Yeah, it does less damage than the other one, and it's squishier. You can still play it though. I'd say B2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where is the other one? B3?
I think it's B4 because it's a deal 2 to everything and make people sack stuff.
Oh,
Like it's just play removal and play reanimates.
no,
This is
that's
like
better.
this this does half of the damage, so you have to build a lot more into self mill with this.
Okay.
But
Oh,
let's
sorry.
go to the card everybody's here to talk about, I think. Vivi or Nature.
Yeah, I've got a bracket going because I know a lot of people have brewed this. I know there's a lot of opinions about this card bracket poll going, I should say. Anyway, what's VV do, Will? I've never heard of this card.
Vivi is a 3 mana 0/3 that you can pay 0 and make X mana in any combination of blue and or red, where X is Vivi's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. When you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vivi, and then this deals 1 damage to each opponent. This is a curiosity commander. This also can do some things with any flicker effect and like an equipment. Because if you can keep re-equipping the equipment, you can reset the activated ability to gain more mana and keep going over and over and over again. So this is an infinite with Displacer Kitten, Did I Navigator, a couple things like that. But most people have been going for a curiosity build with this commander, and
Yeah.
it's been iffy on how it's performed only because people see it as a threat, recognize it as a threat, and target the absolute crap out of it. Um, I'd say Vivi is pretty good because if Vivi can last and can stay standing, even if it doesn't have a curiosity effect, just making a lot of mana will let you cantrip and try to find a curiosity effect and just gain a stupid amount of value.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I remember when Nadu was the hot thing, and people targeted it quite, aggressively. It rebuilt easily because it was ramping with lands, right? So it was never difficult to recast Nadu. This is a bygone era. We don't need to worry about that card anymore. Um, I think this is maybe unjustly targeted, probably because it's not like they're winning on the spot. There is some amount of effort put into this. Like, you need to remove and or counter just a handful of things to stop this from popping off. But it being the outlet and it being like self-fulfilling with the +1 counter business, there's only one way this goes, right? I mean, I feel like this is pretty cEDH playable.
Yeah, this is bracket 5 because it's pretty much if this does not get killed, it wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, which is kind of uncommon. We don't really evaluate things that don't uh, tutor draw and or have real good card quality effects, card advantage effects attached to them, then they don't rate as highly. This doesn't have that kind of advantage, but it's giving you everything else. You just need the
Patrick,
curiosity effect.
Patrick. It's Is it Sasaya? You just make a stupid amount of mana and win the game. That's really this commander.
Yeah, how many tricks do you use to like buff your power? Do you even bother with that? You probably just
I
chain
I think it's
spells.
like Haze of Fury or Haze of Rage. That's the storm. What is it called? What's the thing where you pay mana to return it to your hand after it resolves?
Pay mana to return it to your hand after it resolves.
Buyback. So it's
Hmm.
Haze of Rage, I think is what it's called, and it's a storm buyback. Give target creature +2/+0 until the end of the turn.
Hmm. That's pretty good. Ooh.
Haze of Rage, I did get it right. Oh, sorry, +1/+0.
Okay. Not quite as good. You can always go under the radar and not cast VV until you're ready. Buyback.
Yeah,
How many buyback
yeah,
effects do you run in this deck? I mean, you can only do this once per turn, but you're flickering it likely, so it's not an issue.
yeah. Well, you can theoretically go infinite with Reiterate and the copy target activator triggered ability thing that we got from Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Right.
Never mind. Sorry, you can't copy this ability because it is a pure mana ability. Never mind.
Yeah. Doesn't use the stack either, does it?
Nope.
Kind of cool.
All right. Our second cloud of the stream, Cloud of Darkness.
Right. Everyone's favorite cloud.
Two, a black, a green, and a green for a legendary creature avatar with 3 power, 3 toughness, and flying. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. ETB, kill a thing. That is bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It's okay. It's kind of just okay. Not even in the 99. X death. Before it's dead. No more. No more death. X death. It's off the agenda. Yeah, three
Woke up with
mana.
death. It's a whole Marvel storyline.
3/3 body, 3 mana. Final Fantasy 5. When X Death enters, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X Death. You get Spirit Avatar, Neo X Death. Trample Neo X Death's power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. That's right. Eat your heart out, Tormagoyf.
Uh, B4, this is Yargle Multani with Trample. The only downside is that you have to wait a turn to be able to do sack stuff, but you're usually doing that with Yargle Multani anyways, so you don't care.
Wait. What do we care about the trample?
You punch somebody really hard before sacking this.
No. Yargo Matani all the way, man. Yargo Matani's better than this. How much was
The
Yargo
main
Matani's cost? 5? Or
6.
okay. Well,
So the main difference is Yargle Multani could get looped because it consistently has high power, but this does not consistently have high power.
okay,
So
so
you lose one of your combos, but you can still work around that.
you just run the Haze of Rage as your buyback card. There's another Izzet commander that ran Haze of Rage. Gotcha. Thank you, Wolf. Abzo says
Badrick.
bracket 0 for X Death. You don't like it?
I'd agree.
You don't like X Death?
Um, X Death is good. I do think that X Death is just good
I
enough.
feel like Yargo Matani's better, dude.
My thing is like with Lotus or Jeweled Lotus gone, Yargle Multani hurts. With this, you get bigger with fetch lands. This gets to 10 power pretty quickly, and then you just paid 3 mana to get like 10 draw.
Extra points for the mermaid hanging off the side there. Okay. I've been up
We can
since
we can
5
say
a.m.
B3
Forgive
for
me.
this because we can say B3 for this because it's definitely like on the level of Yargle Multani, but Yargle Multani's like B4, so we can say B3 if you don't want to call it.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I know we're just putting Yargle Multani's name out there, and you're maybe confused. We built a list that was pretty good with Yargle Multani, and I think we
It,
have really big impressions of that card.
It is so funny because we built that, and then like I saw two other YouTube channels a month later play basically our deck, and I'm like,
Look
we
at
did
that.
it.
Look at that.
We did it.
Power matters. And we proved it. Yeah, no, it was a good deck though. It's like we built it as a meme and then we pushed it as far as it could go, and then
And it worked.
it went further, and we're like, whoa, when does this rabbit hole end? It was a
It
weird experience.
it turns out drawing like a quarter of your deck for like 2 mana or 3 mana is good.
Yeah, yeah. But what about Genova, Ancient Calamity?
We built this. 4 mana at the beginning of combat, put a number of +1/+1 counters on another creature equal to Genova's power, and that creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. If a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. B4, there's several mutants that you can abuse with this, and even if you don't have a mutant to abuse with this, you just have a decently sized creature and refill your entire hand because a thing died.
In our playtesting, though, did it really perform well? Did
Yeah,
Genova?
yeah. When we tested it, we had like consistent turn 5 wins, which is pretty good for bracket 4.
Yeah, no, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Not everything can be Squall or Phoebe, really. Okay,
All right,
I like Genova there. Moving on.
the returner's leader, Banana.
Oh God. Okay.
Uh, Pray. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than your battlefield this turn. Then, whenever you attack, you may pay 1, and if you do, discard a card and draw a card. It's a loot effect and like a little bit of graveyard synergy. Like if you do Mesmeric Orb, Basalt Monolith, you can mill your deck, but I don't think you have a way to win off of that. So
No.
B1.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's give the people what they want. They're not here for Bannon.
They're here for Cloud,
That's right.
planet's champion.
we Is this the one we built?
No, this is not the one we built. We
Oh my
built the
God.
Naya one.
Yeah.
This Cloud says during your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, he is double strike and indestructible. He is a 5 mana
Shit.
4/4, and
Shit.
it costs 2 less to equip Cloud.
Buster Sword.
B1.
Yeah. Both these face legendaries for that set are not that good. Sorry, Glenn. You've got one good card this set. Be happy with that. Edgar, Master Mechanist.
Yep. During each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If that would enter the battlefield, it enters tapped. Tools. When he attacks, he gets +X/+O, where X is the greatest mana value of artifacts you control. Um, just playing an artifact from your graveyard every single turn constantly
Kind of
is,
good.
yeah, pretty good. Funnily enough, I think this might have a Mesmeric Orb combo.
Okay,
Like you mill your
so Basalt, Mesmeric, mill your deck. What do you bring
Yeah,
back?
it's you get pre-war formal wear, and then you get Leonin Relic Warder, and then you're one thing short of being able to get back Sack
Blasting
Outlet.
Station. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
you mill Savine's Reclamation as part of this, by the way. So, like, you could just use the Basalt Monolith at this point to cast the Savine's Reclamation, and the thing. Okay,
what
so
you get back Lion's Eye Diamond as the one artifact from this, and then crack it to play Sabine's Reclamation.
and then Savine's brings back the formal
Leon,
wear
there's
with
the
the
formal
Blasting
wear and the Blasting
Station,
Station, and then
or
you do the Leonin loop.
or take your pick. I guess you could if well make it the artifact so that you can utilize this in case you need to. But you could use the Goblin Bombardment, or there's a couple things that you could do to sacrifice kill people. Yeah. B three.
It is just between 3 and 4, just because
Yeah.
it can grind. It has like really good synergies. It also can do KCI stuff really easily because you can cast anything from your graveyard, so it's useful. But like I said a couple times, KCI is not good enough right now. We need for KCI to be cEDH viable, we need 2 more functional copies of KCI. Like, I want a 3 mana 2/2 creature that says sacrifice an artifact you control, get 2 mana, but you can only use it to activate abilities. That could potentially work for some kind of KCI thing. Like, we just need more things that are KCI but different.
Yeah, having it be a body at 3 cost is pretty good. That would be
Yeah,
pretty good. KCI is pretty cracked, even at 4 mana. But Edgar bracket 3, that seems fine.
yeah, bracket 3. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
1/1 double striker that says whenever this or another dwarf enters the battlefield, or whenever an equipment you control enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. I'm
Sure.
pretty sure we have a better dwarf tribal commander.
I don't know, man. Yeah, yeah. This is fine.
One.
I mean, it's yeah, yeah.
If you compare this with SRAM, it's bad. If you compare this with Magda, it's bad.
Well, SRAM is just
It's bad.
draw. This is like rummage.
Exactly.
So just yeah, it's fine. I mean, look, that's just good for Underworld Breach, by the way. Like, I don't want to discredit like filling up your graveyard, but there's better Underworld Breach decks. Play those. Do you think Jolene the Plunder Queen fits better in Tifa or Lara Croft? I'm leaning Lara. Jolene the Thunder Queen.
Wonder. Wonder.
Plunder. Oh, sorry. It either way it rhymes, doesn't it?
The
One,
underthighs are on the move.
probably Croft, but we'll get to the Tifa in a second. Okay, Joshua.
Joshua, 3 mana for a 3/4 human noble wizard that enters. You can discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. You can pay 5, exile him, and transform him. Then, Saga, 4/4 flying lifelink. Saga Chapter 1 and 2 deal 2 damage to each opponent. Saga Chapter 3, return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield, exile this, and then return it flipped to the front side. A little bit of hand fixing with Reanimate. It takes a while to get to that Chapter 3, so it's a very, very slow setup. If you're doing a Reanimate strategy, is it better to do anything else? Probably, like, getting 6 mana of things out of your graveyard is not too groundbreaking.
No, but you're kind of no, no,
Yeah,
no,
E1, E1.
no. I'm sorry, Joshua. You tried. You tried. The Phoenix Down didn't work. It's dead. The deck is dead. Okay.
Lightning, and this is
Lightning.
the fun lightning. First strike, trample, lifelink. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. Mix in double strike, mix in extra combats. They are taking 8 times damage very, very quickly, or 16 times damage. Have fun.
How many staggers does it take to kill a player?
It depends on how much health they have, but if a bear can kill them off of 4 staggers, fair enough.
So where are we on this? This is like pretty interesting combat deck.
Yeah,
Lightning
like
Queen V6. Okay.
it- there's enough permanent ways to do extra combats and double strike that I don't think Lightning is going to have the same issues that Tifa has.
Yeah.
So I think that you could just like play Lightning and start threatening people with lethal pretty quickly. In addition to the fact that Lightning is kind of a decent removal commander as well, because if somebody has like a pretty big creature in play, slap an evasion equipment on Lightning, punch, and then just go, okay, Lightning Bolt dealing 6 to your creature. It's dead.
That's right. That orc army you've been building, that orcish bowmaster, gone. Gone.
Dead. Dead.
Dead. It's dead. I bracket 3,
I
man.
Yeah, I'd say bracket 3. It's punchy decks are usually harder to get to work because you have to wait turns to move around. So yeah. I think we've talked about this other card already, so I don't even want to spend the brain power to reread it,
Oh,
but I
that's
guess
okay.
I will.
That's okay. No, no. Here. We're nearing the end of the list, guys. Again, thanks for joining us on this one. I know it's a long stream. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, or at least you've been here long enough for me to assume as much. If you are, though, feel free to leave it with a like. Let us know if we missed anything. Let us know what you've been pulling. Love to hear your thoughts on the set, obviously. We're going to speed through, again, the cards that we've discussed in the past, but we're just going to go over what they do.
The Mog Moogle Warrior. At the beginning of each end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who does discard a card this way draws a card. If a creature was discarded, you create a Moogle. If a non-creature card was discarded this way, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of your Moogles. The thing is that you want your opponents to discard cards so that you get more Moogles and buff more of your stuff, but they can just choose to say no. Bad. Bracket 1.
Yeah.
Um, Next, though, Sephiroth Fallen Hero. Whenever he attacks, you may put a self counter on a creature you control. Each modified creature has base power toughness 7/5. And Reunion, you can pay 3 and sacrifice a modified creature you control to return this from your graveyard to your battlefield tapped. This is a good aggro commander because you just make tokens and turn them into 7/5s and just murk people.
Nasty.
I I'd say that this is the fact that he revives himself is why I want to put this as a 3, but it's probably a 2 outside of that. But he's very resilient.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like a really cool casual beater deck.
I'll say B2 only because I don't know
B2.
if you can hit that hard or if you can consistently have a large modified board.
Yeah, fact. I agree with that.
Uh,
And modified is more than just the cell counters, so you can
yeah,
go
it's any counters, any aura, or any equipment.
dig it. Sephiroth, getting all the good cards, my guy.
Um, Zidane is ETB, hijack a creature an opponent controls, and then give it haste and lifelink this turn. Whenever a opponent gains control of a permanent you control, you create a treasure. What is it? Zealous conscripts in the command zone is bad. B1.
Yeah, but it is zealous conscript combo.
No, sadly not, because it's
Oh
a creature and
no!
opponent control.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Kiki.
if you
God,
could Kiki, then yes, but you
is
cannot Kiki.
zealous conscripts at home? That's not even true because we've got zealous conscripts at home. She's cheap as dirt, and she's just better when you play her in the 99. Damn it, Zidane. Damn it.
Next,
Okay.
next is Ignis, and I is this the one I'm thinking of? No, I'm thinking of a later one. I was very happy for a second, but no, I have to wait a couple more cards before I can talk about the card that makes me happy. When this enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a land from among them and put it onto the battlefield. Tap, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. You can pay 1, a green and a blue. Tap this, exile target card from a graveyard. If it's a creature card, you get a food token. B1.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, no, nothing to say about it. It's okay. I'm
Next, you
just
have
commenting on the. I like the Ragavan Zidane we got though. Happy
yeah.
about that.
Also, I do have to comment on one thing for Ignis. Just
Little show, yeah, yeah, a little Salt Bay action.
yeah, got the Sulpe action going on. Next is Kamari, a 4 mana 3/3 vigilance that says at the beginning of combat on your turn, you can pay 1 and have it pay 1, tap target creature an opponent controls, then have this become a copy of that creature, except it keeps its name, keeps the vigilance, and keeps this effect. This is not copy that creature until the end of the turn. It copies that creature, period. But it can keep rotating. So if you want, you can have this just tap a thing and then keep the original thing that it copied. So you can just keep tapping down blockers, getting counters on this, and then
So
hitting hard.
good. This
If
seems like a.
somebody
This
has,
seems like a. This seems like a real bomb. By the way, if you pull this playing limited.
yeah, well, it's this is the commander deck
Oh
because
shit!
Chocobo.
Yeah, dude. Never mind. Whoops. Well, sorry. You're never gonna pull it. Shit. This would have
This
been so good though.
this is still a very good card in general because a lot of the time you can just target your opponent's commander and your opponents are going to have some really big bomb value commander, and then you just go, okay, well,
I like that your goal is to not make that deck. It's to leverage parts of that deck. It's kind of cool. It's a B2 for sure,
yeah, it's a B2.
but it's a really cool commander. Kamari as a character is great, by the way. So I'm glad that they gave him a good card. Um, Yeah, I like it. I mean, he just gets swole. He's vigilant, best blocker in the game. Like he's really good. And if your opponent plays like Eldrazi, his commander's an Eldrazi. Great, copy that.
I
Start.
tap your Kozilek and I swing at you for Annihilator 4
Could
to make you
you
sack your Kozilek.
imagine they just play straight up into this board? You would never play that into Kamari. But I think that's like kind of the fear though. Like your opponents are probably gonna not play as easily into it or kill him before they go for it. But whatever.
Next, we have Omega Heartless Evolution, and this card is an Omega pain in the ass. It's 7 mana for a legendary artifact creature robot. When it enters, for each opponent, tap up to one target non-land permanent that player controls and put X stun counters on it, where X is the yeah, and gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. Um, those things aren't untapping, and you are in blue, so you're in one of the flicker colors.
Right.
You are tapping everything.
Seven's a lot,
7
but
is a lot. This is just a very annoying card. I don't think people would want to build this because just a 7 mana bad Grasp of Fate style effect, but on an 8/8 body is probably not worth it. I
not
will
good
say
enough.
B1, but this will annoy the crap out of some casual tables.
It is kind of fun. It's definitely funny. I don't. Yeah, I don't know that you're going to go very far with this legendary, but yeah, it's not bad. One of two sins.
Yep. This sin says ETB remove all counters from any number of artifact creatures or enchantments, and then put double that amount of counters onto Sin. When it dies, put its counters onto target creature, then shuffle it into its owner's library. Um, a pretty decent pseudo Voltron commander. You can eat negative counters to get positive effects, like what is it called, Dark Depths. You
Mm-hmm.
remove the actually specifically not Dark Depths, not lands, but there are things with negative counters on them that you want to remove that this would happily eat to make itself large and then punch somebody for near lethal because flying trample. Um, we have other commanders that do this that we've already covered. So I don't know how good just eating counters to put counters on this is, but
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
I'll say B2, but I don't hate this. Like it's moving counters around when it leaves is not a bad thing.
No, no. I mean, no matter what, you kind of. It's like what's that one Golgari guy that does like he can travel with the counters. Like when he dies, you get the counters in the CZ basically.
Yeah, the Rayhan, I think.
No, not that one. Millennium Calendar. I think Sin is B2 for sure. It's fine. It's not great. It's not groundbreaking. It's
I
not.
there's that one thing. It's like charging cube or something, and it's like when you tap it, roll a d20 and put that many charge counters on it. That's kind of funny. Just
Yeah.
getting a ton of counters onto Sin. Um, I'll say B2 because you can definitely do something, but 7 mana sucks.
Let's make that Millennium Calendar work, why don't we? I'm with you.
Well, next we have the Wandering Minstrel. For a green and a blue, you have a 1/3 legendary human bard that says lands you control enter untapped.
Oof.
At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you have 5 or more towns, you create a 2/2 elemental creature token that's all colors, and you can pay 3 a white, a blue, a black, a red, and a green. Other creatures you control gain plus X, where X is the number of towns you control. Spoiler alert, this is not going to be a town commander. This is going to be a gates commander because Maze's End will enter untapped off of this. So if you have any additional land plays per turn, you are going to keep replaying Maze's End untapped, tap it immediately, and then get a gate out of your deck. And because Baldur's Gate is a card, that means that you're basically paying 1 mana to get a gate out of your deck over and over and over and over and over again. So you're going to just win with Maze's End very quickly and with this. This is B4.
Yeah, I could see that. What lands are you playing that you care about entering untapped?
Gates.
Just the
Just
gates.
Gates.
Just gates. I guess your shocks. Why pay the life?
Yeah.
Right? Um. Yeah, I see this being B4.
Yeah. The brutal part about this is your win con is just a land, and there's no point when people can interact because it enters untapped, and the cost to use the effect is return it to hand. There's literally no time people can respond to Maze's End if this is your commander.
I kind of want to fool with this.
He's brutal. If you want to build a gate deck, this is the way you build the gate deck.
Yeah, I've been wanting to build a gate
I mean,
deck for a
I'm
minute.
seeing you struggle to put cards into B4 with how thick the
Dude,
tier list
look,
is.
I know. We're on the final line of our list, though. I'm kind of impressed. Jeez, guys, this has been a marathon of bracketing. I'm curious to know if anyone else does this and what their list looks like. Anyway,
MTG Goldfish did a stream on this as well, and I laughed because I saw it yesterday, and I'm like, oh, they're doing the same thing.
how many hours was theirs?
I have no idea. I'll need to recheck their stream, but
Another
we've
Grahatia for you, sir?
yeah, we've covered all these other commanders, so we can go through them
Burn
really
through
quickly and
them.
just go into details on the relevant ones.
Sure.
Grahatir Scion Reborn is a Esper commander that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can pay X life, where X is the mana value of that spell, and if you do, you create a hero token with that many counters on it. Do this only once each turn. You basically just keep making big punchy things and punch hard because you cast a Force of Will. Pretty interesting, pretty good. Just turn control effects into aggressive effects. Having to pay life to punch people harder kind of sucks, though, so I'd say B2.
I'm not a fan of Grahatia, and I wasn't a fan of Noctis.
Until.
Yeah, we read it a little bit more closely. I'm going to put him where I think he belongs, but we can talk about him really quick.
So Noctis is 1 in Esper, and he says you may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life, and they enter with a finality counter. The reason why this is a bracket 5 commander is because with Aetherflux Reservoir and Mox Diamond goes from the stack to the graveyard if you don't sacrifice a land, meaning that it will never get a finality counter on it. Also, if you have Vexing Bauble or you have Chalice of the Void, you can play Lotus Petal or any other zero-cost artifact. It goes on the stack, triggers Aetherflux Reservoir, and then immediately goes back to the graveyard, never getting the finality counter, meaning that with these artifacts that you already want to disrupt people, you can loop and win the game with Noctis. In addition to the fact that Noctis is just a very good grindy artifact commander.
Good shit.
Indeed.
Bracket
I will
5.
let you cover the next two because I know you like these two.
Vexing Bauble and Void Mirror. Void Mirror. I'll just put that on screen really quick. Thank
Void
you.
Mirror is another one.
Yeah, thanks for the Void Mirror. Void Mirror is great, by the way. It's oft
Chalice
forgotten.
of the Void Mirror, and Vexing Bauble are, I think, the 3. And was it Hex Parasite? Or no, what is it called? The thing that eats counters. Hex Parasite. Yeah,
I think you said it. Yeah. Y'shtola. So we brewed this for the channel. If you're wondering if it worked well, it's I'll give you the quick synopsis of the deck. It's 4 CMC. You are in, what are these colors? Not Esper. Okay, Esper. 2/4 Cat Warlock. None of those things matter. Vigilance, it kind of matters. At the beginning of your each end step, if you played a player lost 4 or more life this turn, you draw a card. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. The damage is coming from Y'shtola. This is an infect deck. Guess how we're casting spells for mana 3 or greater? We're using all of the free cost spells. So anything that's 3 or greater that is free to cast pending some sort of situation. In most cases, in these colors, they're all quite good and easy to let off. Did this work? Yeah, it worked, and often and quickly.
Yeah, if you needed more draw, you could always just like crack fetch lands and pay life to lose 4 life on a turn and draw a card. If you needed even more draw, curiosity effects on Y'shtola will let you draw your deck very quickly.
Yeah, it's important to know it's each end step and it's a player. So initially you're thinking your opponent, but it can very much be you. And in our practice, if I'm not mistaken, we did lose the life ourselves just to get the draw. and that enabled us to go off. Very good. Your show is very good. I know we were maybe really high on how well the deck worked from that just initial like stroke, like initial brushing, initial attempt. It was good. I would say it's bracket five.
Indeed, indeed. Agreed.
I think it's
Speaking of
super
bracket five,
playable.
I'll let you cover this next one as well.
Yeah, Kefka is probably going to be bracket five too. We haven't brewed Kefka yet, but I mean, it's Grixis, and Grixis
People
is
have people have brewed it. It's bracket five.
okay. Yeah, it felt that way. Grixis is notoriously good. Pulled a Kefka Court Mage. I've been wanting to make a Grixis commander that interested me. Hell yes! Congrats on that. I mean, I think this is going to be a great one to brew. So it's 5 mana total, 4/5 body. Kefka enters or attacks. Each player discards a card. Love it already. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. So you do this reveal at the same time. It's not like you can plot out discarding a card that someone else didn't discard so that you could get the draw. Odds are likely that you should discard a land, though, because people will want to have that on their curve if they're low on mana, especially if you get this down early, which you could because 2 generic is pretty easy to populate with Dark Ritual mana.
I
At any
will
rate,
say you usually only draw 2 cards off Kefka because the other 3 players will usually collude to be like, I
yeah.
have to discard an instant.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
guys can follow me on that if you can.
what's nice though is like if they are verbalizing that, that gives you more information too. So and frankly, I'm okay with you getting rid of an offer you can't refuse or some shit I don't want to see on the stack anyways. So that's this is all good news. I love this. I'm going to just repeat myself from what I said before in our initial evaluation. Discard decks are powerful because denying your opponents the ability to play Magic the Gathering is probably the best thing you can do. But you're also getting cards in the aftermath, so there's more to it than that. And it's on attack. Okay, so you pay 8. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. That's not all. You transform this, and whenever an opponent loses life during their your turn, you draw that many cards. Draw a good portion of your deck. Just
And then
swinging
win the game by
this.
playing Glinthorn Buccaneer because that does loop.
Does Glinty loop with this?
Yep, hit max hand size, discard draw, discard
Mm,
draw, discard draw, discard draw, discard draw.
it's good. It's really good. Is it the best thing in Grixis? There's
Maybe.
there's I think Silas Rog people obviously like. I don't know. I like this. I think this is just a really good Grixis commander. Probably one of the better ones we've seen in a long time, and it has a strategy that I would love to deploy. I think it's super super fun. Also, the art looks just fucking great. Specifically this one. Anyways, yeah, I'd say it's bracket 5. Did I miss anything? Did we will? Yeah, I don't know. It's good.
Yeah, pretty good coverage of everything. Next, we have Cloud X Soldier. He's Naya, and he has haste. When he enters, attach an
So
equipment
good.
to a creature you control. And whenever he attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. If he has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. He's B2, B3, somewhere around there. Probably B3. Just because he can hit multiple cards, he could make some mana.
100%. Like I think that he's really good higher end of like casual for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was good. Look, we built him. He was a little slow, but he did the thing. Good colors. Trip color 5 color commander that does this is good.
Yeah. Next, we have Tifa, Martial Artist, and this is Naya Tifa. She has 4 power, 4 toughness, and melee. Whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If this is the first combat phase of your turn, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. People were
Infinite.
very hyped on this card. They shouldn't be. Only
Whoa.
because
Whoa.
people read this card and said, oh, I only get 1 extra combat. Oh, it's damage to a player, so I get 3 extra combats. Yes, you get 3 extra combats, but you untap 3 times on this combat and then have 3 extra combats where you don't untap in between afterwards. So it's only relevant if you have vigilance creatures to attack with, which doesn't really happen. So you can do stuff with this Tifa. In reality, you're not, because one, you need to have several big creatures, and two, you need to have vigilance creatures. Sometimes a mix of them both, but needing to invest in that is difficult. So B1.
Yeah, first combat of your turn, untap all your creatures. Yeah, yeah. You only get to do that the once. You will get 3 additional combats. Yeah, that's fine. Uh, love Tifa. Tifa's the best. Great character. Um, I want to say bracket two, because you could still do that. You could
There's
still,
a, yeah, no, I take back my B1. I'll say bracket 2 because you at least get one extra combat.
yeah, you
I
could.
will I'll lay on that. That's fair. Yeah.
She's not horrible. She's playable. I make the Tifa deck, guys. Don't listen to us. Do it if that's what your heart desires. Choco?
Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Bant, whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library, put one of them into your hand, put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield, tapped, and put the rest into the graveyard. Landfall, Choco gains +1/+0 until the end of the turn. If you can get enough birds, make enough bird tokens, you theoretically could just play an Edric deck with this. You just get a whole bunch of lands into play, find an extra turn spell, repeat, repeat, repeat. Eventually, you just keep reshuffling Beacon of Tomorrows into your deck or Nexus of Fate, win the game. There aren't enough birds for this to be relevant right now. You could make bird tokens, but I feel like that's also still difficult. I will say bracket 2 because there are things that make bird tokens, so good enough, but it's just very finicky to get this to do the thing.
Yeah, we're seeing more bird tribal stuff, which I'm liking, but yeah. Finicky to do the stuff. I'm with you there. Actually, running the Shuffle Eldrazi aren't dead in Kefka because you can discard. If that is the route you want to go, yeah. And Nick, if we're wrong about Tifa, let us know. And Ori, you did not miss anything aside from over 4 hours of content. Okay. Titus, Eunice Guardian?
Titus Yuna's Guardian. Bant, 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from target creature you control to a second target creature you control. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Um, 3 mana, draw a card, proliferate, make stuff a little bit bigger, and you can move counters around. It's just another 3 mana draw card effect. The proliferate is useful, but you need to connect to draw. So you need to get a creature, get a counter on it, and make it evasive to draw cards.
Are you saying that this is too much work?
Yes. I think this is bracket 1 because it's too much
Yeah.
work for too little output.
The first effect happens anytime you attack with a creature with 7 or greater power. Naya Tifa triggers for each player. Correct.
So Nick, it triggers whenever a creature with 7 or greater power deals combat damage to a player.
Right.
And so for Abzo, Naya Tifa does trigger on each player. So you get 3 Tifa triggers. And these triggers say, on this combat, untap a creature, then there's an additional combat after this phase. So what happens is you connect with Tifa, then you untap, 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 move to the next combat, attack, move to the next combat, you're all tapped out, move to the next combat, you're all tapped out. That's why the Tifa doesn't do what people think it does. You do have 3 combats, but you need vigilance.
The second, third, and fourth combat, you only get the untap triggers. I think there's some confusion. But I don't want to stop the train. Play it how
So,
you want until a judge stops you.
well, Nonya, the way that the effect works is you have 3 triggers off of Tifa that say untap all your creatures and then take an extra combat after this. It's not take an extra combat and at the beginning of that combat untap those creatures. There are effects that phrase it like that to prevent what I'm saying from happening. But what the effect is saying is A, you untap all your creatures, and if this is the first combat, you take an extra combat after this one. Meaning that you're still in this combat, you untap your creatures and put an extra combat after this one. Then you untap your creatures while still in this combat, move this down, put another combat. Still in this combat, you untap your creatures, take another combat, move, make an extra combat. So you have 3 combats, but you untapped all of your creatures in that first combat.
Does that make sense? Hopefully. I don't know. Yeah, because if it said if this is your first combat phase, blah blah blah, there's an additional combat. Untap all your creatures. There's additional combat. Yada yada.
Yeah, it's finicky. It's worded weirdly because yes, you do get 3 combats, but you get 3 untaps, but all of those untaps happen on the same combat phase.
Unigrand Summoner. Let's see what Titus has
Yep,
been guardianing over.
yep. This is the good band commander. For very weird reasons, for 2 reasons actually, because both effects are good in their own right.
Mm-hmm.
One, tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you cast your next creature spell, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1, or an additional 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Then, whenever another permanent you control is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. For that last effect, it doesn't care if the thing it had or the counters it had on it were +1/+1 counters. It just cared that it had counters on it. So there's a lot of weird things you can do. For the first effect, freed from the real. If you can tap for blue and untap, tap, untap, tap, untap, tap, untap, you get infinite of those delayed triggers that put the counters on the next thing you cast. Cast Walking Ballista X equals 0, enters, put 2 billion counters on it, game. Um, B5, I think. It's
Um,
B4 or B5. The only issue is that you need Freed from the Real and Walking Ballista to end the game with Yuna, but Yuna at least is a dork in the meantime. B4.
what's a Una persist line? What does
Uh,
that look like? What kind of world are we talking about? Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, so persister.
Nothing. There sadly isn't a Unipersist line because the +1 counter and then -1 counter cancel out. So the next thing you move 0 counters around.
Yeah. I'm with you, Abzo. I think Celis, yes. This no. I would say B4 for the combo line not being great with Yuna, but still solid. She's playable.
Um,
She's definitely
for
playable.
Cel for Celis though, Celis is very good with persist.
Ooh,
Funnily enough, we brewed Celis and we did not use persist.
no.
Um,
The list we built was good though. I
yeah,
want to say.
Celis is not only good for persist. Celis is weirdly enough good for multiple things. For those who don't know, Celis is Mardu, ETB, discard any number of cards and draw that many +1. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you control enter, if 1 or more of them entered from the graveyard or cast from the graveyard, they enter with +1/+1 counters on each of them. Infinite persist, straightforward, murderous, red cap, all that good stuff. But if you have Celis out and you Necropotence and get a whole bunch of cards in hand, turns out you can Cloud Shift or Ephemerate, flickering Celis to discard any number of those cards and draw a bunch of cards, and with the exile triggers off of Necro, do a whole bunch of Reanimator shenanigans. And then if you have World Gorger, Dragon, or Abdel in the graveyard, do a loop, draw your entire deck, win the game at instant speed on your end step.
Which is the route
Celis,
we took.
Celis is dumb. Celis is good.
Yeah, she's pretty solid. But she's card. She's more than card quality. She's card advantage, right? You're getting the cards back +1. Setting up lines of play. Mardu is really good with reanimator strategies. You're in the right colors for this, and you're getting a lot of mana from the rituals and all that stuff to do these things. Yeah, she performed extremely well. I think she was the first legendary we brewed from this set,
Yes.
and was fantastic. I don't disagree though. You could certainly go with the persist line of play. I forget why we went against it though. I think the way we saw it, we could only really rock one combo over the other, and the necro line was just cleaner.
I think we had. I can't remember if
Did
we
we
kept
add a red cap or
specifically
something?
red cap. I think we
Yeah.
might have kept specifically that.
Wait, I mean, the list is on the channel somewhere. So, oh gosh, no, Nonya, tell us. It's okay. I
That's
thought the reason we do
non
these live
non.
is so that we could talk through these cards. So if we say something wrong or we need
Well,
clarification, that's fine.
Nanya, you're totally fine because you went through the exact same train of thought that literally everybody else has gone through, including us. Because when we reviewed Tifa the first time, we went, "Oh, you get one combat." Then we went, "Oh, you get three combats." And then the third time that we reviewed Tifa is, "Oh, you get three combats, but all three untaps happen in the first combat." So you have all the three extra combats, so you have four combats, but it's not good. Crap.
Celis bracket 5.
Yeah, Celis is bracket 5. Celis worked well.
Yeah, she's pretty badass. Okay, Terra. This
Terra,
Terra.
Herald of Hope.
This Terra. Okay.
Yeah, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may mill 2 cards and give Terra flying. When Terra deals combat damage, you may pay you may pay 2 and you may reanimate a creature with power 3 or less from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. There's Elsha who smiles at death, which is a similar version of this, except she has the thing enter tapped and attacking with her.
Yeah.
With Terra, she's a little bit better because you don't need to pay pips to reanimate the thing, but Elsha's not cEDH playable anymore, so Terra is basically not playable either.
Alesha?
Something like that. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
people know who I'm talking about.
I'll put it on the
Um,
screen. I'll put it on the screen.
yeah,
Keep
thank you very
going.
much.
Yeah, yeah.
So Terra is not that strong. I think Elsha, whatever. I think she's probably on like a bracket 2 now because she has oh yeah, it's Alesha.
Some good art
Um
for Alesha.
yeah, she's so Alesha just has some weird shenanigans where you can have things enter tapped and attacking that have to usually only ever attack alone, but people usually just use her to get back stacks or weird aristocrats things. You can do the same thing with Terra, but it's not that strong. I'd say B2.
Mm-hmm. Okay. B2 for
Yeah,
Terra, I'm fine
that's
with.
true. Cells plus sack outlet kill on sight.
Oh. Yeah, what was the sack outlet we even went with in that deck? I'm trying to remember what we I remember it performing extremely well. I could not tell you what the composition was precisely. Yeah, B2 for our girl here though. This is so many legends. There's only 3 left though. Because that's my second comment. I untap. No, I get 3 untap all triggers, not the extra combat triggers.
Yeah. So it's you understood that you untap weird, but you forgot the fact that it just says if it's the first combat, take the extra combats. That's fair. It is a confusingly worded card. I'm
Yeah,
not holding that against you. Took me 3 times to read it to understand what it
yeah.
did.
But either way, it's just okay. Your third, fourth untap creatures get extra combats that are still on the stack.
No. So the
I don't
you
want
get all in
to.
you have combat 1, and in that combat you are getting 3 extra combats after it, and you are untapping all of that your creatures in combat 1. That is
Yeah.
the way that it works. It doesn't say you untap those creatures in each combat. It is saying when your creatures connect, untap them. Oh, actually, no. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. You are correct. You're fine because the way that the card is worded is whenever your creatures connect, you untap them. And then, never mind. I'm forgetting the fact that it's the fact that there's 3 untapped triggers each combat, but you get the untapped triggers on every combat. You just don't get the extra combats on every combat. It took me 4 times to read the card to understand the card. Okay. Yes, better. Move Tifa up to
4.
B3. Or hmm? If
She
you want to
could
move
she
her to
could be
4, you
4.
can.
She could be 4. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, actually, yeah, we discussed. She does a
if you're
lot.
hitting
Yeah, move her
someone
to
with
4.
7 or greater, yeah.
So yeah, it's the first combat clause is only happening for the extra combats. It's the untap effect is happening during each combat. Yeah, that is such a headache. It's all good. It's funny because this is not that complicated of a worded card, but it took me so long to get it. But I understand things like Gitrog lines.
Now if those creatures have double strike, you get 6 extra
Yeah.
combats. Yeah. So it's funny was we discussed this card initially, and I remember someone broke it down, and I remember thinking to myself, okay, this is actually quite good. But and I remember it not being hampered by that. But the separation between the first half and the second half, it's so weird. The last half is only relevant for that first combat because that establishes how many combats you get in addition. But the first part is always going to go off regardless. It's not contingent on what form of combat you're in. So fucking. Why did they have to? Anyways, I don't know why they
It's
worded it that way.
yeah,
Was
it's
there a cleaner way to do this? Like, what? How does combat celebrant read? After this combat, there's an additional
well,
combat
it's
on top.
on Combat Celebrant says when this attacks, you may exert it. If you do, untap all your creatures, and there's an additional combat after this one.
Okay, what's another
So
common example?
the thing is, most other extra combat things only give one extra combat, or they untap on the combat.
Right at the beginning. So at the beginning of that
It's
phase, untap all your creatures.
they worded her so dumb because they made it so that they untap on the attack.
Wolfsbane pulled up a rule for us. 603.1a triggered ability may include instructions after its effect that limit what the ability may target or state that it can't be countered. This text is not part of the ability's effect. It functions while the ability is on the stack.
So, well, Wolfsbane, it's simpler than that. It is just
Yeah.
the creatures all untap 3 times on that first combat phase, and then you have combat 2, 3, and 4. When you attack on combat 2 and connect, you don't get extra combats, but you still have a Tifa trigger there that untaps your creatures. It's the untap effect on Tifa's ability is not limited by first combat. It's only the additional combats. It's just they worded it so dumb in the most roundabout way because they could have just separated it into multiple sections. It should have just been melee. Whenever creatures you control attack, untap them. And then when a creature you control with power 7 or greater deals combat or one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, there's an additional combat phase after this one. That would have been the most straightforward way to toward this, but they didn't. They linked it together as one big thing, but then added in a clause that denies only a section of it. Headache.
Your creatures get bigger every time too. It's kind of gnarly.
Melee does, yeah. The Tifa is
Well,
melee.
she does. Yeah. It's not
Yeah.
bad.
All right. Sin. Spear as punishment. 7 mana, 7/7 flyer. When it enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card's a land, repeat this process. Get back all of your fetches over and over and over and over, or not over and over again, but get back all of your fetches, and then just keep going.
It's fine.
Yeah. Ramp, reanimate like a biggish thing.
Bracket
Kind of okay.
bracket 3. It's so costly.
Yeah, it's well. To be fair,
Exile a card
it
from your
enters
graveyard
as like
random.
7, and then it'll usually get you back like 2 lands and then something else, like a decent effect.
Because it's random. Because it's random, I'm kind of for bracket 2.
Fair, I can live with that.
Because I don't know. I need choice.
Random hurts.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Warring Triad, 3 mana for a 3/3 legendary creature god with 5 power, 5 toughness, flying, trample, and haste. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, this isn't a creature. Tap, mill a card. Target player gains 1 mana of any color. Bracket 1. I don't think you're ever building this as its own standalone commander.
But what about this colorless god? So
That was the colorless god. That was the
well,
other colorless god.
no, we want this one. The one that'll give an Eldrazi a run for its money.
Yeah.
5 mana, 4/4 body flying, like all gods should be. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has tap add colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional mana. All right, what are you doing here, Will?
You are running just a whole bunch of random tech lands, and then you're running really, really big bomb Eldrazi's. I think this is probably bracket 3, but honestly, it gets so much random value that it probably could be bracket 4, but I'm gonna say bracket 3.
I think bracket 3. It's hard to push colorless beyond 3 in a lot of cases. Like you could do a lot with some of these fun colorless decks, but they never go far beyond like their base value. Like it's hard to compete without the kind of interaction you're missing from having colors in your deck. All
Yeah,
right.
the issue is just also people have said it's really good because it can disrupt other people's lands. True,
Sure.
but it's just kind of slow because you're paying 5 mana,
Dude,
you're
just
waiting,
just
and then you attack and then you disable one of 3 people's lands, and then you repeat that every turn, but 3 lands are being played every turn, roughly.
play the Bloodmoon. Just play the Bloodmoon.
Yeah.
If you really want to disrupt their lands. Or what's the other new one that fucks up lands? Um
Flood Moon.
Floodmoon. Flood Moon, one of the two. Thanks for working with us on Tifa, Nanya,
Yeah, that was just a headache. It's also the fact that
and
I'm just
Nick.
too tired.
No, yeah, no, I am certainly too tired, but I knew we were getting something wrong. I am sorry I didn't stick with you there.
Harbinger of the Sea, by the way, non-basic lands are islands.
That too. Oh yeah, that's the newest one, right?
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, guys, Final Fantasy. There are a lot of cards. We're going to take 1 second to look at our bracket list, but thanks for joining us for this stream. There's been a lot of coverage here. I'd like to say that we got most of this right. If you weren't here for the live, then you couldn't talk with us about any sort of corrections or placements for these cards. So where we're at is just where it's going to have to be. But I'd like to think we're in a good place. We like to organize our top end so that we get a better idea of what is most playable in these brackets, and we can do some minor adjustments as we go along here. Okay. Where do you think our bracket 5 legendaries sit or should sit? So we have Matoya, Emmett, what's her name again? Terra, Squall, Vivi, Noctis, Y'shtola, Kefka, and Celis.
I think Terra
Matoya?
is probably the weakest of our bracket 5s, only just because it's another food chain commander, and it's just the one combo for the deck.
I want to put Vivi pretty high. I want to put Squall high. Noctis is pretty powerful
Kefka
here.
is first and Noctis is second. That is what I can say for sure based off of what I've seen people play.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just going to zoom in real quick and then we'll move things around. I like Y'shtola pretty highly. I feel like Y'shtola could be third or fourth in the lineup here.
I think I think it's the 4 mana Emmet and then Y'shtola and then the 5 mana Emmet and then Squall.
Which one's the
And
four?
and
I
then
thought it was.
Matoya and then Terra.
I thought it was three
Oh,
and
and
four for Emmett. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's the sitting Emmet is rated higher than the standing Emmet.
What'd you say? Okay. Wait,
It's
Vivi's in this pile as well.
yeah, true. Yeah, Vivi and the Celis. Vivi is probably like
Top three.
uh yeah, I think Vivi's probably top 3.
It's hard to say because these are different play styles, but what we're really looking for here is how effective these cards are at executing their play lines. Vivi is pretty self-sufficient, but it's not like you're an Izzet, so I'm trying to think of the tutors. Like
Yeah,
how consistently can you get to your play lines? It's not like you have enchantment tutors. Don't say gamble. Um,
I do think that Emmet is probably higher than Vivi, if I'm being completely honest.
I know I feel that way too. I think Vivi's got a lot of hype around it because it's a fan favorite character and it's really really good. But I don't know if its consistency is going to be there. Kefka make your opponents have a good conversation with each other, and I don't like that. I
It's
understand.
really funny because Kefka is like the complete opposite of Xenos. Because Xenos is like, I make everybody hate me, and then or I make everybody hate that guy,
Yeah.
and then Kefka is I make everybody hate me.
Why do I feel like Squall would be more consistent at his game plan than Vivi?
He the one fault of Squall is if people have blockers, Squall does not do jack. That's Squall's weakness. It's just chump blockers.
Yeah, chump blockers do kind of fuck you up, don't they? You just need to connect with one person, so you need some form of evasion, which you do have, but you're going to have to add in cards for that.
You can also just punch through people because if you miss one turn of Squall, you don't really care. You get it next turn.
Celis is good. Matoya, I was going to go low just by virtue of the fact that she's mono blue. Sorry, we're only going to organize the top 5 bracket here. We have more
Agreed.
bracket fivers than I thought we would, honestly. But with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, because it's is it and is it as a color is inconsistent.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's kind of like the we roll and see what we can get kind of color.
I mean, literally, it's the Krark color. So, except in that instance, you're flipping. Okay, so Kefka, Noctis, Sitting Emmet, Y'shtola is where I have it because Y'shtola was consistent, like very consistent, and she draws and she does the thing. It's like she's in black too, so it's like you're gonna find the thing you need with your tutors. You're gonna find the thing you need. Um, it's the bottom half that I'm struggling with here. I feel like VV could go top 5 or maybe even a little bit lower. I found the Emmet we made, the standing Emmet, is good. Celis is good.
I I do think Y'shtola is probably better than Vivi only because Y'shtola gets consistent draw
Is Emmet
and
better
does
than is
and Y'shtola does the same kind of curiosity thing that Vivi does. The only difference is Vivi makes mana, but I really don't think that's that relevant.
not in that instance because we're just playing free spells. So
Yeah,
it's like we don't even need the
we
mana.
can we can put the standing Emmet lower just because it is very mana intensive to do the thing. It can get value at hand fixes, and then it can get like a ton of value once it flips. But for the combo, it's pretty mana intensive.
All right, bottom half. So past Y'shtola, that's top 4. We have Vivi, Emmet, Celis, Squall, Matoya, and Terra. You said Terra at the bottom. I almost feel like Matoya could go below Terra. Terra's gonna do the thing better than Matoya's gonna do the thing.
Toya has just a ridiculous amount of draw, and then all of the counter spells.
I'm either
We can
way.
put we can put Matoya on the bottom if you want.
I'm
It's
either way. I feel like she'll perform well, but it's like you are mono blue, so it's like you
yeah.
could just brick. You could just brick. Whereas
You are
Terra's
mono blue. You just have the best removal in the game.
yeah, but I mean Terra is just going to be more consistent. It's just the amount of redundant effects you're going to have in 5 colors is unreal compared to Matoya. If you're just trying to execute on a quick and dirty food chain game plan. Squall, I'm fine to leave where he is. I think Celis is above the Emmet we built, and I feel like Celis is above the Vivi, frankly. Yeah, all these blue commanders that do damage just tells me Ophidia and I needed a reprint badly. Terra can grab Breach and Oracle, kinda.
Yeah, because you can get the reanimation enchants off of Terra.
I
Like
feel
you
like
can't.
we have Terra kind of low.
My issue with Terra is just you need to cram in so many enchants to make Terra better if you want to use the ETB. But most people just say screw it, we're not going to use the ETB outside of like the reanimation enchants to bring back Thoracle for the win.
Mm. Gloom Shrieker.
I Terra's kind of limited because she just doesn't do anything unless you get the combo.
Oh wow, there's a live voting poll. We'll figure this out later, but I don't know if that's something you guys can participate in. But it would be a good way to go about this next time. To grab Thoracle, Gloom Shrieker. Yeah, kind of gums up the deck. Yeah. I get that. Terra can stay where
Oh
she
yeah,
is then.
Gloomstreaker's the Golgari creature that says return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So you can just use Dance of the Dead on Thorkel. Uh, that's just the most straightforward way of doing it.
I'm fine where this list is now.
Okay, agreed.
Abzo, yeah, I'm feeling like that penguin right now. Holy crap, we did it! Look at us! Look at us! We've got two, four, six.
162 commanders have been reviewed.
Wow. So we have 10 bracket 5 legendaries from our count. We've got 5 more, making 15 for bracket 4. That's a healthy amount of what we would consider cEDH playable commanders. Bracket 4 does breach that gap, right? You can play these in a competitive setting as well. To see whether they're good or not, we'll certainly brew them. I think we should brew this Tifa just because the mono green one did not go the way we wanted it to. I would love to brew Kane. We're going to brew Terra. We're probably going to avoid Vivi. We will brew Squall. There's so much stuff in here, casual to competitive, that you can brew that looks really, really fun. Glad we had this conversation. Like I enjoy the game so much, so getting to revisit these characters in this way is really great. Let me know post video if this broke the sales barrier or sales ceiling, I guess, that Lord of the Rings set. I'd love to know how well that set did relative to other Magic sets. I know it was their best selling set by far to date. So curious to know where Final Fantasy ends up. Closing thoughts?
I know that people who watch the VOD are going to be annoyed with me not understanding that Tifa untaps during every single time that she connects, not just on that first time. So we're going to have a whole bunch of people commenting, going, "Actually, this is how
You just
Tifa works." In the comment,
find the time signature for me, and I'll add a note and say, "Hey, chat helped."
yeah,
Because I mean, like, I love interactions with you guys, but healthy ones, you know. Like, we should just have conversations about this. Honestly, what's better for Tifa, double strike or double triggers?
double strike just because more damage.
Yeah, more damage, more better. More damage, more better. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, we don't mind being corrected. Just to the, let's make it a conversation, or be civil about it. It's weird because post like live chat, you guys are great. I love
Yeah,
chatting with
I
you.
mean,
With these posts,
Nanya dealing with me being a stubborn dick,
no,
helping me understand, like, oh yeah, no, that is how Tifa works. I'm dumb.
it's just funny because like people like post stream are so rude. Some more oftentimes than not. But that's okay. That's just the nature of the internet, sadly. But I had a fun time discussing this set. I really hope to find some collector boosters out in the wild. I'm going to need to just coax my family and friends to look at their local Targets and Walmarts. But I'm excited to crack some of these packs. Definitely want to buy some pre release kits to save and play with friends. I am definitely going to be brewing Squall. You can expect more brews here on the channel. Obviously, we'll be discussing this set for a good while, but there are more sets to come this year. So, more streams. More streams. Thanks for joining us, guys. This has been one of the larger streams we've had in a while, so I appreciate you guys hanging with us. More
We just
uploads.
passed the 5 hour mark.
We did just pass the 5 hour mark. I need to eat dinner, and then I need to get up
Same.
at 7 to play tennis, which I'm excited for. More uploads. Yeah. Fuck work. You know what? Screw it. No more
You
work.
were good. By the way, you were good, Nick. You are not being rude. We're more
No.
so referencing people commenting after streams and after
Who is this?
VODs are like,
This guy's a
"Here's
fucking.
the reason why you're stupid and every opinion you have is wrong." And
This
I'm like,
guy's a.
yeah, you have a right to an opinion. Like, you don't have to be a dick about it, but you have the right to an opinion.
With great power comes great. What are you saying? With the power of this set, I don't think Spider-Man set will have nearly as many bracket 5 commanders. I don't disagree. At least from like what was been spoiled so far, it was, I don't want to say mid. They were very fun, playable, thematic cards, but I agree. I agree. I don't know that Spider-Man's going to amp it up as much. I am curious to see how Spider-Man brings more players to this game, though, for sure. This is a good watch. Make more videos. Thanks, Lazy King. I enjoy doing these, and I would love to. We'll get on that. We'll get on that. Let me grab someone on Fiverr to cut shorts out of these. Where can we check the list? I will go ahead and save a copy of this,
We
and
will be posting it in the YouTube. Was it comment? What is it? I can never remember the
yeah,
thing.
because I'm curious to know. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Imagine if it just deleted it. Oh my god, that would suck. Um, community tab. So you're gonna see it come up on the channel in the community post. So if you follow us or if you just watch this video, YouTube should suggest the community post to you. It will have the image, but I'll also upload it to the Discord. So if you're on the Discord, you should be able to join now. There is an active link in the description for you. I'll post it in there as well. I'm curious to know how this stacks up to other. I have it. Okay, to other players list and or personalities list that are out there. But yeah, I just downloaded it. Again, it's not like the highest. It's not going to be the highest resolution on YouTube. The resolution it post on in the Discord should be a little bit better, but you'll be able to make out the images, so you can follow along there. But I'll put it up on screen one more time for you guys, so you can sort of get a look at it. Don't mind the ads.
Yeah, for
Oh
Ori,
my gosh.
Spider-Man, even though it will be a standard legal set, will not be available on Arena, but they will be making an Arena equivalent set with different art and different card names to play it on Arena due to legal reasons. It's something weird where they got approval to print the cards, but they did not get approval for the license for the Arena game. It's something weird like that. All I know is that you're not going to play Spider-Man on Arena. You're going to be playing Magic cards that are literally just the Spider-Man cards reflavored and retexted, or reflavored and rearted.
Whew! I thought Spooderman won't get into Arena.
Yes,
Spider-Man is in
Spider-Man's
Arena.
getting to Arena, but Spider-Man isn't.
No, no. Guys, this was fun. I'll see you in the next one. Again, good luck with any other pre's that you're doing. Right? I know some people
Have a
hold them
great
outside of
day.
friend.
Have some rest.
Have rest.
I hope you enjoyed the 5-hour stream. Thankfully, this was shorter than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I cut out of work early just to. I was like, what did I do? I had to like help set up something in the office, and then I left early to get here on time. And of course, there was train delays. Anytime there's something I'm trying to get to in a timely fashion, there's always a train delay. But I got here. All right. See you guys. Enjoy the VOD. Tell me if you watch it again. 5 hours, that's a long time. I'm glad you guys hung out. Thanks. Thank you.